the mission to destroy Israel's nuclear reactor in 1981, I believe. He's a distinguished fighter pilot and has been training for several years, or had been training for several years for this flight.
Excuse me, David, it's Dan. Of course, you meant to destroy Iraq's nuclear missile capacity in 1981.
Yes, Iraq's nuclear reactor.
Right. Well, one point we want to make, Russ and David, is that the Israeli being aboard the Space Shuttle is a continuation of a program by NASA that has gone on for some years to take aboard U.S. Space Shuttle missions various people of other nationalities.
Yes.
There have been a wide variety of people of various nationalities taken aboard the Space Shuttle. This by way of NASA, the U.S. government, and for that matter, the people of the United States saying to the world that while we lead, and we clearly lead and are preeminent in human exploration of space, that we want to make it as global as possible. And that indeed was part of what this flight today that has ended so disastrously. I don't think there's any doubt that we can now say that it ended disastrously, since NASA says the Space Shuttle is down somewhere in North Texas. They've found debris. They've lowered the flag to half-staff. And if you don't mind, I'd put up that photograph again of the crew posed for their mission picture. Colonel Rick Husband, Navy Commander William McCool, Navy Captain David Brown, Kaplana Chalva, Dr. Chalva, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Navy Commander Laurel Clark, and then the Israeli Air Force Colonel Ilan Ramon. All of them, to use the military phrase, missing in action, not yet officially presumed dead. However, the fact that NASA has lowered the flag to half-staff in Florida is seen as pretty indicative of what they believe has happened. But we will know more in about maybe 15 to 18 minutes when NASA has scheduled a news conference. I want to point out to you, they haven't said it will start precisely at 11:30 Eastern Time. One can understand that NASA, having been hit by a disaster, a catastrophe, that it will take them a while to determine the facts, and there's nothing that speaks louder in one of these situations, Russ Mitchell, than the facts, and up to now we have very few facts about what could have happened to the shuttle.
Very few facts. David Hawkins, you still there?
Yes, I am, Russ.
One question for you. You mentioned a few weeks ago that it was almost a national holiday in Israel when it was known that Colonel Ramon would be on this flight. Given the world situation right now, even though this is a continuing program by NASA to bring folks in from other countries to fly on these shuttle missions, given what is going on in the world right now, was there concern in Israel for his safety? Were people wondering about that?
Yes, there was concern about the safety of the flight. My understanding is that NASA laid on extra security for the very reason that an Israeli astronaut was on the flight. So it was something foremost in many people's minds. Russ?
David Hawkins. Thank you.
Russ Mitchell, David Hawkins. We know from past experience when we have these kinds of situations that there is a tendency just to, fill airtime, just kind of lather on. I wonder if it isn't time for us just to take a pause, just on the air here, take a pause, think about these brave astronauts and what their families are going through at the moment. And we may want to do that from time to time during the day. Let's recap now for those of you who may have joined us late or just joined us. Still no official word from NASA, but it would appear the Space Shuttle Columbia has been lost. NASA now says that shuttle debris has been sighted in north central Texas. NASA says that the shuttle is definitely down. Mission Control, remember, Mission Control is in Houston. The launches go from Florida, but Mission Control is in Houston. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The shuttle was over Texas at the time. People as far away as Louisiana report having seen it. The shuttle flies so high. It was at roughly 200 miles plus up when this happened. So people as far away as Louisiana report watching the shuttle as they had gotten used to doing on these shuttle missions, and then seeing it, thinking something was wrong. One reported seeing a ball of flame, another said it seemed to go to pieces. NASA has declared, quote, an emergency. It scrambled rescue crews from the Dallas-Fort Worth area and elsewhere. The flag next to the countdown clock at Mission Control has been lowered to half-staff. President Bush, who was at Camp David in Maryland, Mark Nola reports from the White House, our CBS man there, that the president is on his way back to the White House, and the president is receiving updates. NASA has put out a public advisory to people in Texas to avoid any possibly hazardous debris that may have come from the space shuttle. And let's make this very clear that some of this material, for reasons that may be too boring to go into, can be toxic. And that's the reason NASA is saying that to anybody in the North Texas area, any place else that thinks they have any debris, see any debris, stay away from it. NASA has ordered flight controllers to retain all their records. There were 7 astronauts aboard, including the first Israeli astronaut, as we've mentioned. Partly because of his presence, security surrounding this mission was tight. A spokesman of the Homeland Security Department said this morning there's no indication that this was a terrorist incident or that any foul play was involved. Keep in mind, if there's any doubt in your mind that the shuttle at the time it broke up and started down to Earth was far beyond the range of any missile that could be fired from Earth. We've had several people kind of call in and say, well, could it have been brought down by missile? The answer is no, not at that altitude. Now, we here at CBS spoke earlier in the day with the Fort Worth resident, Sam Knight. He described hearing what he called 2 sonic booms. And then he said they saw 2 large vapor trails in the sky at the same time. The Shuttle Columbia had been on a 2-week science mission, which until now had been deemed a success because virtually every experiment worked. The astronauts did their job. The orbiter was an altitude of more than 200,000 feet plus. As I mentioned, it was traveling at some 12,500 miles an hour when contact was lost. CBS News correspondent Bob Orr is in our Washington newsroom. Bob is an aviation expert. What can you tell us about the situation at this moment, Bob?
Dan, at this moment, like the rest of America, I think the federal authorities are just trying to get a handle on the tragedy that happened this morning in the Texas skies. We've heard the warnings, and we can't say them often enough. It's very, very important that people that may be near some of these debris fields stay away from that. There are hazardous materials, but beyond that, there's another component. The authorities at this time are focused on the 7 astronauts and their families.
And he will continue to monitor the situation. This, of course, according to the White House spokesman, Scott McClellan, and we have not heard anything directly from the president at this point. He is speaking to us through his contacts. Again, the White House stressing this is not a terrorist incident, and because of the Israeli colonel who was the astronaut on board the flight, there had been great concern about that.
Now, this was the 28th flight for the Shuttle Columbia, the 113th flight for NASA in the shuttle's 22 years. And just throwing out some more numbers, I understand it was the 88th flight since the Challenger disaster that happened almost 17 years ago today. Neal Barton.
Once again, if we can please use Storm Track 11 radar. Of course, this morning we're not showing you radar at all of precipitation. We're showing you a debris field that is showing up now around east and southeast Texas. Let me zoom in right through here. Here's the Sabine River area. This little river you see right through here. And here is a debris field that we are picking up. Here is Angelina County. This is Lufkin. This is Nacogdoches County. We mentioned before there has been some debris found around downtown Nacogdoches. Right through here is Toledo Bend Reservoir. Okay, here is the Sabine River, which is the dividing line between Texas and Louisiana. Here is Alexander, Louisiana. So you can see we are getting a debris field from a couple of hours ago. Here is Tyler, here is Lufkin, and right now we are finding a lot of people that are saying they saw something happen, they saw a flash in the sky, or indeed they did find some debris around East Texas.
Neal, have you talked to friends of yours? You've got friends and family there in East Texas. Have you talked to them?
I've called a bunch of people so far, and they've said they've seen a fireball this morning. As far as seeing anything hit the ground, no. But of course, racing in this morning, listening to CBS radio, people in downtown Nacogdoches are confirming that yes, indeed, they did see something. And also around Smith County, right through here, which is the Tyler area, people also reporting multiple fires. Now, of course, this morning around East Texas, you'll hear the rumors of fires and this sort of thing, but that's what's going on right now around East Texas. Texas. The only confirmation we have is around downtown Nacogdoches. Folks have seen something on the ground that has been confirmed. So again, here's Tyler, here's Lufkin, here is Louisiana, and here is a debris field right through here, and pretty much we know what that is.
Let's take a look at some crew placement video that we have now, and this indicates where the different folks on the crew were sitting. Obviously, these people each had specific responsibilities, and not only for the flight itself. I mean, there are people who are directly assigned to fly the craft, other people who are scientists on board who are assigned various experiments that they were engaged in. So you can see where the different astronauts were sitting. And again, at the top, Chawla, that is the UTA graduate. She would have been sitting right in the very back of the craft.
Okay, we understand we have a Colonel Dan Baggio on the phone joining us now from Fort Hood. Colonel, what can you tell us?
Well, there's not a lot I can tell you right now except to say that we have received a warning order to stand by for search and rescue support from Forces Command and 5th Army. At this point in time, we haven't actually mobilized any helicopter assets, but we're standing by to do so if we get the call, and that would primarily be in either the Waco or Dallas area to look for any sort of debris or signs of survivors.
Now, Colonel Baggio, our meteorologist Neal Barton was saying that he's actually looking on our radar, seeing a debris field south of the Athens area in East Texas, southeast of Nacogdoches. Have you heard anything? It seems like if there is a debris field that's been spotted by radar, certainly NASA would know about it, and you all would get the call.
Right. We're tracking. We're getting all the same reports that you are. We've got folks down in our situation room standing by and monitoring. And the bottom line is, if we are given a call to help in whatever means possible in terms of providing an airborne helicopter-based, search or rescue, we will do that. We've been given the same sort of warnings that they've been given the public about if you see a piece of debris, don't touch it. So forth. But at this point in time, we have not actually been given the word to put our helicopters in the air. So we're standing by for specific instructions from higher.
Colonel, can you talk to us a little bit about the kinds of equipment you would be using to make this kind of search? What's on that helicopter?
Sure. Well, basically, it would be a combination of probably OH-50 Delta Kiowa Warrior helicopters and or Black Hawk helicopters, and of course they've got very sophisticated communications equipment, which are not only equate to use on a battlefield, but are very good for, of course, for doing peacetime search and rescue missions as well. And in addition to that, they do have great visual devices, and if something like this was to carry on, for example, into a period of nighttime or something, we even have infrared visual capabilities. So there are several assets that military equipment can bring to bear in case we're needed.
And do you know the kind of locator equipment that perhaps would be on board the shuttle that would help in this?
Yeah, really, I'm not an expert in that area. I really couldn't comment on that.
Well, I think we could say safely that whatever it is, the most sophisticated equipment would be, one would assume, and again, just saying that we are assuming this, would be aboard that shuttle, which means that you'd have a signal that would be coming out from wherever that piece of the debris is, going perhaps to the communications gear you were talking about on board the Black Hawk or whatever helicopter is used.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is sophisticated equipment, that can detect that sort of thing. Now, whether or not they would utilize our aircraft for that is yet to be seen. But like I say, if we are called to asked to be called to do that, absolutely, I think we'd be able to help out.
Okay, Colonel Baggio, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
You're very welcome.
And we know NASA is scheduled to hold a news conference within the next, I would say, 15 minutes or so.
Nacogdoches now also confirming what Neal was pointing out to us. It's hitting the wire services that there is some major debris that is in that area. Neal, bring us up to date on what you know there.
Just pretty much, I was zooming in with the radar, have a fresh picture here, and this is pretty much what you were talking about before. Here's deep East Texas, here's Tyler, here's Lufkin. This is Nacogdoches County. Right through here, of course, is the county seat, of course. That is Nacogdoches. And as we zoom in here, you can see the debris field that we've been talking about all morning long. as the space shuttle was heading down toward the southeast. So pretty much you're looking at a picture of that is Nacogdoches County, and that is a debris field. Once again, I want to zoom out once again and go back to the previous view. I'll zoom out. You can see here is Toledo Bend Reservoir. Here's Lake Fort Sam Rayburn. If you know Deep East Texas at all, pretty much this is the heart of that part of the country. And as confirmed before, around the city of Nacogdoches, debris on the ground. And again, this is the Sabine River Valley. This is the Sabine River. This is, of course, the state of Louisiana. You can see the streak right through here. And this is debris that stretches all the way from East Texas down across Louisiana. So pretty much this coincides with the reports that have been confirmed right now. Tracy?
Neal, earlier this morning, we heard from a meteorologist. CBS talked to a meteorologist in I believe it was the Lafayette area, and give us some perspective, because he too saw something. So if we're looking at a debris field in the Nacogdoches area, then, and give us some perspective. Where is Lafayette on this map?
Lafayette, basically, let me move the radar just a bit. It's down on I-10. It's in south central Louisiana. It's down just about right through here is the Lafayette area, so he would have been having to look north. In fact, as we move the radar now, you can see Baton Rouge and New Orleans. He would have had to been moving north to put things back in perspective once again. Here is Toledo Bend Reservoir, and here is the debris field. Here's the Lufkin Nacogdoches area, just almost off your screen there. And here is south central Louisiana. Here is Alexandria and Rapides Parish. So pretty much Lafayette is right through here, and that gentleman would have been looking this way. He would have been looking north and northwest.
Let me, I have a model here. This actually is from the Challenger that I received when we went to cover the Challenger disaster. I bought this thing at that time. But this gives you just an idea of what the shuttle looks like. All of the shuttles looked essentially the same, of course, and they were covered with heavy heat shields. I've actually gone up to these various craft, and these things are overlaid. It's almost like you would see scales on an animal, maybe an armadillo, that would be so protected. So a part of the debris would no doubt have been some of those shields coming off, and then there was perhaps something that had somehow intruded in the fuel area that might well have accounted for the major explosion that many of us heard and some folks saw today.
We have right now joining us by phone Janice Russo. She is in Crossroads, Texas, near Denton. Janice, tell us what you saw or heard.
It was about 8 o'clock, because we had set our clocks to get up about 8. The clock had just gone off, and I was still lying in bed. And at that time, I heard a muffled boom. Wasn't loud enough to be declared a sonic boom, but a muffled boom. And the doors in our bedroom, which are like French doors that open out onto a patio that face to the southeast, kind of rattled a little bit. And I turned to my husband and I said, "Did you hear that noise?" He said, "Yes, but I don't know what in the world it could have been." Well, we got up and went about our business and didn't think anything about it till I turned on the television and saw the NASA presentation that the shuttle had disappeared. They couldn't make contact with it, and that's when I called your station to see what I could find out. And we are actually in Crossroads, which is 9 miles east of Denton on Highway 380. I actually live 1 mile north of there, and we're in a rural area where it's quite open out here. But it was a muffled boom, and our doors did vibrate.
Much of the North Texas area either saw or heard something this morning. Really, it appears that it didn't matter where you're located in North Texas, perhaps because the shuttle was so high up at the time. 200,000 feet?
200,000 feet, yeah. And again, as we're mentioning, most airplanes on domestic and foreign flights, they might get up as high as about 40,000 feet, but domestic flights usually are around that 30,000 area. So if you, and most of us have flown, of course, you have some sense of how high that is, which is pretty high, and considering exponentially going on up to about 200,000 feet. It was just as it was coming back into the atmosphere, and whatever the maneuvering is that they do at that point, of course, and again, the heat shields supposedly protecting the craft, but things just started falling off of the thing at that time.
And the re-entry is probably the trickiest part of the landing of the space, because you have to hit a very narrow window. And again, with the heat shield, if it was damaged in any way by something that they encountered up in space, by something, I mean, it could make that re-entry very difficult.
Well, we've been telling you this is the 113th flight in the shuttle program's 22 years, the 28th flight for Columbia, NASA's oldest shuttle. And inside Mission Control, flight controllers hovered in front of their computers. We'll take a shot there. They've been staring at their screens after contact was lost, sent out crews, the wives, the husbands, the children of the astronauts who had been waiting at the landing strip were gathered together by NASA. They were taken to a secluded place. In 42 years of U.S. human spaceflight, there had never been an accident during the descent to Earth that Karen was talking about, or the landing. And then I had mentioned a moment ago that it was back in January, actually on January 28th of 1986, that the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded shortly after takeoff. Columbia had been aiming for a landing at 8:16 Dallas time this morning in Florida, and it was at an altitude of, now we're told by NASA, at about 203,000 feet over north central Texas at 8 this morning, traveling at 12,500 miles an hour when Mission Control lost all contact and tracking data.
Now, Tracy, NASA has not immediately declared the crew dead. However, the U.S. flag next to its countdown clock has been lowered to half staff. Of the 7 people on board the Columbia, we know 3 have some connection to North Texas. The commander, Rick Husband, an Air Force colonel, was from Amarillo. The pilot, William McCool, is a Navy commander from Lubbock. He's the father of 3 sons. We understand he was living in San Diego. And Kalpana Chawla, she immigrated to the United States from India in the 1980s, became an astronaut in 1994. She was a graduate of the University of Texas at Arlington. This was her 2nd flight aboard a shuttle.
We have on the telephone with us now from the National Weather Center, Gary Woodall. And Gary, tell us a little bit about the weather conditions at that time this morning. Hello, Gary.
Hello.
All right,
Okay.
we lost him, and we've lost Neal, too. Neal is taking a break as well and trying to get more information for us.
I understand we had a David Turner on the phone with us from Murchison, Texas. David, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what you heard or saw this morning.
Well, I didn't see anything. I thought something had blown up here in the area. And it was, people talked a lot this morning on the reports about a sonic boom. I grew up in West Texas around Dyce Air Force Base, and it was not a sonic boom. It was an explosion. And it just kept rumbling afterwards, kind of like an aftershock and an earthquake.
I heard it as well. I perhaps didn't hear it as clearly as you did because I was inside my house this morning. I thought there might have been sort of a report. In other words, you hear one loud explosion and then a second one that almost immediately follows it. Did you hear that, David?
Well, the initial explosion, like I said, that's what it sounded like. It didn't sound like a sonic boom. And then as I stepped onto the porch, it just kept rumbling, like multiple, you know, or continuous. I couldn't figure out what it was. I felt it. It shook the house, and it just, I started looking around for smoke on the low horizon. I thought something had blown up here in the area because it shook the house. I didn't have any idea that we had I drive a truck and I don't get to watch the news that much. I had no idea we had a shuttle coming in today. So I was not looking up in the sky, but it definitely was not a sonic boom that I heard. I've heard too many of those. It was an explosion.
We appreciate you, David. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. And Neal, Barton is back in place now for us. And Neal, what we're interested in finding out, if you can share with us, it's been a beautiful morning. Maybe you can talk to us a little bit about the kinds of weather conditions they would have been facing at re-entry.
Well, one reason this morning across North Texas why everybody saw everything is the weather situation here was absolutely superb. You're looking at our radar right now, Storm Track 11, and you're starting to see the debris field. We mentioned this morning about some debris being found around the East Texas area, especially around the city of Nacogdoches. I believe we have Gary Woodall, who is the Public Information Officer for the National Weather Service in Fort Worth. Gary, are you there?
Good morning, Neal.
Good morning. I'm sorry that we're talking to you under such bad circumstances. Can you tell us anything about the weather conditions across Texas as well as Florida this morning? So far, from what I'm seeing in the Weather Center, no problem there at all.
That's correct, Neal. We haven't had a chance to look over at the Florida weather that closely this morning, but here it was a very calm and tranquil morning. In fact, at 8 a.m., about the time of the tragedy, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport had clear skies, 41 degrees, and a southwest wind at 9 miles an hour. plus looking at our atmospheric sounding, our weather balloon that measures the atmosphere up to about 50,000 feet or so, there was certainly nothing unusual showing up in that observation as well.
Can you tell me any other information that you can share with us this morning? Because of course you work for the U.S. government. You have people manned there at the weather station 24 hours a day. Can you tell me what it was like there? Did the phone started ringing? Just what happened?
Well, we actually had the forecasters who were on duty had received some calls from the FAA from people, eyewitnesses who had seen what they thought was a meteor shower, and in fact turned out to be the tragedy unfolding. And since then, of course, we've had a number of phone calls from people wondering, making sure that we were aware of it, wondering, what we were able to see on radar, things of that sort.
Gary, I don't know if you have a television on right now and you can see our air signal. I'm pretty much looping these pictures over and over again, and you're seeing a debris field from across most of East Texas, from Palestine, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, back across Toledo Bend Reservoir into the central part of Louisiana. You too, of course, have a hot radar where you are. Are you seeing the same thing, pretty much a debris field there?
Actually, we do have access to the Shreveport radar, and they're able to see the contrail, the trail of radar returns going across East Texas and on over into Louisiana.
Okay, Gary, before we let you go, anything else you can tell us?
Well, clearly this was a tragic event, and our hearts certainly go out to the astronauts and to their families. Again, things were fairly quiet and tranquil weather-wise here. Again, though, this when the shuttle came over North Texas, it was about 200,000 feet or so, well above where any atmospheric effects would have been affecting it, at least what we measured down close to the ground. But again, clearly a terrible tragedy.
Okay, that's Gary Woodall, who's the Public Information Officer for the National Weather Service in Fort Worth. Tracy and Karen, now back over to you.
All right, as we're taking a look at all of that weather data and the sweep of the radar, and we're looking at Nacogdoches, that is, we understand, where a large debris field has been discovered. There have been some fires. Judge Sue Kennedy of Nacogdoches is on the phone with us now. Judge, what's taking place over there now?
We have obviously had constant phone calls, like all of the other counties that have been in the debris path, people identifying debris that has fallen on their property or on the roadways. But we have been very fortunate in that the National Guard was doing a drill here in Nacogdoches this weekend, so we have commandeered that manpower, along with our regular law enforcement, our reserve officers, and our volunteer firefighters. We're identifying the locations of the debris, sending somebody to the site to see exactly what we're dealing with. We've got the manpower to look around this initial site to see if there might be some other debris. In doing that, we're looking at homes that might be vacant in case there's been any property damage. So we've been fortunate, and we've got the manpower, and we're being able to put them onto the field. At this time, we do not have any reports of physical injuries.
Now, Judge Kennedy, we understand that there are several little pieces and parts of machinery, some big pieces found too. Can you tell us the main part of the craft? Is there any way of identifying exactly what you're seing?
No, ma'am, we're not. The pieces are such that we cannot identify exactly what they are. We just know that they are foreign objects. And of course, we're spending our time right now trying to warn people to not touch them. We don't know yet it's a potential hazard to our citizens if they touch those. So we're asking them not to touch them, not to pick them up, to just let us know where they are. We're also cautioning drivers to be slow on the roadways, to be very observant, so that they don't run their car off the road if they happen to run over a piece of the debris.
Judge, yes, are we talking about, scores of different areas? Is this like throwing a fistful of gravel up and watching it come down all over the area there?
I think that's a wonderful analogy, or buckshot. Most of the calls that we're getting right now are from the northwest part of the county to the southeast part of the county. The northeast side of the county does not seem to be hit, so that's a travel pattern going from north to south, primarily cutting through the middle of the county.
All right.
You've been very informative. We appreciate it. I know you're very busy, Judge. If you can just sort of look ahead, I mean, are you calling in other units from other areas? You mentioned the National Guard.
Yes, sir.
We know you have your city and county folks. Are people coming over from Dallas, say? Do you have people coming into the area? Have you heard from NASA?
At this point, we have not heard directly from NASA. Our federal contact here locally, we're dealing with members of the FBI who happen to have an office here. So they are kind of our federal point of contact, keeping us informed on what we need to do and guiding our directions. As they get information, they are funneling it to us as best they can. We are pulling.
We appreciate it very much, Judge. You've been very kind in talking with us this morning.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge. Joining us now by phone is Demorius Murphy, who lives there in the Nacogdoches area. Excuse me. Demorius, can you tell us what's going on?
Hello? Well, I was in the bed, and the bed started shaking and the walls started shaking, and then I ran outside, and I seen this white pure line.
Demorius, can we get you to turn your television set down, please? We can hardly understand you. You're getting a lot of echo, and we just reach over and turn you. There you go. Go ahead, please.
And like I said, I went outside. I thought we were getting attacked, and I ran out there, and I seen a white pure line going north of the county, which now we have reports of debris falling in the downtown area around Commercial Bank, and they said that it bust some windows around that area.
So have you been into town? Have you seen for yourself some of this damage, some of the debris?
No, only what I saw was outside in the sky.
All right, Demorius, we appreciate very much your coming in.
Now, we do understand, we are hearing from people around, again, North Texas, North Central Texas, East Texas, who've seen the contrails from the Columbia as it was entering the atmosphere. Residents in the Nacogdoches area saying they're finding debris, including bits of machinery, pieces of metal, found strewn across the city. We heard Judge Kennedy talking about it taking a path from the northwest to the southeast, and which would pretty much follow what Neal Barton has been telling us, looking at the debris field.
Our folks, of course, are scattered out there, too, trying to pick up information, and I'm sorry I didn't pick up the name of which photographer this is, but this is one of our CBS 11 photographers, and I understand you're in the Rice area. Is that correct?
That's correct, Tracy. I'm standing right in front of Rice High School, which is located about 10 miles north of Corsicana. And what I've seen here is some of the volunteer fire department were tipped off by a gentleman who was dropping his child off for an activity here at the school and saw a piece that didn't look all right in the middle of the field. When they further looked at it, what I saw, what looked like a little ceramic tile, a lot like what you'd see put in the houses, but it's got a charred mark and some chippings off of it, and they've asked us to move back from the scene a little bit so they can make a determination on whether or not it's actually part of the shuttle. But from what I've seen, it looks like it's one of the insulating tiles from the bottom of the shuttle.
Yeah, those things would be simply covered, and I suspect that most of the debris that we'll see could be the tiles falling off either in groups or actually even individually.
And this debris field is going to, I mean, think about it. The shuttle was traveling at 6 times the speed of sound. This debris field is going to be, if you look at the map from Corsicana, where James Poltz, our CBS 11 photographer, is right now, to the Nacogdoches area, where we've also heard reports of debris. If we can take a look at that map so that you can get a feel of a perspective, if you will, what we're talking about. Corsicana in the far left corner of your screen to Nacogdoches, where that blue line is right there in that area. I have a feeling we're going to be hearing many more reports of debris spread out.
Well, if you've seen the video of this thing, you know that it started breaking up, and then there were increasing numbers of streaks that came off of the shuttle, and then, of course, after the explosion, then there was just this sort of, as we mentioned a little while ago, the possibility that it was more like an analogy of just throwing gravel down toward the earth, just falling over, as you're pointing out, Karen, this very wide area, mostly in East Texas. And the folks in Nacogdoches are the ones who, at least at this point, the ones we've heard from, who perhaps have received the brunt of this. But as you heard Judge Kennedy talking just a little while ago from Nacogdoches, they haven't been able to go out and actually examine each piece of this stuff. They've got the National Guard training over there this morning, and they've pressed those folks into service along with the local law enforcement people, the county people, and some other people coming in. They're simply running out to where this debris is spotted, guarding the sites, and then they're waiting to be told what to do with it. But again, if you happen to see some of this stuff, please don't pick it up because it can be dangerous to you.
And we do have some sound now from Dr. Ahmad Idris. He is the NASA Director of Human Spaceflight, talking about the hazardous nature of this material.
At the time of landing, when the space shuttle re-enters the atmosphere, it still has a small amount of fuel on board that's used for the orbital maneuvering system. These are toxic fuels, specifically nitrogen tetroxide and hydrazine. They are quite toxic fuels, and we're specifically trained, in fact, to deal with toxic exposures. However, I saw the film of the space shuttle re-entering the atmosphere, and it was pretty obvious to me that it was melting. It broke apart, and any fuel, and a small amount of fuel that was on board would probably have vaporized and burnt up before the shuttle hit the ground.
So no danger to Dallas citizens, or as far as from the fuel or anything like that?
I think it's extremely unlikely that there would be any danger to any of the citizens here in Dallas.
There are a lot of reports coming out of the St. Augustine area as well, and Randy Ward is on the telephone. You found debris actually coming down in your yard, is that correct?
Yes, actually I was standing out in it when it started coming down.
Tell us what happened, what you saw, what's in your yard.
Well, I was standing out in the yard, and suddenly it was a loud explosion type. And I looked around, and suddenly it was followed by a series of staccato-type explosions, rather large in nature. The truck was shaking, the ground was shaking. The sound continued for a number of seconds. Following those series of booms, I could still hear him retreating off to the west. There was just a rain of debris started coming down, small pieces. And then some larger pieces started coming down. There was a large piece about the size of a fist landed about 25 feet from the front of where I was standing. So it was rather a scary situation. But the pieces, upon investigation, appear to be melted aluminum. There are pieces of all manner, hoses, pieces of fan enclosures. There appears to be some sort of piston apparatus in the ground over here, 10 where I'm standing right now. So it was sort of like a meteor shower and not anywhere to run.
Randy, we're hearing reports of other things being found over in the St. Augustine area as well. Have you heard anything from your neighbors, or have you heard from authorities there about some of the other things that may have come down?
Well, actually, we're quite a distance from anyone else. Our nearest neighbor is probably a half-mile away. So we're rather secluded out here.
Right. I'm sorry, our producer's talking to us. I couldn't hear exactly. You're about a half-mile away?
Yeah, well, we're a half many of our neighbors.
Right, I understand.
And
we really haven't heard anything. We have a debris field out here, small pieces ranging from the size of a fist up to very small pieces. Even there was a piece out here in the past.
Tell me, Randy, how far are you from the Dallas-Fort Worth area?
We're about a 3-hour drive from Dallas.
Okay, so you obviously will be over 100 miles in from us.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
We're significant from you.
Well, we're trying to get a signal in from our helicopter right now. It's having a difficult time because of where it's flying, but it's up north of Dallas. They were looking into the possibility up around the Plano area of some debris having fallen there. We don't know for sure that this is debris. It might be something else. There had been reports this morning of something going through the top of an apartment building and starting a fire there, and they were looking into that as well. But again, all of this is unconfirmed as to whether it's related at all to the shuttle disaster.
And
well,
Tracy,
I can assure you that this debris came from the shuttle.
Okay, well, Randy Ward calling from the Lufkin area. Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. We want to go now back to Neal Barton in the Storm Center. Neal?
Well, this just kind of puts things in perspective once again. The gentleman that you just spoke with are in the St. Augustine area that is just north of Lake Sam Rayburn. Again, here's Lufkin, here's Nacogdoches. All morning long, we've been talking around the Nacogdoches area. In fact, around the Commercial National Bank in downtown Nacogdoches of debris being confirmed found there. Once again, here's the Sam Rayburn Lake area. Here's Toledo Bend. And then again, the Toledo Bend area is this huge lake that's right on the Sabine River, which is right on the Texas-Louisiana border. So pretty much what the gentleman is saying is confirming what our map here is confirming as well. Here's the debris field from early this morning. Here is Tyler, here is Lufkin, and all across deep East Texas and Smith County and places like that in Palestine, we are getting reports this morning, some confirmed, some not confirmed, of debris that is on the ground, things falling out of the sky, also fires here and there. I'm sure all Saturday afternoon long we'll be getting reports of some fires across East and Southeast Texas. But once again, the gentleman you were just talking to is just to the north of Sam Rayburn Lake, which is right through here, which pretty much coincides along with this debris field. Now back to you.
All right, Neal, thank you very much. And as Randy Ward was telling us from the Lufkin area, he heard staccato-type explosions over his house, and he was standing in his yard, and pieces of debris were literally raining around him.
Yeah, that could have been actually the debris hitting, too, around the area rather than an explosion itself. As it was coming down in so many small pieces, he said, that it had that kind of a staccato effect. The president still has not come out to make any comment. He has been apprised, of course, of the situation, and I'm sure that he's waiting to see exactly what all the details are, and perhaps they're trying at this point, at least, to see what kind of a debris pattern they'll be able to come up with. The president, of course, would like to say as much as he possibly can. I suspect he may want to talk to family members there in Florida who were waiting for this craft to come down this morning. It was supposed to land at about 8:15 Dallas time. All of this stuff started happening at about 8 o'clock. You can imagine they're flying at such a high rate of speed.
Houston.
So actually, in terms of flight and the way the thing was coming down, it's a very short distance in time between Texas and Florida where it was scheduled to come down. Former astronaut John Glenn and his wife were also watching on television this morning, and of course he had many comments from their home in Maryland, and he said anytime you lose contact like that, there is a big problem. And you want to wait for several minutes without any contact. You knew that something was terribly wrong, according to Glenn. A senior U.S. official who was speaking on condition of anonymity said that there was no threat made against the flight and that the shuttle was out of range of any surface-to-air missile. So if you're hearing stories like that, at least the government today is saying this was not terrorism.
And taking a brief look now at the astronauts on board the Shuttle Columbia, if we can show their pictures again. We've got a portrait.
Well, here they are actually on the shuttle itself.
Doing some work. The commander, his name was Rick Husband, and I apologize if I'm speaking in the past tense. He's 45 years old, Air Force colonel from Amarillo. He's a former test pilot and was selected as an astronaut in 1994. He said it was a lifelong dream and a thrill to actually be able to live it out. It was his second space flight.
Space Shuttle Columbia apparently broke apart in flames and streaked over Texas, heading for Florida, trying to put down there. And suddenly, as we saw, there was this terrible thing that was happening in the sky. It's fairly routine that when they have a nice landing, that is to say there isn't some kind of an overcast condition that exists in Florida where it has to be diverted then to Edwards Air Force Base, it comes down in Florida. And when it comes down in Florida, it always passes over the Texas area. So we've seen this a number of times before. It was nothing that was particularly newsworthy even, except of course then suddenly the shuttle started breaking apart, and there were then reports of explosions, some people reporting several explosions, some saying no, there was just one loud explosion, some comparing it to perhaps a sonic boom, but it was heard over a large part of North Texas. And then the debris reports started coming in, and that's over a large area in East Texas.
And again, these are pictures that were taken from one of our viewers, Jim Lebenz, excuse me, working on a tower. He and his crew, they said they were on top of a tower this morning. They saw the shuttle pass over, but they believed because of the breakup that they saw that perhaps it was some sort of a meteorite, that they had no way of knowing that that breakup that they saw was indeed the shuttle.
On the telephone right now we have a Bob Bison who was another witness. He's in Fort Worth. Bob, what did you see?
I was in West Fort Worth, and before it got overhead, I saw little side pieces flaking off, other ionized trails besides the main one, and it was also, instead of a yellow ionized trail, the white trail that I saw, there were puffs. It was not a steady trail like the other two landings I had seen years before.
What would that perhaps indicate to you, Bob?
Well, it was already breaking up before it got to Fort Worth, before it got past us.
Did you hear anything?
No, it was too high. It was above the atmosphere here, so you couldn't have heard anything until it got lower.
Okay, Bob Bison, Fort Worth witness, sharing with us. NASA today did not immediately declare the crew dead. However, the U.S. flag next to its countdown clock was lowered to half staff. Officials at the Kennedy Space Center said President Bush would be making an announcement. We're still waiting for that. We're also waiting for a news conference from NASA. In Washington, administration officials had said there was no immediate indication of terrorism. We'll say that several times because for the first time an Israeli astronaut was on board this shuttle flight and was doing scientific experiments. A well-known Israeli colonel, in fact, a hero in Israel.
And Tracy, what we're looking at now, this is a picture taken by a photographer for the Nacogdoches Daily Sentinel. It appears to be a part of the space shuttle there in downtown Nacogdoches. I understand there was some debris over by the State Bank in that downtown area. And Neal Barton has been showing us the debris field that actually stretches from, it looks like the southeast part of the Tyler area, Corsicana area, stretching on down south through Nacogdoches.
Near Waxahachie now, we understand we have someone who was able to see. I'm sorry, I missed your name. I know your first name is Mary. What is your last name, please?
Vineyard.
And what did you see, please?
Okay, looking out my window, southeast, I'm talking on the phone, and I see like a plane, how they leave the white smoke, and it's just sitting there. It's not going anywhere. So it caught my attention, and I continue to watch it, and all of a sudden it goes due south for maybe what I would say, 20 feet, but it's way up in the air, and then it descends straight down. Okay. So I'm on the phone to my niece, and then like a minute later, it appeared the same object in the same spot, maybe a little closer to me. And then this one goes due south, makes a turn and goes exactly due north, and then descends straight down. And it's, I didn't have a camcorder to get it, but nothing like that has been reported. So it was, either debris. It had to be a massive part of the shuttle because it appeared to be just like a plane. But then it started doing this zigzag pattern and descended straight down.
Mary Sinyard from Rocket, Texas, a witness to what we're talking about this morning. And now we understand that NASA has said that the shuttle has crashed, and they are declaring all 7 astronauts on board to be deceased. This was a big, big thing for the people of Israel. I mentioned a moment ago that I was over there when the shuttle went up, and I just can't tell you the kind of clamor that was surrounding this, something that was very positive for the people of Israel after 28 months of violence now in that part of the world. And today the government of Israel and the people of Israel are praying together with the entire world for the safety of the astronauts in the Shuttle Columbia. That from Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's office, that in a statement, Columbia's crew had completed 80-plus scientific research experiments during their time in orbit. Only 3 of the 7 astronauts had flown in space before. The shuttle's commander, Rick Husband, Michael Anderson, and Kalpana Chawla, the young woman who had graduated from Arlington. The other 4 were rookies, pilot William McCool, David Brown, Laurel Clark, and Colonel Ramon from Israel. And just in the past week, NASA observed the anniversary of its only 2 other space tragedies, the Challenger explosion, which killed all 7 astronauts at that time, and then the Apollo spacecraft fire that killed 3 on January 27th, 1967.
Now, we were briefly, it looks like, our helicopter is over the Palestine area, just south of Palestine. And there appears to be a fire on the ground there. We had some images that were briefly flashing across your screen. We seem to be having some technical problems there. But
yeah, they have to hit a send point, and if you get some kind of interference between wherever the helicopter is and where that picture has to come in, then you get these flashes. But that's what you were seeing. We're trying to show it to you. Camera is trying to lock down now, and well, as we go around, if you don't mind, we'll continue to talk, and we'll try to show you these pictures because they're popping in and out right now. But this is one of the debris fields, we understand, and that's where a fire has taken place, again, in the Palestine area. And if you'll notice, this area, if we can see it again, just now people are arriving on the scene to try to determine exactly what this was, and we don't know exactly what came down in this area.
Tracy, joining us now by phone is Larry Walden, an emergency coordinator. He joins us now from Anderson County. Mr. Walden, what can you tell us?
What I can tell you at this point is we do have a command post set up at the Sheriff's Department here in Palestine. We have the volunteer fire departments out. We're taking a lot of calls on debris, and at this time we're trying to determine if they're valid from this space shuttle. And we're in touch with the governor's office. We also FBI, and we're trying to get on top of it. We're just overwhelmed at this point.
Mr. Walden, how far are you from Nacogdoches?
About
roughly?
75 miles.
So it looks like this debris field, because we've been showing pictures, you've got some debris there in the Palestine area. It is going to be a rather large field, isn't it?
Yes. Are you there?
We're here. Yeah, I understand you. I don't know if you're listening to us, if there's a delay or something, but yes, we're here. Go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that we've lost you, Mr. Walding. As Mr. Walding was pointing out to us, in the Palestine area, they've set up a command post. Can you hear me now, Mr. Walding?
Well, just barely. There's talking in the background, but there's several reports of debris in Anderson County, and at this time we're trying to make sure that that's what it's from, and we're taping them off, and we're asking the people, please, don't, if you see any of this, if you think it's debris from this shuttle, don't pick it up. It could be toxic, so we ask that you wouldn't, if you see it, just report it and let us go out and check it out ourselves, and we just ask the people not to be picking this stuff up.
Okay, Larry Walding from the Emergency Management Office setting up a command post there, and obviously this would be for Anderson County. Some of the command posts that will be set up, and there'll be more than one, although we assume that when NASA comes in and takes charge, there'll be one central location. But all of these areas now are getting some assistance from the federal government in the way that they are dispersing people, especially FBI agents and others, to help them as they're trying to coordinate what's going to be a massive project in trying to identify this stuff, first of all, finding out where it came down, identifying the exact and rather large landing area where the material came in, and then, of course, trying to collect all this material.
And our meteorologists Neal, Barton, and Mike Berger have been tracking the debris field, and it looks like it's really stretching from through the Nacogdoches area, Palestine, as we've seen, St. Augustine, Mansfield, Louisiana, Leeville, Louisiana. Again, the space shuttle was traveling at 6 times the speed of sound. This probably will be a very large debris field. As Tracy mentioned a few minutes ago, a U.S. official has declared the Space Shuttle Columbia gone, along with its crew.
Here's some amateur video that we're going to follow. We're seeing this also for the first time. Our folks have looked at it and then now put it up on the air, but let's see what we've got. Obviously, whoever this was who shot it was having a difficult time following the shuttle as it was coming in, but you can begin to see some of the material breaking up and breaking away from this. You've seen some other video that was on CBS News earlier, but this, again, amateur video, and that wasn't coming down necessarily. It was going across, and it's difficult to tell sometimes, at least in terms of a video perspective, exactly the pattern that this thing is making or exactly how it's flying. That was re-entering the atmosphere, but that was at about 200,000 feet as we repeat this video, and again, this person trying to hang on to this, but this is at a tremendous distance from where that camera is, of course, and trying to follow it. There you can see pieces, we know now, pieces of the shuttle coming apart. NASA saying just a short time ago that the shuttle is lost and all 7 astronauts are dead from this crash today and from this terrible tragedy that's hit NASA and hit the space program for this country.
Now, Tracy, the Space Shuttle Columbia, for those who aren't familiar with the Space Shuttle program, was a pioneer in the NASA's fleet. It was the oldest in the fleet, the first to enter Earth's orbit in 1981. It is the latest voyage, the 28th trip into orbit. Columbia was named after the ship that made the first American circling of the globe in 1792. Again, the Columbia was the oldest shuttle in the NASA fleet, making its first trip into orbit roughly 22 years ago.
I actually was right up, walked under, around, all around the Columbia when it was hangared that we were doing a report from NASA. And was down there for one of the earlier launches and was able to see Columbia at that time. All of the shuttles are just absolutely magnificent craft. I mean, it's just a tragedy. I don't mean to speak the obvious, but I think we all share in this. One of our witnesses having a difficult time telling us just a moment ago what she had seen, because the emotion of the moment has reached her, as I'm sure it will all of us. The folks in Israel had seen this as just sort of a major positive for them, and to have it turn around the way it has now for all of us is just a terrible thing. Karen.
And we are joined now by Raymond Cervantes. He is with the Hispanic Broadcasting Corporation. And Mr. Cervantes, I understand that was your video that we were looking at just a few moments ago.
Yes, it was.
And where were you when you took this?
Outside my house around 7:59 this morning.
And where is your house?
Located near Fort Worth, near the Trinity the helicopter area.
Okay.
Noticed the shuttle was coming by and decided to go out there and shoot some video. And shooting the video, noticed something strange, something that wasn't supposed to be happening. Noticed, looked like tile might be coming off of it. And as you can see on the video here, unbelievable.
Did you know then at that moment what was happening?
Yes, that's right. Noticed something before, seen previous shuttle re-entries, and noticed that the unbelievable sight. You would see that the tiles or something might have happened. This is something catastrophic.
So this was passing over like west to east, from your perspective?
That is right. It was coming over Los Angeles, and at that time I was watching NASA Select channel and monitoring the NASA channel and noticing that it would be coming over. So I came over and outside and noticed from west to east that it was a beautiful sight, as always, as it comes over. But then you notice something was going terribly wrong, as you notice parts and particles of the shuttle were coming off.
Yeah, it's really difficult to tell from your video, Raymond, how many pieces were coming down. Some obviously would have been too small to even see with the most sophisticated camera. But you can see, and your video captures very clearly, that it had broken apart. Did you hear an explosion?
I did, and it was about 10 minutes later. It happened around, I think it was like 8:05. And I did notice something that shook the house. And I live next to a Bell helicopter, and usually you hear sounds of helicopters and trucks going by, but this was a distinctly different sound. It was something that rattled the house, and I knew something must have happened. So I didn't switch on the television to learn that something tragic like this did happen.
You know, the shuttle program we've had 88 flights since the Challenger explosion 17 years ago. And they've almost become routine for so many people that they don't bother to look. So someone like Raymond, who actually followed the flight from Los Angeles and was watching on the NASA Select, it really must have been startling. First, because so many people who we've talked to just looked in the sky and saw something unusual, but you knew this was probably the shuttle.
This is something that doesn't happen. You see parts coming off. Usually on a routine shuttle reentry over Fort Worth and Dallas, you'll notice the shuttle just like this, but then you don't see the other particles coming off.
It almost looked like there was an airplane. It was in the southern part of your picture there at when it was a point, but maybe that was a piece of the debris coming off of it as well.
It looks, when it first starts off, a normal reentry, as other previous shuttles you see over Fort Worth and Dallas, a nice big trail, the plasma trail behind it, but then something does go wrong, and you do see particles and stuff coming off of the shuttle, and it's very tragic.
All right. Thank you very much, Raymond Cervantes. We appreciate your joining us this morning.
Nicely done, Raymond. We'll be using your video, I'm sure, many times
Thank
through
you
the day.
very much.
We appreciate you bringing it in to us.
And we are joined by phone now by Ron Witting. He is a photographer, and he also witnessed.
Ron, what'd you see?
Yes, Tracy, I can barely hear you. I'm getting TV commercials in the background on the telephone, but I am at the Mr. Brown's farm here, about 5 miles due west of Highway 155, where a large piece of debris from the shuttle was discovered. And I was there before the authorities got there. The piece of fuselage, you can tell by looking at the actual description of it, by looking at it, it did come from the space shuttle.
Now, Ron, I'm sorry, our producer was talking to us. Where did you say you were when this happened?
I'm exactly 8 to 10 miles north of Palestine on Highway 155. And right now I'm at a farm about 5 miles from the scene because they're not letting hardly anybody get close to it at this time.
Yeah, we've seen some fires in that area.
That's correct.
You've seen a lot of fires because of the apparent debris?
Apparently so. There's been some reports that a piece had fallen into a lake nearby, a private lake. And there are officials all over the place. There's military aircraft flying all over, and just everybody's looking as diligently as they possibly can.
Yeah, I suspect that they're going to be blocking off a lot of that area by air as well, so that some of the helicopters from the television stations won't be able to get in.
That's correct, Tracy. I heard a U.S. Marshal just a few minutes ago making a call to request that they not block the airspace off completely for the time being.
Yeah, you know that has to happen, and they will try very hard now to try to find firsthand where this stuff has been coming down, and they don't want the media out there trying to tell everybody where it is, frankly, because they don't want a lot of sightseers or souvenir hunters, going out and trying to pick these pieces
Also,
up.
too, Tracy, there's one place that I had found another piece of debris on the side of 321 before I came to Mr. Brown's farm to use the phone that they wouldn't even let me take a picture of, and it wasn't even bigger than a coffee cup.
So who was out there, Ron? Who was they that wouldn't let you take the picture?
It was the local fire department. The volunteer fire department had been instructed by the federal people and the sheriff department not to let the media take any pictures of it.
Yeah, well, did it just look like a piece of aluminum, maybe a heat shield to you, Ron? Did you get
it
to
wasn't
see
even that big, Tracy. It was about as big as a coffee cup. Now, the one I got video on just a few minutes ago is about an 8 by 12 or 8 by 15 piece that you could definitely tell it came from the shuttle.
Now, you say you're at Mr. Brown's farm. What did Mr. Brown hear this morning?
I've got a sound bite on him where he actually sat there at the table at breakfast and they heard a big boom. It sounded like a sonic boom. And he and his wife said, that's not supposed to be. They turned on the TV and found out that it was happening right here in their own backyard.
Ron, this debris field is at least going to be 100 miles or better.
At least.
Yeah, they're setting up command posts. I don't know if you've been able to make it by the command post yet or not.
And you know, Tracy...
No, sir, my next step is to meet Charles' live truck down at 287 and 19 so they can have this video for you to use shortly.
Well, Mr. Witting, we'll let you be on your way. Thank you very much for doing that for us. And Tracy, you were talking about this debris field and the length of this debris field. NASA does have a contingency plan in place, of course, in the event of a disaster, but it does make you wonder how you can prepare for something of this magnitude. I imagine, you know, they've alerted, as we know, the different police agencies, the fire agencies in the local areas, but it has got to be almost an impossibly difficult situation to control.
I'm sure that it is, and they try very hard, I think, NASA at least comes in and tries to, I have some friends who work at NASA, and they do try to come in and take charge of the scene, as you can imagine, and they do that usually with federal help, the FBI and others. But all of these places, we're talking to our friends over at Fort Hood this morning, and the colonel there telling us that they've also been placed on alert, so there are a lot of other, if you will, federal agencies, and the Army would certainly be that, that could be pressed into service, and they will simply cordon these areas off, and they will take a look at each and every small piece. Now, Ron was telling us a moment ago that one of these is about the size of a coffee cup. Well, they'll pick up pieces smaller than that and try to put it all back into some kind of shape. They'll try to determine that way what happened in this thing.
And, you know, as I was driving into work this morning, just looking at the litter on the side of the road anyway, this is going to be an incredibly difficult task for them to determine what is shuttle-related and what happened to fall off a truck that had driven by 2 weeks earlier. I mean, this is going to be a very, very difficult task for them. I'm
going to lean on our friends, Neal and Mike, one more time in the weather department. They have been looking at the pattern that this debris, that we know of at least, has taken. Now, it's probably even reached out even farther. But let's once again take a look at this sweep. And Neal, if you will, let's call you in and you can Tell us what we're seeing.
Once again, we came in a couple of hours ago and started taking a look at the radar, and pretty much you are seeing the debris field, and this pretty much coincides with the reports that we're getting this morning from law enforcement agencies, those that have been confirmed and those unconfirmed. Pretty much you see here's Athens and the Henderson County area, and you can see this little streak of blue right through here, which is a debris field across the heart of East Texas. This morning we are reporting that some debris has been found around downtown Nacogdoches, around the Commercial National Bank area. It also stretches through the San Augustine area. Just in case you're not very familiar with this part of the country, here's Lake Sam Rayburn, here's Toledo Bend Reservoir, here's the Sabine River area, here's Mansfield, Louisiana, and Leesville, Louisiana. So this morning we are getting a lot of reports of people who got up early this morning taking a look at East Texas, or those who live in western Louisiana, seeing our fireball, seeing something in the sky, and basically seeing some debris. So once again, as I loop this on the radar, in fact, we have some video right there. Tracy, I'm going to let you narrate this video.
Well, this is out around the Palestine area. We understand now from a number of people who are calling us in that this was a debris patch, excuse me, and this stuff comes down extremely hot, touched off this fire, and this area now is just all cordoned off. They're trying to, in fact, even keep helicopters and all other aircraft out of the area. Now, this is such a wide area, we're wondering at this point whether this would have any kind of effect on flights out of any of the airports in the area. We don't know that, but if they're going to try to cordon off the airspace, as you can see from the sweep here, that's a rather long area. If they have to go around that, that could begin to delay some flights.
Tracy, we're joined now by Sheriff John Hobson of Anderson County, right there in the Palestine area. Sheriff?
Good morning.
Is this, we're looking at pictures right now of appears to be a fire in a field. Can you confirm for us that this is debris?
I can't see exactly what you're looking at right now, but I do know that we have had a few small fires, but nothing that wasn't containable. And we did have a couple of fires called in, but no debris associated with those small fires.
We know that a command post has been set up in the Palestine area, Sheriff. Perhaps you can tell us the area that command post would be responsible for.
Well, we're a county of about 1,200 square miles east of Interstate 45, and we're tracking a debris field from basically northwest part of the county all the way across toward a southeast trajectory.
So then it would overlap with the command post that'll be set up in the Nacogdoches area.
We'll be working with the command post in Nacogdoches, yes. And I've talked to NASA, and I understand that that's where they're sending one of their helicopters right now.
Okay. Sheriff, if you will, just tell us what NASA told you, how they're coming into the area, if they already are in control of all of these sites.
Well, as we speak, we're still trying to document all the calls that are coming into our office where the debris is located in the county. And in talking with NASA, they've told us to stay away from it, don't touch it. If someone has touched it, we'll send them to the local emergency rooms. And we're trying to document it for NASA, and they'll hopefully be here later on in the day or as quick as they can.
So, Sheriff, that does bring an interesting point or an interesting question. Have you heard any reports of people touching this debris not knowing what it was?
Yes, I have, and we have a couple of people here in the county. We have told them to go to the emergency room, and we're trying to get it out over our emergency communications center that if, in fact, people have touched it or in some way come in contact with it, to go to the emergency room and treat it and to be treated and looked at.
But just again, you haven't heard of anyone being hurt so far?
No one hurt, but I have heard of people actually touching the debris, so we are referred them to the emergency rooms.
Okay, Sheriff John Hobson, we appreciate it. I know you're very busy over there this morning. How many people, can you tell me how many people you have actually working out of that command center? How many people have dispersed across the area to try to protect these sites?
I have right now probably in excess of 150 to 200 people here within the county through emergency management and volunteer fire departments and different law enforcement agencies as well as the state. We have folks from the governor's office here. Clif Johnson's here from the governor's office, and Todd Staples, the state senator, is here. And we're just inundated, as you can imagine, with calls and just trying to work through it the best we can. But
Sheriff,
we're getting a lot of assistance from the governor's office and from the state and federal authorities, and we appreciate everything that they're doing.
And we appreciate you, and we thank you for taking the time out of a very busy morning to talk with us. We appreciate it, Sheriff.
You guys have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Bye-bye.
And right now we want to go to Washington, D.C., and the CBS News correspondent Elaine Quijano joins us now. Elaine, what word are you hearing out of Washington?
Good afternoon. Well, what we are hearing, good afternoon to you, Tracy or Karen. President Bush is headed back at this hour to the White House from Camp David, where he cut his weekend short. Camp David, of course, being the presidential retreat. The president wanted to come back here so that he could better monitor the situation and be close to his advisors who are now huddling in the White House Situation Room. As I said, the president is due to arrive at the White House at any moment. The flag behind me on the White House is now at half-mast. President Bush, his advisors, and especially folks at the Department of Homeland Security, very quick to put out the information that they have no indication at this point that this shuttle accident was caused by a terrorist act. I want to be very clear on that right now. Now, why do they believe that? They say it's because of the space shuttle's high altitude, something like 200,000 feet up when this incident occurred, whatever it was. They say because of that, it is highly unlikely, that's the phrase that they've been using, highly unlikely that this was caused by a terrorist act. That is the information that we are hearing now, and the president making his way over to the White House as we speak. Tracy and Karen.
We're just curious. I don't know. I hate to throw you curves like this, but have you been able to get any kind of, excuse me, NASA reports there in Washington? How NASA is dealing with this, Elaine?
Well, you know, it's tough because we're trying to monitor various sources of information. As you know, that briefing by NASA is scheduled to happen here a short time from now. And the information that we're hearing is much the same that you are hearing there. And what we're just trying to do is arriving at the White House, there might be any kind of word of a press briefing. At this point, we have not heard that the White House plans any kind of official briefing. That certainly could change, especially once NASA gives their news conference. And as has happened in past incidents, the White House obviously wanting to take every precaution and make sure that they don't unnecessarily alarm people. They want to get their hands on as much information as possible, including, one would imagine, what comes out of this NASA press conference before they go ahead and make any kind of statement to the public. Tracy and Karen.
And Elaine, we missed what you were saying. We had expected there to possibly be a NASA press conference about an hour ago. Do you have an updated time?
What we're hearing is probably about 40 minutes or so, about 1 o'clock Eastern, 12 Central is what we are hearing for a NASA news conference out of Florida, the Kennedy Space Center there. And one would imagine, of course, the White House going to be monitoring that very closely and perhaps their own briefing, although we should note that right now we don't have any kind of official word that they're going to be having a briefing. But as I was trying to say before, essentially, as is customary, White House officials wanting to gather as much information as they can in a developing situation like this before they come out and make any kind of public statement. Again, the word that we're hearing out of Florida is that at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 Central, there will be, or there's scheduled to be, a briefing by NASA officials there. Tracy and Karen.
Okay, Elaine, very informative. We appreciate it very much. Elaine Quijano talking with us this morning from Washington, D.C., where she's been monitoring the situation. The president expected to make a statement, and as Elaine was just pointing out to us, maybe in about 40 minutes, NASA will have a news conference and will talk with us about these things. Peggy Pico, our health reporter, medical reporter, is also on the telephone, or now Peggy is live with us this morning from our Dallas newsroom. And Peggy, if you will, talk to us about what was on board this flight and the other things that you've checked into.
Okay, Tracy, well, I just talked to Dr. Ahmed Idris. He is NASA's human spaceflight rescue team. The shift focused almost immediately after he got word from rescuing those on board to the fuel fallout that could potentially pose an environmental danger. However, what he told me was this: there was a small amount of toxic fuel on board. That toxic fuel burns up upon re-entry. Specifically, the fuel is nitrogen trioxide and hydrazine. Now, what you need to know about that toxic fuel is this: it can remain after a fire and become oily residual on debris. That is the concern with NASA right now. Here's what he has to say about it.
Although there's an extremely low danger, I think, of a toxic exposure, it's still remotely possible that some fuel could remain in a tank that hadn't ruptured or burnt up. And so I think NASA is really just warning people of the remote possibility, and they prefer them not to handle any of that, as well as the fact that there's probably going to be a very in-depth analysis of exactly what happened, and I'm sure that every piece of the space shuttle that can be found will be analyzed very carefully to try to prevent something like this from happening in the future. And so we don't want anyone touching any of those pieces and altering the site.
Now, we have had reports that people have picked up debris just out of curiosity. The concern is about the oily residual that's left on there. If you have touched debris, it is recommended that you go to the emergency room, get that checked out. But again, because of forensics, they want to find out what happened. They're going to test every single bit of debris. Besides your own safety, NASA is requesting that if you think you have found a piece of debris, please do not pick it up. Please do not touch it. Despite the heat factor, that it could still be burning, because as you know, Tracy, oil can burn for a long, long time once the fire is out.
Yeah, there are all sorts of things that actually coat these materials too. So we appreciate it, Peggy. Thank you very much for sharing with us this morning all of that very good information that Peggy was able to pick up.
Elaine, Quijano mentioned that at the White House, the flag at the White House is flying at half staff. NASA has not come out and declared this. Declared the astronauts gone, but one U.S. official speaking on the condition of anonymity has said they're gone, and this is definitely a national tragedy.
NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe will have a press briefing from the Kennedy Space Center. That'll be coming up at noon Central Time, so in a little over 30 minutes. I want to call in Mike Berger, and Mike, you were there when the shuttle Challenger went down. Talk to us about that. I know you've talked to some friends there this morning, too.
Yeah, I actually, Tracy, when I worked in Florida, I started covering the first shuttle flight and then covered them all up through Challenger. And I was standing in my backyard the morning that Challenger went up and exploded. Interestingly enough, what some people may not know, the two booster rockets, the solid fuel booster rockets, once they're lit on takeoff, and if you'll remember, the Challenger lifting off, once those boosters are lit, they cannot be shut off. So that's why they continue to fly, and that's always been a concern of liftoff down at the Space Center. I did talk to a friend of mine this morning who lives in Titusville. I know a number of people who work at KSC. Of course, because of the Israeli colonel flying on this mission, there was extra security. But even after 9/11, KSC had automatic weapons, machine guns, and overflights by Air Force pilots and planes to assure that there would be no terrorist attacks on it. The coverage was a little more extensive at this liftoff, but once the shuttle was lifted off, then there really wasn't any concern until it came back, because there's, at 200,000 feet, I don't know of any missile, maybe you do, that could shoot the shuttle down at that height. NASA's main concern is once it gets below 50,000 feet, but then it is over Florida and it's making its final turns. Now, some people said they heard an explosion this morning or a boom. When you get the shuttle getting low enough into the atmosphere, what you actually hear is a twin sonic boom. They're very close together. They go boom, boom. And then the shuttle has come through the speed of sound, or the sound barrier, and it's starting to slow down. So the people may have heard that, or they possibly could have heard the explosion, indeed, of the shuttle as it was going across north central Texas.
Mike, this video that we're looking at right now, this was taken over Lafayette, Louisiana, I believe by a meteorologist there who happened to be taping this. He was expecting the shuttle to come into the area, and this is what he saw when he brought out his camera.
See, what normally happens, everything that flies, every airplane, the shuttle, everything has a flight axis, as you're probably aware, and that axis is the center of the vehicle. And if there was anything that created a yaw in that space shuttle, it would create tremendous pressure on one side, and it would be very hard to control, and there's a possibility that that may have contributed to some sort of explosion. As you've said before, there is some residual toxic fuel left, and that's why nobody should touch this stuff, because it is dangerous. And so just be very, very careful. We can't stress that enough. If you see something, by all means, just call your local police agencies and let them come out and take it.
Yeah, this is no time to be out there trying to collect souvenirs,
no.
Folks. Just stay away from these areas, and you can get yourself into some big trouble anyway, because NASA, excuse me, will be trying to collect all of these pieces, the tiniest piece, Mike, and they'll try to reassemble to find out what happened.
Well, what's amazing about that, Tracy, when Challenger blew up, all the debris was out over the ocean, and it was amazing the amount of debris they found to piece the Challenger back together and determine exactly what happened. There was also, I have it on pretty good authority, that part of the crew quarters was found in the ocean and brought back in, and now all of those pieces have been dropped down into a old missile silo at KSC. But I just can't imagine. This friend of mine's son has worked on the Columbia since its inception, and there's a tight lockdown now at KSC, and everybody down there is devastated because it was just, what, 3 days ago, 17, 18 years ago, that Challenger indeed blew up. So this is something they never wanted to see again. I never thought I'd see something like this again.
You know, for the people who haven't seen one of these shuttles up close, Mike, it really is kind of an awe-inspiring thing to walk up next to one of them. You don't realize just how very, very large, and frankly, how they look almost cumbersome when you see them on the ground or in the hangars.
Oh, exactly. It looks like a brick. It's very stubby, and I've been fortunate enough to be inside the shuttle, and if some of you have been down to KSC and have taken the tours down there, they now do have a mock-up of one of the shuttles there that you can actually go inside and see what it's like. It's a fantastic piece of equipment, and there's literally millions of pieces that have gone into manufacturing this thing. And quite honestly, I've had engineers just tell me they just shake their head every time it flies because there's so many potential problems. And they continue to fly, and they've had, I think, 88 successful missions since Challenger blew up.
And you don't realize about, do you remember, in fact, it was probably around the time of the Challenger tragedy or shortly after that time, they were taking a look at all of the shuttles at that time. And I mean, if these things even had any kind of a slight tear, if you will, off of some of those heat shields, that thing was not going to go up. I mean, they were just extremely cautious. And I don't know if we've lost some of that over the years, Mike. These things have become so routine, but I know there was some difficulty with this flight when it first took off.
Well, the one thing I can say about that, Tracy, I know a number of people, again, who work at KSC. Some of them work in the logistical department, and logistics is responsible for all materials that go into the shuttles, or for that matter, any launches at KSC. And one of the problems that some of them have told me, and again, they don't want their names used, but they say that because of budget cutbacks and things, they have actually cannibalized parts from other shuttles to put on shuttles so they can fly.
Yeah, we have heard that as well. Thank you, Mike Berger. We'll be checking back both with Mike and with Neal, and both of them putting in just great yeoman service for us this morning. And Mike spent so much time down in Florida, as did you. I know you
I was there
worked
for 3
in
years.
Florida. Yeah, worked in Florida as well.
And every shuttle launch, because of the Challenger disaster, was covered from start to finish.
Absolutely.
And because of the importance of it, especially in that area, we really, we watched every landing, every takeoff, and it was just something that was very, very important to the folks in that area. Betty Nguyen joins us now. She is in Arlington, and Betty, we understand that there might be some debris at that house.
Karen, the audio is coming in and out, but I will tell you that we are in the 2500 block of Monterey here in Arlington, where a piece of debris has been spotted in the yard here. Now, it's just really one item, and it's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is. If we can zoom in on it, and we also have some video that we want to show you. Now, this is a white, purplish looking object. It's still, again, not known what this is, but some people kind of compare it to a candle and say it also has somewhat of a waxy texture. But just for safety purposes, we have been told by the FBI that there has been a similar object found in Rockwall. So because there is somewhat of a connection there, they want to secure this scene and make sure that authorities can get here in time to check out this object and find out exactly what it is. But again, there have been pieces of this in the roadways. I don't know if we can zoom out to see some of that, but there are some waxy residue substances on the roadway throughout this street. And also, we did talk to the homeowner who said that earlier this morning he was in the house and he heard a boom, felt the house shook, and really didn't think much of it until he turned on the television and saw what had happened after that. But then he went out to grab the paper, and that is when he saw this object. So let's listen to what he had to say. His name is James Adams.
Well, we heard something like something hitting the house. Sounded like something hit the roof. And I wasn't sure what it was, so I got up to see about my father, who was staying with us, and he was up, and he was okay. I thought he might have fallen, and then I didn't think any more about it until after we got up and turned the TV on, and they were talking about the space shuttle breaking up. And I came out to get the newspaper, and this was laying in the yard, and didn't know what it was, so I said, well, we better call 911 and let them come check it and see. And so we've had fire trucks and the DPS and Arlington police all out here.
That's right, the fire department has been out here today, and we understand that they checked the object, still don't know exactly what it is, so that's why they called it in, and the FBI is on the way. Don't know exactly when they will get here, but this object will be tested later today, and we'll determine exactly what it is, if it is indeed something that may have fallen off the space shuttle. Back to you, Karen and Tracy.
All right, now, Betty, we saw that the Arlington police officer has cordoned off the area. Have they been in touch, or have you seen any federal officers, anything like that?
The FBI is not here just yet, but we do understand DPS has been here, and the Arlington Fire Department has been here checking out the object in the yard. And again, it's just one piece, and it does look like a whitish candle with a purple colored center in the middle of it. And again, on the streets around this area, we're seeing little pieces of what appears to be a waxy substance. So we don't know exactly what it is, but they are comparing it to something that may be similar to a candle.
Okay, Betty Nguyen reporting from Arlington. You can imagine from Arlington all the way back over to Nacogdoches, this is a really very large field. And
given the size of the craft, as you and Mike were talking about, I mean, this is a massive piece of equipment.
Oh, yeah, and it just, I mean, we're going to be, there are pieces of it out there that of course, haven't been spotted yet, right, too. And again, we caution you folks, please don't try to pick any of this stuff up. Again, this is some of the video that we have. We have from a couple of photographers who were watching this as it was coming in. One locally in Fort Worth, at the edge of Fort Worth, and then the other from Louisiana over at Shreveport, I understand, a meteorologist shooting video.
And now, Tracy, talk to us a little bit about the Israeli reaction. You had just spent a good week there, just returned earlier last week.
Yeah, we had actually, we were over there during the time of the launch, and all of the television and radio stations carried interviews, profiles of the colonel. They were talking as though it were truly a new era. All of the newspapers carried, and this is really strange at this time, if you consider the tragedy and the violence that's been taking place in that part of the world, all of that violence being replaced with these positive headlines about the colonel going up and being the first Israeli astronaut to fly. So this...
finally some good news for them.
Oh, exactly. I mean, this was a breakthrough in terms of just having something positive to talk about in their newspapers, and it was a sort of a unifying thing over there too. But also that's why there were so many people who were paying attention to this particular flight, because there was always this great concern. And you know that NASA and others took some great precautions with this flight, which is another very interesting thing about it. I mean, how it was that on this flight, with all of the security that surrounded it, and all of the safety precautions that were taken, it would be this flight of all flights that would end in tragedy. Colonel Ramon, 48 years old, a colonel in Israel's Air Force, a former fighter pilot. He'd survived 2 of Israel's wars and became the first man from his country to fly on any space mission. His presence resulted in an increase in security, not only for Columbia's launch, but also for its planned landing. and space agency officials had feared that his presence might make the shuttle more of a terrorist target. But again, today the government saying repeatedly there's no evidence that this in any way involved any terrorist organization.
Now, I know that NASA was concerned, and you and Mike touched on this a few minutes ago, upon liftoff, that something might have happened, that a piece of the rocket booster, I believe it was, fell off and hit part of the left wing, I believe it was, of the Columbia. And, you know, in doing so, if it in any way damaged one of those ceramic tiles that acts as a heat shield, they had to have known that upon re-entry, it could have been dangerous.
They did not consider it to be a big deal. When the thing took off and they had this problem, they said, no, this is not important. It is not important. Now, whether it has ultimately some bearing on today's tragedy, of course, is still to be seen as they begin to put these things together. We have on the telephone with us Judge McKinney now from Anderson County, the Palestine area. Judge, thank you for joining us. What can you tell us? How are things progressing now in your county?
Well, our emergency responders are doing a really good job of trying to take and secure all the scenes where we're having debris reported right now. Department of Public Safety and the Sheriff's Department and our volunteer fire departments are all working together to try to take and make sure that those scenes are secured for the investigating agencies that will be in here shortly.
Yeah, well, can you tell us how many incidents of debris do you have in your county now? Has there been any kind of account that's been run on this?
A total, not yet. There's just been the Sheriff's Department's been flooded with calls. We got some of those calls into my office, and I even got some at home that debris was just pretty well scattered from south to northeast Anderson County.
Now, Judge, the sheriff was telling us a little earlier that he has been in contact with NASA officials. Are they on the scene yet?
Not to my knowledge. You know, they may be, but I know they were en route. And I'm at a different location from the Sheriff's Department. We were trying to set up a place for the media out here at the Civic Center to gather and have a room to gather in.
He was saying, the sheriff was also saying that people had picked up, they knew that there had been some incidents where people had picked up some of the pieces, and they were telling him, first of all, as we've been saying all morning long, please don't do that, but secondly, that you're setting up some emergency facilities. If anybody was hurt, to come in, report, or call in, and you'll make sure that there are people who'll get out and help them, right?
Yes, sir, and they should probably report to the hospital. We have contacted the hospital and advised them that they may have individuals that have touched the materials or something to show up there at the emergency room.
Have you been in contact at all, Judge, with your partners over around the Nacogdoches area?
Did I lose you?
Well, it sounds like we have faded out there. It may have been on a cell phone. I'm not sure.
The phone clicked. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, we've lost him, but we appreciate Judge McKinney from Anderson County, the Palestine area, talking to us.
And we have pictures again of this debris that Betty Nguyen was reporting from a house in Arlington in the 2500 block of Monterey. They found what appears to be a little piece of the shuttle with the consistency of candle wax, a white purplish hue. And she said that they also found something similar to this in the Rockwall area. So officials are very interested in this piece of what appears to be debris. They've cordoned off the yard in that at that home and keeping people away.
You know, we were talking about what was happening in Israel with the colonel there, but also front pages of Indian newspapers today were carrying pictures of Kalpana Chawla. She's the young woman who graduated from University of Texas at Arlington, virtually a local person, the first Indian-born woman in space, to celebrate her expected return then to Earth on the Space Shuttle Columbia. These newspapers were out there all over India today celebrating her. And the irony is, of course, that she didn't make it. The return never happened after the Space Shuttle Columbia broke apart at about 203,000 feet over North Texas, minutes before it was to land then in Florida. And the scientific secretary of the Indian Space Research Organization said, quote, "What can anyone say? except that we are aghast at this terrible tragedy.
Chawla earned her master's degree in aerospace engineering at UTA in 1984. She boarded the shuttle as a mission specialist, a scientist who was trained to perform experiments in space. And this was her second flight.
Was just terribly excited about all of this stuff. Don't you know that these folks, to get to this point of being astronauts, have been dedicated virtually all of their lives to the kinds of training that ultimately they were able to get? I know that all of us here in the news business have been fortunate enough to meet some of the astronauts, and without exception, these are just remarkable men and women who are impressive to talk to them. They're folks who are scientists, and at the same time, they have a real sense of adventure. They're just the frontiersmen of our age, and to think that we've lost 7 of them this way is just a tragedy that is just truly beyond description right now.
You know, and as you mentioned, these flights have become so routine for so many people. We don't look at it with the excitement. I say we, the collective we, meaning many Americans don't look at it with a sense of excitement that these people certainly did. But when you think about it, when you take a step back and you look, you realize this really is an amazing thing that they're doing. And all of the things that they are learning from that time in space, the week or so that they spend in space.
Yeah, they're doing different experiments every time they go up, and this, of course, is all leading to a time when we'll not only have a space station, but perhaps even be able to use that space station to launch trips further into space. And with all of the negative things happening on Earth for a lot of folks, this has been just a tremendous boost always, and people who follow what's been happening at NASA have said for quite a while that this is the one thing that we can share with all of our partners around the world. And NASA has, of course, on many missions taken up other folks, Russians and other people from different countries who have been participants in the NASA program. It is, in other words, it's something that is a true common denominator that we all share with humankind around the globe. And there aren't just many things out there that we share in this way.
And I know the folks at Mission Control are literally just stunned this morning. We understand that it's not atypical to lose contact with the shuttle upon re-entry, but when that loss of contact stretched out, they all just stared at their screens, just in disbelief at what they were seeing and knowing what probably had happened.
Bits of machinery, other metal debris found strewn across the city of Nacogdoches this morning, hours after the Shuttle Columbia broke apart. It's all over Nacogdoches, and it's all over the Palestine area, too. There are several little pieces. We've been talking about this, too. Some parts of machinery, parts perhaps of the heat shield, parts that have been unidentified, different colors of pieces as they're coming down, some having a sort of glassy texture and look, other parts being obviously very metallic. NASA lost contact with the spaceship while it was at an altitude of about 40 miles and traveling at 6 times the speed of sound.
That's right, and you mentioned, Tracy, that there's debris all over Palestine. One dentist, I understand, found a chunk of debris inside his office. It came through the roof of the office. We've seen fields on fire in Palestine, and this is going to stretch out quite a ways, again, because of the speed of the spacecraft at the time. It's 6 times the speed of sound, and again, as you mentioned, the altitude, 40 miles.
As you can see from the graphic we have up on your screen, President Bush will address the nation. The Shuttle Columbia did explode over North Texas this morning. At Kennedy Space Center, we're expecting a press briefing in about a little over 15 minutes at noon our time, and it's 11:48, almost 11:49 right now. At the Kennedy Space Center, the flag next to the countdown clock has been lowered to half staff. NASA officials have been very reluctant to confirm that the crew was dead, but there have been other NASA officials who have said privately, yes, they are gone. And of course, they have also confirmed that the shuttle itself is gone. They've tried to dispatch as many teams as possible into North Texas to try to begin to piece this whole thing together.
And we are going to go back now to meteorologist Neal Barton in our storm center. Neal,
Once again, folks, just in case you're just joining us again, taking a look at our radar this morning, you can see this trail, this debris field across East Texas on toward western Louisiana. This is just in case you're getting up and getting going and tuning in this very late Saturday morning. Looking at the radar, you can see this little trail you see right through here. We're already getting phone calls from other CBS affiliates across the country trying to tap into our radar. You can see it right through here. Meteorologist Mike Berger has more to add on that. Mike?
Yeah, Neal, basically what we're looking at here, and Tracy and Karen have certainly talked about the pieces that people are finding, and I think just to reiterate what they've said, it's very important to understand that most of these pieces are going to be very, very small. I did hear one report of a gentleman down near Russ who said he thought he found a tile off the shuttle, and I'll just give you a clue on that, and Tracy, you've probably handled these tiles as well. They're very light, and they're kind of a graphite color, and they do have a number of numbers on them because each tile is individually cut and set for its particular part of the shuttle. So if you find something like that, that's probably what that's going to be. But what we're seeing here, as Neal is showing you now, is probably suspended gases, probably some water out of the space shuttle, and things that are actually suspendable in air because it's very light, because the heavy piece obviously have come to the ground.
As Mike, as you said before, and Tracy and Karen, this is not a family event. A few moments ago, we had pictures from our helicopter and around the Palestine area, people out surrounding a fire, the family dog running around. Get away from any sort of debris. The propellants used in the space shuttle are very, very dangerous. They're hazardous, so get away and contact your law enforcement officials.
Yeah, we've mentioned that even after the fire is out, the toxins remain.
We're going to go to Michael Hill in just a moment, but back to Mike Berger. Mike, you were talking, and I think it's very important about these tiles. I tried to use the analogy of an armadillo, but it truly is that kind of armor plating that this thing is covered with because it's so remarkably hot as the thing is getting back into the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly, Tracy. If you get a good picture of the shuttle, if you have a picture of the shuttle, everything that you see that is black in color on the shuttle is a tile covering that surface. You'll see it on the nose of the shuttle, you'll see it on the complete underbelly of the shuttle, and also along the leading edge of the wings, which is actually a carbon-carbon. It's very, very hot, it's very heat resistant, and as you said earlier, I was listening to you, that something supposedly fell off the exterior tank when the shuttle was taking off. Now, if that were the case, and when they got into orbit, they were able to see on cameras if that had really done any damage. But if they couldn't see a little crack or something like that coming down at this speed, at that intense heat, it's about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, who knows if that crack could have made all the difference in the world on the leading edge of a wing. Now, it'll take months to figure it out.
We appreciate your expertise, Mike. Thank you very much. Michael Hill is standing by now, and we have been showing video this morning taken from by an amateur. Well, I guess he's a professional,
yes,
considering
that's
the
right.
fact. We'd originally call it amateur photography. Michael, talk to us about what you have here.
Yes, Tracy, those pictures come from Raymond Cervantes. He's the production director for the Hispanic Broadcasting Corporation, some 4 radio stations here in Dallas-Fort Worth. He stepped outside his house in Fort Worth this morning and took pictures with his Canon digital camera, and here's what he saw, and here's what he described. Take us back to the moment you were looking through the viewfinder of your camera, and describe what you were seeing and what you were feeling and what you were thinking.
Well, I stepped outside, and the express intent to videotape the shuttle as it comes over, as usually does. Usually looking to the west and notice the shuttle as it comes in. It starts as a bright star, and then it flares up, and then you'll notice the plasma trail, the distinct plasma trail that lasts for a couple of minutes in the atmosphere as it's coming in. It's doing about 17,000 miles an hour at 200,000 feet. So it is going pretty quickly. It will transverse from the west to the east within about 20 seconds. And once it leaves our area, our viewing area, in about 7 minutes later, it's landed in Florida. So it's quite a quick ride.
And describe what you saw this morning. The moment you noticed something was unusual.
I noticed something unusual. My wife told me that looks like there was something flying next to the shuttle. And then I expressed to her that it might just be a tile or a piece of ice that might just come off of the shuttle. And then I did notice that there was a couple other pieces coming off. And on the video, you can see where it looks like there's 4 or 5, and then all of a sudden a plume, just like maybe a big puff, and then more pieces are starting to come off. So that could be the point where the actual explosion took place over North Texas.
At what point did you realize that there was something very unusual, that there was something wrong?
I did notice something unusual than any other reentry. Usually about 7 to 8 minutes later, you could hear a double sonic boom way off in the distance. But this one happened too quickly. It happened about 5 minutes after the shuttle passed over, and it shook the house. It rattled the glass. It sounded like a big explosion. I live next to Bell Helicopter in Hurst, and you usually get helicopters and trucks that go by that are pretty loud, and they rattle the house a little bit. But this was a distinct boom. It did rattle the house, and I just wondered what it was. I turned the TV on, and I did notice that something had tragic happened to the shuttle.
And at what point, what did you say to yourself as you're watching this? What were you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking maybe that is something like a tile or some pieces of debris that might have come off, but this is routine. You know, the shuttle comes in, it's protected by its heat tiles, it's been tested, but this is the oldest shuttle in the fleet. It is 16 years old. It's had maybe 32 flights on her. And it has been retrofitted about 2 years ago with a glass cockpit. It's up to standards now in today's technology. But what we saw today is very tragic.
Now, Cervantes there, as we were saying, is a production director for the Hispanic Broadcasting Corporation. He says he's taking pictures of the Mir spacecraft and the shuttle Discovery re-entering orbit, but he said this third time with the Columbia shuttle here was very tragic, as you heard him just say. He's going to turn to the camera now, turn to the screen, and describe exactly what he's seeing and what he's taking pictures of. This is something falling off the shuttle there. We're seeing there. It's small pieces to the right.
Right. You'll see.
What are those?
You'll see, I believe, 1 or 2 of these. It could be a tile as it's coming in, and right there you'll see a tile come off. But then you'll notice as the video plays, you'll see a brighter plume, which happens right there, and that could be something like pressurized tanks maybe blowing up, or something like something catastrophic.
At what point did you realize there was something wrong with this, that this was unusual, that this was...
Well, I went back into the house thinking that everything's okay. I looked at the NASA Select channel, and they did state that they had lost contact with the shuttle. And at that point, I knew something was wrong. And then at that moment, about a minute later, I did hear that big, loud bang. And it was a loud boom that I've never experienced before. I've heard sonic booms in the past, but this was something that was unbelievable.
What do you think the boom was, the explosion?
It could have been the explosion. It is traveling at 17,000 miles an hour. I think that's probably 20 times the speed of sound. Anything like that, entering the atmosphere is going to cause some loud kind of boom explosion.
Raymond Cervantes there, one of thousands of North Texans watching the Space Shuttle Columbia re-entry orbit here over Texas early this morning, and watching not with just 2 eyes, but with 3 eyes, his Canon digital camera. Tracy, Karen, back to you.
Okay, Mike, thank you very much.
And we understand we have some more debris video from Lufkin this time.
Yeah, new video that we've just gotten in here, and again, you got to understand how big this debris path is from Arlington all the way back over to far East Texas and Nacogdoches.
This appears to be a very big piece. Tracy, you might be able to speak more of this, but it looks like a giant piece of aluminum, actually a few pieces there, and you see members of what maybe the National Guard, I believe I heard, was called out in that area.
This thing looks almost embedded in the ground too, Karen. It could have come down with quite a bit of force. Mike, you recognize any of that stuff as you're looking at it? Just feel free to pop in.
Okay, no, I don't, Tracy, but probably what has happened there, and it would be hard to recognize until the engineers at NASA put it together. It's probably twisted. It could be damaged or the shape changed because of an explosion. Important to remember here, too, when we were looking at that video, if you'll remember, we kind of saw that puff of smoke, and then the shuttle seemed to go a little bit further, and then all of a sudden you started to see the pieces come off, and that may have been the point of explosion if, and this is strictly just a wild guess here, but if some of those tiles came off, that skin of the shuttle is basically aluminum, and at 3,000 degrees, it takes a matter of seconds to burn a hole into that.
Well, and the life support systems. I mean, you're talking about cryogenics that can be terribly volatile if exposed.
Exactly. Liquid oxygen, they have that on board, and if you mix that with air or some other chemicals, it can just explode in a second.
Well, NASA will try to put all this back together. If you heard Mike just a few minutes ago remind us of the fact that the tile are almost like painting by numbers. They put these things on. They're not all the same shape either, Mike.
No, not all the same shape, not all the same thickness.
That's right.
It just depends on where that shuttle's going to be and what heat is going to hit it. And it's, all of us, most of us been in an airplane, when you start coming down, you feel the pressure because the air is holding that plane up underneath it. Well, imagine where the heat is hitting that, and that's where the thickest tiles be.
Yeah, and it isn't unusual for them to lose a few tile on re-entry.
No, sure isn't. As a matter of fact, one of the first things they do when the shuttle lands is to go and check out those tiles because, as you said, Tracy, each one of them is a singular piece.
Right.
So they have to go back and they have to make sure they have it or they have to manufacture that piece.
In fact, they even went back, they re-engineered this thing and put some more heat tiles on them because they were losing more than they thought they should be losing in the earlier flights in this program. They've done all kinds of due diligence on this thing.
They sure have, and the whole thing started, of course, when Challenger blew up because of the O-ring. It was an extremely cold morning, and as it took off, I was watching it as it was lifting off because I lived in Orlando at the time, so you watched the first 5 seconds on TV, then you walked outside and you could see it, even though it was 50 miles away. And you could see the burn hole being created as Challenger lifted off, and it was like, oh, and unfortunately that happened. So
let me just interrupt here because we are expecting a statement from Sean O'Keefe, NASA administrator, at any second now. So if I interrupt you as we're discussing about, talking about all this, you'll know why that is. We're going to go there immediately, of course, as soon as that signal comes out.
That's right. Now, Mike Berger does have extensive knowledge about NASA. You did live in that area, and you covered the NASA program while you were there. Now, I know that after the Challenger disaster, they went to great lengths to find a way, because as many people aren't aware, the Challenger shuttle itself did not explode. They found a great portion of it intact. In the ocean, and they tried to make an escape area.
Well, yeah, the shuttle, the crew quarters, if you will, or the cockpit, is actually connected in 4 places. And there's been talk from time to time about making that so if something were to happen, it would be ejected forward and act as kind of a cocoon to drop the crew. That has never been done now, and I don't know why. It may not be practical or whatever the case, but there was some talk, and again, strictly talk, that when the Challenger exploded, that they did find some of the crew in the cockpit in the ocean.
I remember I was there, and there was some, it was sort of a macabre discovery that a lot of people, frankly, just didn't want to talk about at the time.
Well, that's exactly right, Tracy. And something else to remember. Let's go back to that time, because you remember how extensive NASA and the government, all the hearings, all the money that was spent, the entire report took a long, long time. And to this day, every once in a while, a piece of Challenger will wash up on the beach in Florida.
The other thing, too, that we have to be mindful of is that each time these happen, as you're mentioning, Mike, there will be this huge congressional inquiry into what happened and whether there was enough money that had been dedicated to the program, whether we need to devote more money, or whether there'll be those folks who'll stand up and say, no, let's just bring a halt to the whole thing so that we can see where we are.
Well, that's exactly true, and that brings up another point, Tracy. We have a huge space station with astronauts up there. How long is it going to be? How long can they stay there before we have to go and get them?
Exactly.
Right, because there is going to be a lot of concern about sending another shuttle into the ground.
Absolutely.
I mean, because it really will be. After the Challenger exploded, it was quite some time before they felt ready to send another shuttle into space.
Well, exactly, and they're going to have to be very, very careful of that, because they will ground all the shuttles now until they get something. So it's going to be a real concern about time, because those astronauts can't stay in the space station forever.
Well, there are so many countries that are involved. Russia's going to have to take another look at its program, the rebuilding of the space station and the whole thing. And you can say, gee, that is really too bad. This is some sort of probably explainable accident that's taken place here. Why does everything have to come to a halt? Well, it's for the very reason that it is an accident. That is to say that probably somebody made a mistake someplace, and it was, if you consider all the monitoring devices that are aboard the shuttle anyway, it'll tell you about any flaw in the skin. I mean, the thing is constantly reassessing its own flight capabilities. Why wasn't that brought to the crew's attention?
That's exactly right, and you know as well as I do, Tracy, that when it comes to launching the shuttle, if there is any glitch or anything that looks irregular on a computer program, it's, let's wait another day. They're just very, very cautious.
We're going to go back now to Neal Barton. You have something you want to share with us, Neal?
Just basically more in the safety realm. Once again, taking a look at our radar this morning, you can see the debris field right through here across East Texas. As Mike was saying a few moments ago, a lot of this particular matter, gases that are still suspended in the air across East Texas. But once we show you this little loop, I want to zoom out one more time and pretty much go back in time from this morning when we first had an idea that something was going wrong. This morning we have had reports, some confirmed, some not, of all sorts of debris from Dallas-Fort Worth down across most of East Texas on through western Louisiana. And as we have been saying all morning long, once again, if you're out in your yard, your field, your pasture, whatever, if you find something that does not look right, call the law enforcement officials. Do not surround it yourself. Do not pick it up. And again, just in case you're just joining us this morning, we're getting all sorts of reports, some confirmed, some not, around Dallas and Fort Worth of debris that is on the ground from here all the way through the Sam Raven area, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, back over through western Louisiana and the San Augustine area of Texas.
Mike?
Tracy, another thing that I want to bring up, and I don't know if you've heard this, but I have heard that the shuttle was supposed to be crossing from California, Arizona, El Paso, and then on into KSC. Now, if that's the case, it would have not come over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So the question I would raise, if indeed that is the truth, did something happen prior to Dallas-Fort Worth that it threw it off course?
We're waiting for this statement from NASA that's going to be coming up. Maybe they'll shed a little light on that.
And from what I understand, and I'm not as knowledgeable about this as Mike is, the shuttle acts as a glider when it's coming back in. And is there little more they can do than just to steer it?
There's absolutely nothing they can do, and that's why when the shuttle comes into the atmosphere, it's all controlled by computers. And it's not until the very end that the pilot has control to land that thing, because he only has one chance. There's no fuel, no go around. If he misses one time.
We were talking a little bit earlier with photographer Ron Witting, who's out in the Palestine area. He'd stopped off at a farmer's house to give us a call, and I understand Ron has some new information. Some folks who were injured out there. Is that correct, Ron?
That's correct, Tracy. There were some people that had touched the fuselages that have been found in various parts of the county. They have been taken to area hospitals to be checked out for radiation treatment. And, of course, the authorities have told them, please, if you do find these things in your backyard or in your pasture, call authorities and do not touch it because it is dangerous.
Now, what kind of injuries are we talking about here, Ron?
Basically, they're just checking them out because of radiation. They don't want to have any radiation exposure. Most of these places that they have found the debris, they're roping them off and not letting anybody in unless you're law enforcement or emergency personnel to check these to make sure that they're okay before anybody touches them with bare skin.
Ron, we just saw a picture come up of what was obviously a piece of debris, kind of a bluish color, and I think some video that you'd shot earlier. What did you see?
Yes, sir, that is the fuselage that was, piece of the fuselage that was found in the median there on 155 about 8 miles north of Palestine, on 155 at the intersection of 321. And I was there just before authorities had gotten there. And a gentleman walked up to me and told me he had gotten there earlier and it was still smoking. Of course, when I got there, it already cooled off.
We're back on that picture right now. It's kind of bluish in color, but somebody has positively identified it as a part of the fuselage?
Yes, sir. That is what the authorities told me there at the scene.
And, Ron, I understand...
Because of the
Go ahead, Ron. But because of the markings on
because of the markings on the metal itself, that's why they feel like that it is a piece of the fuselage.
And you mentioned earlier that by the time, when authorities did arrive, they asked you to stop taking pictures. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct. They asked me not to take any pictures and to get back further because of the possible radiation. They didn't know if it was hazardous or not, and that's what they were trying to do, and plus trying to control traffic, and it got to be pretty chaos with all people trying to stop and look at everything.
I know you were hurrying to get back over to our live truck that we were sending out there to meet you, and obviously you made that connection. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see any of the other sites, Ron, or if you've heard anything that you can share with us about the number of sites and people are finding these pieces out there.
Well, so far, I've been listening to the authorities' radio here in this county, and they have found a couple other places that they have found the things in the pastures and what have you that I have not been to yet. There is one other place that I did look at. They would not let me take pictures of because it was that piece we talked about that was about as big as a piece of about the size of a coffee cup, and you couldn't positively identify it at all. But Mr. Brown and his wife were eating breakfast when this explosion happened, and it rocked their house, and they did not know what was going on until they turned on the TV.
This looks like a pretty good piece of that, pretty big piece of that fuselage. I mean, how big is that thing?
That thing looks, Tracy, it looks to be about the size of about 12 feet by about 15 feet. Wow. I'm just guessing, of course, but it's about 12 to 15 feet in diameter.
Is a part of it buried in the ground there? I mean, did it hit with that kind of force, Ron? It's hard for us to tell.
Yes, sir. It was hard to tell because they weren't letting anybody move it, and we don't know how much of it was in the ground or how much of it was, you know, just if it was just a piece laying on top of the ground. That's not known at this time.
Ron, you've done great work for us. We appreciate it very much. We'll be checking back with Ron Witting in just a little while, a photographer who stopped off to tell us, first of all, about one of the big pieces out there that we finally were able to see when he made connection with our live truck. Obviously, when something like this happens, we disperse people immediately. So we've got live trucks all around different points in the state and different people helping us gather information. And our whole crew, of course, is dispatched, and so we're able now to begin to show you some of these pictures as they come back.
And we are waiting for a news conference from NASA. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe is supposed to give a statement. Was supposed to give a statement about 10 minutes ago, but we understand they're trying to gather as much information as they can before they share it with us. So we are waiting on that. We understand that he has met, Mr. O'Keefe with NASA has met with the astronauts' families. They had been waiting at the Kennedy Space Center for the shuttle's return. 6 of the 7 astronauts were married, and 5 of them had children.
All right, our Robert Riggs is in Tyler now, so he's gone over to East Texas as well. We've got him on the telephone. Robert, what can you share with us?
Tracy, we're at the Tyler Airport where a U.S. Customs Service jet has arrived here from San Angelo awaiting orders on what to do. The pilots tell me that the military is going to be taking over the search operation here, that they're expecting the deployment of dozens and dozens of helicopters to organize a search. The airspace over the debris field, which is south of Tyler, over a multi-county area, mainly around the Nacogdoches area, has now been shut down to civilian air traffic. Only military aircraft are being allowed in. And I can tell you from talking to these pilots, they're all shaking their head about, you know, where do you begin, because the debris is so widely spread.
Now,
Tracy?
Robert, you were talking about the military coming in. I'm assuming that those are the folks at Fort Hood. Is that correct?
Fort Hood and apparently Barksdale Air Force Base also is going to play a major role in this, which is just east of here in Shreveport, Louisiana.
I'm going to ask our producer to go ahead and roll in that new video that we have from the Lufkin area, understanding that you're in Tyler, but I understand, too, that we have some video of some of the debris that is being picked up around the Lufkin area. This stuff is in some very small pieces out there, Robert.
Yeah, so we talked to the, very early in this, talked to the county judge of Nacogdoches County, which is about an hour south of where we are, and I think she had indicated that they maybe had a piece of debris 3 foot in diameter in that area.
But there's a rather large piece. It's hard to tell what these things are as you're looking at it. Some of it part of the machinery on board, some of it part of the fuselage or the heat shields. When it comes down like this, it's sort of like just, in some instances, just twisted and molten metal. So it's going to take the experts at NASA to begin to put this thing together, Robert.
Well, you know, this is now a huge, huge jigsaw puzzle, and one of the things they're apparently going to have to do, in talking to the pilots earlier, is use their global positioning systems, that when they pick up a piece of debris, you put in the coordinates to keep track of where all this is, because they're going to have to do a plot eventually of where the major debris fields are and pieces of debris that is recovered. And there was even some discussion of whether they could gain anything by doing aerial photography of this area. But apparently they'll mark it up into grids and assign aircraft to those grids and start flying it.
Do you think they'll take all these pieces back down to the Kennedy Space Station and those hangars down there, Robert? Is that typically what they do, or they try to do something locally?
From my coverage of various aircraft accidents, they try to find a major hangar to reassemble this stuff for a major building, but these are very small airports here, and I don't know that you've got the facilities to do it. You would at Barksdale Air Force Base, and perhaps that would be the location that would be a logical place to go.
Yeah, I suppose that would be the closest place where they'd have the kind of equipment and the hangar large enough to begin to reassemble this.
Yes.
Now, Robert, you mentioned that area is going to be closed to commercial air traffic. Do we have any idea of the implications for the airlines in this area and what that means? I mean, is they just divert it around, or is this something that is going to have an impact on air travel today?
I don't think it would have an impact. I think what they're trying to shut down is the various private pilots.
The small airports.
Small airports, small airplanes. I mean, I know of cases all the way up northeast Texas of friends that were jumping in their little Piper Cups and taking off and heading down here to see what they could see. I think that's what they're trying to eliminate, because they don't want to have any collisions between all of these military and government aircraft.
No matter how many times we come up and say, folks, please stay out of the area. We're going to bring you the latest video. You're going to be able to see it better if you stay there and watch CBS 11. No matter how many times we see it, Robert, there's going to be those folks. There will always be those folks who try to get into the area. And, gridlock could ensue if the authorities don't come and start directing that traffic back and away from these areas.
Yeah, and at this point, we really have not seen much, local air traffic. And we were at the control center here at this airport a while ago, and they were all pilots in the area that the airspace had been shut down and to clear it. These customs pilots thought that maybe they would have to go out and enforce it as well. They're in a jet, which is really not suitable for search.
Now, Robert, we are about 4 hours into this. The time frame that we are looking at, we spoke with a colonel from Fort Hood a couple of hours ago, Tracy, and they were waiting for word. Is this the kind of thing, should this be moving more rapidly, or what can we expect in the future in terms of search and recovery?
Well, these bases are quite some distance from here, and you've got to realize Fort Hood, they've been gearing up for their deployment to the Persian Gulf. Down in Corpus Christi and Beaumont, you can see helicopters from their units just lined up being put aboard ships. So that would pose a problem as well.
Join our guessing game here, Robert. I know you've done work with NASA in the past. They've said absolutely nothing publicly yet. And Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, was supposed to talk to us today at noon, and here it is, almost 12:18, and he still hasn't emerged. What do you think the holdup is?
Well, Tracy, you remember when we were covering the Challenger crash? Well, I think there was, some gap there, although you were at the Space Center and you saw it. I think they're trying to prepare themselves for all the questions. They get what's called telemetry data coming in from the various propulsion systems and data. They get a data stream into the center, and they're probably wanting to look to see what was going on in the minutes before this occurred, and if there was anything unusual to address it now. And I don't know, this had been updated, and I don't know if it had any kind of sensors or homing beacons on the crew cabin. I do remember from the Challenger that, there were reports later that parts of that crew cabin were found somewhat intact at the bottom of the ocean. And they're probably trying to just, decide or locate if it is somewhere around here. Of course, there wouldn't be any chance of anyone surviving, just as there wasn't in the other.
The other thing, Robert, and this is one of the things that perhaps we don't talk about quite enough, and you mentioned the Challenger, and when we were there, one of the many things that stands out in my mind from that period NASA was really very compassionate when it came to trying to protect and deal with the families. And I've always I respect NASA for a lot of reasons, but that was certainly one of them.
Right. You know, I am anxious to see the crash investigation. I covered the hearings, the Challenger investigation in Washington. And I remember there was a scientist there from one of the universities who did a little experiment right there at the table, but during a break, concerning the seals. Remember the rubber seals, the gaskets, the rubber gaskets that had failed, and he did a demonstration with a piece of rubber in a glass of ice water to show how they would become rigid and everything, and he made a case right there on the spot that that must be the problem, and that little impromptu scientific experiment proved to be correct.
Robert, as always, we appreciate it. We'll be checking back with you momentarily. Robert Riggs, CBS 11 News, reporting to us today from the Tyler area.
And we are going to go now to Pemmaraju, who is live in near Palestine, I believe in the town of Rice. Is that right, Uma?
Well, Karen, we're right outside Palestine. I was in Rice just about an hour ago, and at that location on I-45, just about 10 miles north of Corsicana, we stumbled upon a 6x6 piece of tile, a charred piece of tile. The police in the area were just beginning to arrive and putting out some of the yellow tape. We were told by the police chief there that they received calls from the volunteer fire department finding this piece of tile right by a high school and right on the field of this high school. And from what they were telling us, they were very concerned about this being hazardous material. They were already in contact with officials from NASA who were telling them not to go near it, that there could be radioactivity from this piece of tile. So they were warning reporters and other people who were just trying to stop by and take a look to stay back. But again, we saw a piece of tile 6x6 in its dimensions, and I've been speaking with people on the phone in this area. We're going to be heading out to several locations, people who are calling us, telling us where they have found and located pieces of debris along different farms and roadways. So we're going to go check those out as soon as I get off the air here. But again, this is an area where a great deal of debris has been falling, and a lot of folks very concerned about the ramifications about this. Reporting live just outside Palestine, this is Uma Pemmaraju.
All right, Uma, thank you very much. Let's go now to the Kennedy Space Center.
Earlier, we'll make a statement today, and then at this point, and a little later this afternoon at about 3 o'clock Eastern Time, there'll be a full technical briefing conducted from the Johnson Space Center. So at this point, we're just going to give you the circumstances as we understand them leading up to this particular tragedy today. This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107, at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16. Spoke to them very briefly thereafter to advise that we had lost contact with the shuttle orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. They offered, the President specifically offered, full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies, and will have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We've pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well. In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on the part of the Department of Homeland Security. Here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107, and we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, and ever, do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning. The Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now, again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, has worked with me all morning along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center to work through the details of the events as we know them and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18. The loss of data was somewhere over north central Texas, and at the planned landing time of 9:16, we initiated our contingency action plan, called the Rescue Coordination Center, and initiated a search and rescue effort. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors. We have currently impounded all the data, including all the pre-flight certification of flight readiness for STS-107. And at this point, I'd have to say it's too early to speculate about the exact cause. Obviously, we're looking at all the data that we have available. Those people that have videos, those people that have still pictures, we'll urge you to contact NASA so that we can coordinate those things that might be available. And to reiterate what the administrator said, those people that may find debris, do not touch it, do not move it. Contact your local authorities, have them impound it and secure the area so that our technical specialists will be able to piece together the puzzle so that we can resolve what happened. Our immediate focus is on the crew, families, and we spent some time with them. The president called. I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Today was a very stark reminder that this is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not. Each and every time I flew, each and every time my colleagues flew, we treated that with the respect that it deserved from a professional standpoint. And I have to say that as the one responsible for shuttle and station within the NASA, that I know that the people of NASA did everything possible preparing for this flight to make it as perfect as possible. My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
And we know you all have questions, and we will have a news briefing at 3 o'clock, and we'll give you that opportunity at that time. Thank you.
Well, NASA has finished its news conference, and obviously and understandably emotional Captain Bill Reedy, former astronaut, said that the lost data had something over 200,000 feet. And he said, and I quote, "We must find out what happened," and moved on. Sean O'Keefe, who is the director of NASA, says the loss of this valued crew is something NASA will never be able to get over. There were 7 astronauts on board the shuttle, and Mr. O'Keefe said at this time, I'm quoting now, "We have no indication that this was caused by anyone or anything on the ground." He said an investigative team will be chaired by someone outside the government immediately. He's coordinating with the new Office of Homeland Security to secure the debris sites. And Director O'Keefe said the loss of this valiant crew is something we will never get over. We trust the nation's prayers will be with them and their families. Well, as we've had several times today, this is a particularly solemn moment because while we've known for some hours that it's gone, the shuttle, and that those aboard it could not have and did not survive, there's something of finality when the director of NASA comes out and confirms what we first knew really in our hearts when we first heard that the shuttle had crashed from that tremendous height. And then what we first knew all over again, if you'll pardon that syntax, when the word of an unidentified U.S. but high government official said, "It's gone, the shuttle," and that there were no survivors. This may be as appropriate a moment as any as we think about what we have heard from this NASA news conference, as we've seen the pictures of the space shuttles that came down to Earth, which no doubt will be, they now go into our national archive, if you will, into the museum of our minds, as was the case with the explosion of the Challenger shuttle, as was the case of the burned capsule experimenting back in the 60s with the Zero Apollo crew. But these images now become part of our national history, part of our national memory. And as we watch the crew, as it excitedly and with understandable pride and excitement boarded the spacecraft, and then look upon the faces of these young people who died in service of their country, maybe as good a time as any, and I will paraphrase a poem that Theodore O'Hara wrote a long time ago. Pieces of it are inscribed above Arlington National Cemetery in Washington, D.C. The muffled drum's sad roll has beat. The astronaut's last tattoo. No more on life's parade shall meet that brave and fallen few. On fame's eternal camping ground, their silent tents are spread, and glory guards with solemn round this bivouac of the dead. We put on our screen, as we have before, the faces of these not only brave but tremendously accomplished young Americans, plus the one Israeli who was aboard as part of NASA's ongoing program of bringing in the nationals of other countries. Many have been on these previous flights. The flag at the White House at half-staff What remains now is for the nation to mourn, to express its respect, its condolences, respect for the astronauts, condolences to their families, for the investigation to begin. Bill Harbert has reported from Florida. His sources have told him that in the very early stages, they're looking and thinking very carefully about the left wing of the shuttle. Not to say that that's what caused the crash, not to say that anything was wrong on that left wing. However, it is to report as a fact that in the early going, the best experts NASA has, they're sort of looking carefully at that left wing as a possible part of the puzzle, as it was described in the NASA news conference. Russ Mitchell, I hope that you and others will forgive the necessary personal reference, but I was at Rice Stadium in Houston in 1962 when President Kennedy committed the nation to put a man on the moon. Said at that time he was dedicating the nation and its resources to manned exploration of space and dedicated the nation to reach the moon, which we did in early 1969. And, you know, hark back to that time. It was an exciting time in the history of the nation, exciting time in the history of space flight. But we knew then that it was going to be, you know, it would consume our lifetime and the lifetime of our children and their children. This exploration of space. And I thought that Sean O'Keefe at the news conference, the director, he and they were eloquent in describing what these young people knew they were doing. That is, they were pushing the envelope, to use the cliche phrase, I suppose, pushing further and further man's exploration into space, and were so dedicated to it.
My father worked at McDonnell Douglas, so the old McDonnell Douglas, which helped build many of the Apollo and Gemini spacecraft. So I too have had this emotional attachment to the space program. I can remember July 20th, 1969, sitting in the basement, seeing Neil Armstrong on the moon. And days like this are sad for a lot of reasons, for me personally and for many Americans. But I think about those days and the pride my dad had in the space program and what he helped contribute to it. And I think about him today and all the folks who have done that over the years. It's very sad.
There is new video in of the debris. Now, this video was shot by Jeff Foreman, an engineer with a degree in physics. He's out of Waco, Texas. And I believe you were on the phone with us, are you not, Jeff?
Yes.
Well, describe for us what we were seeing here.
This is the view over Central Texas as we saw it this morning. We picked it up as a single vehicle, and then obviously you see on the screen now it is broken up into several parts.
Well, this is from another angle, if you will. Well, earlier we had the video which showed the spacecraft coming down, if you will, from upper right to left on the screen, which indicates to me that the person who took that video was somewhat to the north and east. You're in Central Texas, and you were, in effect,
right,
looking north and slightly east, were you?
Right. We picked it up in our northwest. I believe that other video you have is probably shot from around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're farther south of there, and the shuttle probably came about between us. So while their view was looking south, mine is looking back toward the north. So it's a lot illuminated differently from the sunlight, and that's a different perspective altogether.
Well, since this is new, Jeff Foreman, I hope that the people with whom you're working there can re-rack it so we can have another look at it, and perhaps in the control room what we can eventually do is put together the previous best amateur photograph we have of the position somewhere in North Texas. Now, this was taken in Central Texas. No, I'm sorry. This was the one taken from North Texas. This is what we've had before. Amateur video taken in North Texas. I'm not going to narrate much over it. What can you say? You can see the long stream of smoke that came down. Now we're going to show you the amateur video taken in the central part of the state around Waco by Jeff Foreman and his wife, Julie. I believe still on the telephone with us is Colonel Mark Brown, who flew the shuttle Columbia some years ago. If you're still with us there in Dayton, Ohio, Colonel Brown, did you see this new video?
Yes, I did.
Can you put it in context for us?
Well, that's a tall order to start with. The perspective that we have here is very much the same as NASA and everybody else does, trying to understand exactly what this chain of events is. In one of the views, it appears that a large white panel is tumbling behind the orbiter, and then some seconds after that, there's a plume that would indicate either the ignition of some kind of fluid on the vehicle or an explosion, and then the breakup follows that. Just like NASA, we'll all be looking at these different views, I'm sure, for the next number of days, trying to put together in our own minds what that exact sequence of events is.
And Colonel Brown, what do you make of the early reports? And we've confirmed these reports that in the very early stages, just, happening today, that the NASA experts, engineers and others sort of concentrating for the moment on the left wing of the space capsule. Well, I shouldn't call it a space capsule, of the spacecraft.
Right. Two things. First of all, we need to keep in mind that all the data has been impounded by NASA, and for good reason. So where they may know a lot more than we do, we're relegated to being in a speculation mode. Secondly, they literally are going through exactly the same process, trying to match the system's telemetry and the behavior of the vehicle with the visual information they're getting from all the different video that's being collected by professionals and amateurs around the country. And ultimately, they will try to piece that together with the structural evidence, physical evidence that's on the ground, to find out absolutely what the cause of the accident was. Also, I guess I would like to give great tribute to a lot of the eyewitness accounts that we have had so far. There have been some reports of people who have said they heard explosions in the sky. We now know that, of course, it is quite normal for the shuttle to make a double sonic boom when it passes overhead. The eyewitnesses that reported hearing multiple independent sonic booms, of course, is quite correct. The vehicle at the time that appears to have broken up was going somewhere in the neighborhood of Mach 15, Mach 18, depending on timing here, and it would indeed cause multiple sonic booms. And the sonic boom is from the speed of the individual pieces of debris moving through the atmosphere, and not the sound of an explosion occurring up at that altitude. Secondly, this cannot be emphasized enough. Anybody that sees any debris coming down and landing should not touch it. They should obviously clearly mark it and notify the authorities so that can be dealt with in a professional way. A lot of the chemicals on the orbiter are very toxic and certainly are a threat to life if handled improperly.
Dr. Brown, we appreciate your insight. It's extremely valuable to us, and I appreciate you being with us today. We'll switch quickly to Bob Orr, our CBS News aviation coverage man in Washington, who has some new information. Bob? Dan,
first, I just want to make a quick comment about that video we just saw. Very early in that sequence, we see something that could be very, very telling, and you touched on it there when you were talking to the commander. A large piece, or it appears to be a large piece, separates before we see the first sign of any kind of explosion or fire. That could be significant because if we're talking about a structural failure, some kind of big structural breakup of the Columbia spacecraft, that could be indicated here by right there. We see something that starts to come off right there. And as we see, that's followed then by other obvious fire and explosion type pictures. But that could catch the sun as it comes down that large piece if it's a big flat surface, and could give the image of it being on fire. So we don't want to go too far out here, but that could be, and I emphasize could be, a sign of some type of breakup. Bill Harwood says, as we've reported, that sources tell him that the telemetry data stream, that is the real-time information coming from Columbia, may indicate there was a problem in that left wing. A senior administration official told me a short time ago, he would not confirm that report, but he did say a short time ago that they are investigating a, quote, systems failure. I don't know what systems failure means, but obviously that could be code for some type of major mechanical problem. Beyond that, the administration's made a curious choice here in asking or directing, rather, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to head the investigation. The early idea was NASA would probably do that in cooperation with the NTSB. But now FEMA, the folks that normally respond to hurricanes, tornadoes, natural disasters, will be the lead agency. And beyond that, we're told that NORTHCOM, that's the new military command, will be there to assist. And a cavalry division from Fort Hood is going to be dispatched to help with search and rescue and to help secure debris fields. It's a huge challenge because, as the radar data has shown and as these video images have shown, what is left of Columbia is probably scattered over several hundred square miles. This, in effect, if it were a crime, would be a crime scene. It is an investigation scene, and all of this could be critically important to figuring out what exactly went wrong. First responders are out right now trying to secure the evidence best they can. They apparently will get some help from the Army as FEMA moves forward to try to put all of this back together. Dan?
Well, Bob, one wouldn't want to make too much of this, but it's going to strike a lot of people as passing most strange that FEMA, of all the government agencies, which is as good as it can be and has been, is not noted to having physicists and engineers and aeronautical experts. FEMA, why FEMA?
Well, I think, and this is my opinion, that this is a first run for the Homeland Security. I'm sorry, Dan, I'm getting a little echo there. I believe that this is the first run out of the box for the new Homeland Security Department in an attempt to mount a coordinated response. Now, while FEMA will be at the point of the spear, so to speak, right behind FEMA will be all of the technical expertise of NASA and from the NTSB. So I think the folks at FEMA, so used to responding to natural disasters, will get all the technical assistance they need. But this is a message, and I think we shouldn't mistake it, from the Bush administration, that this will be a very centrally controlled investigation. The new Secretary of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge, will be directing it, and FEMA will be his first responder. Dan?
Bob Orr, we're going to bring you up to date on what's happened as we pass the top of the hour for those of you who haven't been with us right the way through. But let's just say for the moment the headlines of the hour are the Shuttle Columbia is gone, destroyed as it plunged to Earth this morning over North Texas. No survivors among the astronaut crew of 7. Cause unknown. An investigation has been launched. We have with us now, and we're honored to have him, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, the Honorable Dan Gillivan. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Our condolences to the family of Ilian Ramon.
Thank you.
And to those in your country for their loss. 2 free countries exploring the high frontier for the sake of humanity. In a special time of the Intifada, it must have been a period of special pride for Israel to have an Israeli aboard this spacecraft.
It was indeed. First, let me express my very deep condolences on behalf of my country to the American families of the other 6 astronauts. As you say, this is a very, very tragic day for all of us because this mission was a celebration of the partnership between our 2 countries, a celebration of the bravery and the freedom and the exploration and the spirit of our 2 countries. And it was something very positive, something beautiful in the midst of a very ugly situation, a very horrible situation in our country. And as a result of that, Ilan became very much a national hero. Because when you see the pictures of the Intifada, and you've been there, and you see bodies strewn and children dying, all of a sudden, in the midst of all that, there comes this very beautiful person, the person who has exhibited bravery and courage throughout his life, who was an Air Force pilot, who participated in some of the most daring missions of the Israeli Air Force, who took part in bombing the nuclear reactor in Iraq. That bombing in '81, by the way, was condemned by most of the world. I think in retrospect today, when people look at what is happening in Iraq, they will probably commend and applaud that. And then he joins with his American friends in exploring outer space for the benefit of humanity. There is something positive coming out of all this, something which brought a lot of pride, a lot of exhilaration to the Israeli people who looked up to him as a hero, as someone who embodied everything that was good in Israel. And this partnership between our 2 countries, this bond between our 2 countries, was something very important to all of us because it showed that beyond strategic cooperation, beyond military cooperation, there is cooperation in good causes. And the fact that it has come to such a tragic end is devastating. And I must tell you that in Israel, the personal sorrow and grief for the family of Ilian Ramon, his wife and 4 children, and for the families of his American colleagues is mixed with great national sorrow. You know, my son is an officer in the Israeli Air Force, in a unit which specializes actually in rescuing pilots who operate behind enemy lines. And maybe because of that, I can sympathize with what has happened even more. But beyond the personal angle, this is a destruction and a very tragic end to one of the most beautiful manifestations of cooperation and of partnership between the two most beautiful countries in the world, great America and small Israel, two great democracies who in excellence and in curiosity and in very much bravery and spirit of freedom went to explore outer space. And the fact that it has ended like that is very, very, very tragic. You know, we want to project from our country all the good that we have, and we're doing it in partnership with the U.S. I can tell you that only a week ago I was at Lincoln Center and I was standing, it was a few days after presenting my credentials, while the New York Philharmonic and Israeli Philharmonic, both on the same stage, 200 of them, were playing the American national anthem and the Israeli national anthem. I felt a lot of pride, I had goose pimples, I had tears in my eyes, because I felt that that was a very great moment of cultural getting together. Now what Ilan and his friends tried to do, what the US and Israel tried to do together, went beyond that, not only geographically because it was in outer space, but it went beyond all the borders we knew. It was breaking them for the good of humanity. And, you know, I spoke to the Prime Minister, to Ariel Sharon, last night. He was awaiting Ilan's return with great anticipation. I spoke to many friends in Israel today, and they were crying on the phone. It was such a tragedy, and again, that mixture of the personal tragedy, of the family, of the children, of this son of Holocaust survivors, which is another thing. I think that Ilan embodied everything that was good in Israel, but beyond that, he took with him to space, as you know, a drawing of a 10-year-old boy who perished in Auschwitz. He drew it in Theresienstadt, at the concentration camp of Theresienstadt, took it with him to Auschwitz and perished there. That drawing came to the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem, and Ilan is a sign that at the end of the day, good prevails over evil, that the Israeli people, after 2 generations, have come from being slaughtered in the concentration camps to exploring outer space with their American friends. This was a statement which was larger than life, and that makes this tragedy larger than life.
Literally reaching for the stars.
Reaching for the stars and achieving the Israeli dream and the American dream, and this dream turning into such a nightmare today.
One wants to keep in mind, Mr. Ambassador, I know you do have it in mind, that the program of taking aboard the space shuttle nationals from other countries didn't begin and will not end with taking aboard an Israeli astronaut.
I know.
There was a Saudi astronaut before. And the reason I mention it because in the looming war with Iraq, the reality of what's been happening on the ground in your country and with the Palestinians, there's the risk that there will be people who try to take advantage of this for their own ideological or partisan political advantage of saying, you see, they had an Israeli aboard this spaceship. And it was just to take a moment to point out that the program was designed to have as many people, many qualified people from as many nationalities to take space flight as possible. And that's how Ilan Ramon got aboard the space shuttle.
That's right. As you said, there were many nationals. For Israel, this was a first. I hope that nobody is going to be cynical enough or cruel enough to use this in any negative way. This was a wonderful example and demonstration of partnership between 2 great countries. And I hope very much that we will soon see another Israeli astronaut go up there with his American friends, overcome the difficulties and demonstrate to the whole world that the spirit, the curiosity, the excellence, the freedom-loving spirit of both our countries will prevail even after this tragedy and even after all the other events which may take place in the future.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me, and my condolences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go now to John Roberts, our chief White House correspondent. John?
Dan, President Bush is scheduled to address the nation in about 2 minutes' time from the cabinet room. He arrived back here shortly after 12 noon. He's been huddled with his chief of staff, Andrew Card, his communications people, and his speechwriting team led by Michael Gerson, who crafted the majority of the State of the Union address. He's been putting together some words of comfort for the nation and to express his thoughts and appreciation for the heroes who died on board the Space Shuttle Columbia. We're told that this is going to happen at 2 o'clock Eastern, but the preparations were hurriedly put together. It may slide just a little bit, but they're trying to get it as close to 2 o'clock as they can. We can also tell you, Dan, that the Federal Emergency Management Agency has been designated as the lead agency for debris and search. They are going to be charged with securing and recovering the parts of the space shuttle. They have a satellite office that's set up in Denton, Texas. The acting undersecretary for emergency preparedness and response, Michael Brown, is in touch with the governor of Texas, Rick Perry, and governors of other states surrounding the area where the debris field is to find out what they need and how FEMA will respond. It's not clear at this point if Mr. Brown will be going to Texas himself and or Joe Albaugh, who resigned as a FEMA director but is still on as acting FEMA director until March, will go down as well. So the president expected in the next couple of minutes here, Dan. We'll keep watching that for you.
Reporting live from the White House at the top of the hour. I want to recap now for those of you who may have just joined us, or those of you who have joined us in progress or went away from the television set and coming back. Just a short time ago, NASA announced officially, and finally, the Space Shuttle Columbia was destroyed and said it, quote, does not appear there are any survivors among the 7 astronauts. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe says it is a sad day for the astronauts' families and for the nation. O'Keefe said there's no indication whatsoever that this was caused by anything or anyone on the ground, and for that matter, any bomb aboard the spacecraft itself. He did not say that directly. That was the clear inference. And the director of NASA said that the loss of, and I quote now, this valiant crew is something they will never be able to get over, the families of the astronauts, and for that matter, the nation as a whole. Mission Control lost contact with the shuttle just minutes before it was to land this morning at 9:16 Eastern Time at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News has, among other things, 2 very clear amateur photographer shots, one taken from North Texas up around Dallas, the other from the central part of the state in Waco. This is the shot from Waco that you're watching now. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood says sources tell him that the problem, and I quote, could, very important word, a direct quote, could have been some massive structural failure in the shuttle's left wing. At the very least, we can report as a fact that in the early going, the NASA investigators are sort of concentrating, they have their focus on the left wing. Let's point out that we're in the very early stages of a long investigation, and it may in the final analysis be important or unimportant, but in the early stages they're sort of concentrating on the left wing of the shuttle. There are reports that debris has been found in 5 states now, including a lot of debris in southeast Texas and the Piney Woods country in and around Nacogdoches and Corsicana. President Bush is expected to address the nation at this hour, that is sometime between 2 and 3 o'clock today, Eastern Time, possibly at 3 o'clock itself. There's no firm schedule for it, but of course CBS News will be on the air continuously, and we will bring you live coverage of the President's address to the nation when that happens. There were 7 astronauts aboard the shuttle, including 6 Americans, along with the first Israeli astronaut. Partly because of his presence, the Israeli astronaut, security surrounding this mission was tight. The Columbia had been on a 2-week science mission, which until now had been deemed a success, because virtually every experiment worked. We take you now to the White House and possibly the President's address. What? John Roberts at the White House.
Well, Dan, we're expecting that the president will be speaking. We got the 2-minute warning about a minute and a half ago, so he should be up very soon. Of course, the president was up at Camp David when he heard the news. It was his chief of staff, Andrew Card, who telephoned him this morning to say what had happened. Sean O'Keefe, the NASA administrator, also telephoned the president. The president made the decision to come back from Camp David. He could have given the address from Camp David, Dan, but he thought more appropriate that he should come back to the White House, and the president about to speak.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there's comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
President Bush saying this is a very sad day for America, that there are no survivors, that Columbia is lost.
That's right. We have heard from the president. We have heard from NASA's Sean O'Keefe and Captain Bill Riddy, an astronaut there with the program. They say it's too early to speculate on what caused today's tragedy, but they say there is no hope for any of the astronauts.
Very quickly, the Space Shuttle was passing over North Texas this morning at about 8 o'clock, about 15 or 16 minutes before it was supposed to land at at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And suddenly, as you can see from this video, pieces started flying off of the shuttle. It went down. So far as we know, the primary fuselage portion has not yet been located. We have not been told that it has. The debris field, we understand now, spreads over 5 states, but most of it is in Texas.
in the Corsicana and Palestine areas. We want to go now to some sound previously recorded from Sean O'Keefe, the administrator there at NASA. Apparently, we don't have that ready. This, again, is a shot of the astronauts. Oh, we do have it now.
The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy.
Well, it's NASA. I think one of the things that has been very consistent about all this, of course, is that friend or foe around the world now are coming in. All of the messages of condolences, and everyone recognizes the great tragedy it is and the great day of sadness for all of humankind.
That's exactly right, because these were scientists on board who were doing work not just for America, but for all of us.
Right, and a guest today.
Yes, we do. We are joined by Bruce Calipatch. He is a defense contractor. Now, you were, I imagine, inside your home in Fort Worth when you say your wife heard something.
Yes, she had gotten up and was looking out the window and saw the contrail going over. And we had forgotten that the shuttle was going to be coming over today, and then heard what now we know to be the sonic boom from the passing over of it. But there was some construction in the site very near where I live, and we've heard a lot of thumps, but this one was extra loud and kind of shook the house.
You have a background of working with the shuttle, and you know something about some things that have been determined. In fact, you had found some mistakes earlier.
Well, actually, I've not worked with the shuttle per se, but I've always been interested in it ever since its inception. And I immediately, when I heard about the disaster, started to dig on the internet to see if I could find anything related to why the mission was delayed to begin with, STS-107. And I found a particular article that may be interesting, at least to be brought up as far as the investigation is concerned, which talks about approximately 1/10 to and slightly larger size cracks in the fuel system of other orbiters, which are definitely newer vintage than the Columbia. The Columbia, which is the oldest.
1981.
Yes, the oldest one. And anytime there's apertures or any kind of a crack in a fuel system, that is extremely dangerous and I'm sure they had to look into it in order to find out if it was still a problem or not. If it was coming in to the atmosphere in a empty tank status and subjected in any way to as high a temperatures as we're talking about, an empty tank is much more explosive than a full tank. The fumes are what are the dangerous thing. That's when it becomes the most volatile of any type of fuel.
The CBS was reporting they're looking at structural problems in the left wing area, and I'm not quite sure of the configuration of the shuttle, whether that leads to a primary fuel source. One would think so.
I'm not sure where the fuel is stored in the shuttle, but anytime you leave any reasonable amount of the wing or the undersurface uncovered from the huge heat, it's going to break down whatever is beneath it very, very quickly. Those tiles are designed to take every bit of the heat coming in from the friction through the air.
Right, and if something were to happen in flight or anything to disrupt one of those tiles, the results could be catastrophic.
Yes, I'm sure there's redundancy in the tiles to some extent, but if you get any kind of a rippling effect of the tiles, it could present a real problem. This is all hypothesis, of course, on my part, but when I saw something that had been discovered about the fuel system and cracks in some fuel lines, or as they call it, the metal liners used to direct the flow inside the propulsion system, I had to take note of that.
We're going to move on, and we're going to bring up on the telephone now, if we can, Jason Lee, who is, I understand, a former NASA engineer. and knows something about the construction of these tiles and the other elements and how dangerous they really are. Jason, what can you tell us?
Yes, sir. I can tell you, I'm looking right now at my training certificate manual, which is a NASA training manual, course number S as in Sam 203, entitled Hazardous Material Safety Training and Certification Manual. I was certified, finished first in my class. I worked in final testing on the Space Shuttle Challenger project. I was injured by the makings of something NASA calls TPS, which stands for Thermal Protection System. Now, this is the insulation that's sprayed on the external tank and also on these tiles that we see on the shuttle. Now, on the shuttle, they're, of course, baked and heated to reflect any friction upon entering the atmosphere. The problem is the inside of those tiles is comprised of TPS, which is polymeric isocyanate, the key word being cyanide. The NASA people and even President Bush has not mentioned the danger which can come from this compound becoming as light as air. If you've ever shaken your drape at your window and you've seen the dust just floating in the air, that's how light TPS is in its compound structure. Now, the hazard is, I got one piece of it, 1/10 the size of a grain of salt in my left eye, where I saw triple vision for 3 years. I saw eye specialists. I had to go through 10 to 12 eye washes a day. If one particle of this gets in people's lungs, it can develop into a form of cancer that is very deadly within a matter of years. Now, this whole area, we have to consider the winds, okay? How many of these tiles were blown completely pulverized, which is to say, how much of this polymeric isocyanate is in our upper atmosphere? This is the danger.
So you're making the assumption that some of it was pulverized and some of it is in the atmosphere.
Well, it would have to be, wouldn't it? I've seen a chunk of it. When we used to install it onto the external tank, you could just tap it with your finger and you would just see dozens of particles fly off of this, and that's from the external tank. So
Jason Lee, we appreciate your being with us, former NASA engineer, telling us about some of the dangers inherent with the shuttle and why, again, you should not be out trying to pick up these pieces.
And we also want to thank our guest on set, Bruce Calipatch, defense contractor, for being with us this afternoon. Thank you very much, Bruce.
Thank you.
And CBS 11's Sarah Dodd is in Waxahachie tonight, this afternoon, with some witness accounts and other information. Sarah?
Tracy, you're also talking a lot about these tiles, and here in Waxahachie, they have seen what they believe are 2 of those tiles, which the officials here believe fell off of the space shuttle when it exploded. There are 2 objects here that they believe are these tiles, rather. They think they're about 5 miles from each other. One was found at this home just west of 35 at FM 1446. You can see this landed on the woman's roof. On the outside, it looks like a tile. Underneath, there's a substance that looks like styrofoam. There is a second object similar to this one about 5 miles away, also on the west side of 35. That's where it's found, and we're gathering video on that right now. But officials here say that they have a task force that is headed to Waxahachie. This is an FBI task force, also with members of the NASA investigation group, and they're coming out here to examine these objects and determine exactly what they are. The woman who lives in this home has been evacuated from her house. She's not allowed to go back in until the investigators come and determine exactly what this is and make sure that there are no hazardous materials or chemicals that will make her home not inhabitable. But right now they have quarantined this whole area off. You can see the yellow crime tape that's around that house. Similar situation about 5 miles away where a similar object has been found. And you can see that tile is about 6 inches by 6 inches. And the woman who lives there says this morning she woke up, she wasn't aware of anything going on. She heard a thud on her roof, and then her sister who lived down the street called her and said, have you heard about the shuttle explosion? And she said, no, but I just heard something that I think might have come from that explosion. Went outside, saw the tile, immediately called the DPS, and they have, of course, been there ever since this morning. We're still at the Waxahachie courthouse right now. The DPS officers, the sheriff's deputies, and also the county judge have set up sort of a makeshift command center here, and they're going to be having news briefings throughout their afternoon as they find out more about exactly what these things are, but they do believe they are tiles from the explosion. Reporting live in Waxahachie, Sarah Dodd, CBS 11 News.
Okay, Sarah, thank you very much. I don't know if we have that map ready or not. Chris, do we have the map of, okay, let's take a look at the map. Now, this gives you an idea. And again, if you were watching Dan Rather on CBS a little earlier, they found out that the debris field actually is spread over 5 states. But this gives you a pretty good idea of where the debris field is in Texas, principally around, we understand the bigger chunks around Lufkin, Nacogdoches, all the way over to Palestine, where they've cordoned off a number of areas there. We've had reports today from Rice and Rusk, Athens, Tyler, and so forth. So it's a rather wide area where all of this is spread out. And FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Association or agency, will take the lead in trying to assemble all of this stuff. In other words, they're going to be the lead agency that the other agencies will answer to as they go out and try to collect all these pieces of material. They'll collect that debris, and they will try the very best way that they can to reassemble this shuttle so that then they can determine exactly what happened to it.
Yeah, and Tracy, you were talking about some of this debris. We know that some of the debris is very, very tiny, as you were mentioning. Some of them that they found in the Nacogdoches area, say by the Commercial Bank of Texas, 4 feet long by 4 feet wide. They found a half-moon-shaped piece, 5 to 5.5 feet long. This is going to be a very difficult puzzle for them to repiece or to put together, and presumably will take a very long time.
We had mentioned that a lot of this stuff had been found around the Palestine area too. We'll find some means of being able to shade this in so you can begin to have some appreciation of where most of it's been found. But Ken Malloy is in the Palestine area now. Ken, what can you tell us?
Tracy, the concern out here in Anderson County is twofold. One, locating all of that fallen debris. Of course, that being a big priority, but also very important, contacting people who may have actually touched that fallen debris. We've been hearing all morning and the early part of the afternoon about the hazardous chemicals that may be on those fallen pieces of debris. Along those lines, they've set up a decontamination center at the Regional Medical Center to treat people who may have come in contact with that debris. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke with Mike Pell. He is the battalion chief for the city of Palestine. Talk to the folks at NASA. What have they told you, Mike?
Yes, NASA Medical advised us that the chemicals are basically fuels and that they are very similar to gasoline contamination, whereas the person would develop a red rash, soreness, tenderness of the area, and basically we will wash them down and check them for some other contaminants and then take them into the hospital, and then they're the hospital's situation.
And tell us about some of the reports you've heard of people touching this stuff.
Basically, you know, it's curiosity, and people pick them up, take them home, and then call or load them into a pickup truck or something of that nature. And it's just curiosity. And then the local volunteer departments out in the county, which have done a good job, call us and say, oh, no, now we've got some contaminated people, and they're headed this way at this time.
Have you got any reports of people heading into the hospital right now to be contaminated?
Yes, from 2 of our departments in the county, they've called and notified us that we have some people. Now, the numbers I do not know, and I won't know for quite some time.
But we do know at least 1 or 2 people have touched the debris?
Correct, yes.
And the potential danger is what?
It's minimal. Basically, they could probably decontaminate themselves, but they would be better off to come in here and let us decontaminate them and let the hospital check them.
It's serious enough, though, that NASA's concerned and they've advised you on this situation?
Yes, sir, they have. And we have been in touch with them and checked our records against what they've given us, and we're following their procedures.
Once again, that Mike Pell, the battalion chief here in Palestine, they are being very cautious about any potential hazardous material that may be on the fallen debris, and they have set up that command center and that decontamination center, and they plan on manning and staffing that 24 hours a day until this whole situation is cleared up. Live in Anderson County, Ken Malloy, CBS 11 News.
Thank you, Ken. And then very briefly, for those of you just joining us and wondering what this is all about, the Space Shuttle Columbia this morning at about 15 minutes before it was supposed to land in Florida, cruising over Texas, just entering the atmosphere at about 200,000 feet, began to break up. The shuttle is lost, as are all 7 astronauts on board.
We're joined now by phone by Mike Peters with TxDOT. And Mike, I think you can address some of the safety issues concerning the debris that's being found across a very wide area of Texas.
The Department of Public Safety, they contacted us this morning and requested that we display a message on our electronic message boards. asking the public to report any possible debris from today's space shuttle disaster to local police or to a number provided by the DPS.
And do these signs are what, throughout the state or just in a concentrated area?
Mainly our metropolitan areas. Now we've contacted 6 of our districts, including Fort Worth, Dallas, Tyler, Beaumont, Waco, and the Houston districts. And they have these messages posted on their message boards.
All right. Well, Mike Peters with TxDOT, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome.
Clif Caldwell, I know, had been over at TCU in Fort Worth and was talking to an analyst over there. Clif, what do you have for us?
Actually, we were doing more than just an analyst. We were over at the TCU, the Sid Richardson building, where just inside this morning they dedicated a museum, a meteorite museum. Keynote speaker to that was a former astronaut, Harrison Schmitt. He was on Apollo 17, the backup lunar module pilot, and he also holds the distinction of being the last man to walk on the moon. It was a little bit over 20 years ago, December 11th, 1972, actually 30 years ago. Talked with him this morning about the incident that happened some 200,000 feet in the air.
There was a set procedure, basically a book on the shelf that in the event of a major accident, you pull it off and you start going through the procedures to organize it. This has been thought out in quieter times, and so it makes a lot of sense to do it that way. And initially, there will be a major effort to gather all the information possible from the telemetry, from the ground debris, the videotapes that people have taken, and things like that, to have all the information available to the team once it's organized. And then, of course, at the same time, you're trying to pull together a team of people with the appropriate expertise to be able to evaluate this kind of accident. The history of that spacecraft will be looked at all the way back to its beginning. It'll be the launch, nature of the launch, anything that may have happened during launch will be looked at. It'll be a very, very intense investigation. Will take a significant amount of time. However, NASA's in an interesting position now relative to where they were with the Challenger accident or even back in the days of the Apollo 1 accident. You really can't stand down very long. You have a space station that's operating. You have people on the space station that need support. And so I don't think that you can wait to launch the next space shuttle until you are absolutely sure what happened to Columbia.
Obviously, the collection of that data has begun already. It started about 2 hours after the accident happened. Astronaut Schmitt says the accident investigation will be very, very complex and complicated. We didn't want him to speculate, but we did say with the vast knowledge you have, having been in the program, both as an astronaut on Apollo 17, as a backup person on 15, as a ground support person on Apollo 11, and then later as an administrator, he has a vast amount of knowledge. I said, don't speculate, but tell me about the kinds of questions that you need to ask to get answers. Here's what he had to say.
I would start just by wanting to know all the information that was available about the flight, about its launch, about the recent history of the Columbia, and of course gather as much telemetry and visual information as one can about what may have actually happened. Until you have all of that data in place, it is premature to ask questions. It really is. The data itself will sort of define the kind of questions that you can ask and expect to get answers to.
Indeed. Schmitt received Navy pilot and helicopter wings before joining NASA in 1965. Again, he was the last man to walk on the moon. Having worked with NASA for almost 10 years as an administrator, he has a very good knowledge of the process, says it will be a very complicated investigation. Declined to say exactly what he thought was happening in there. As he pointed out, the Apollo capsules were a whole different animal from the space shuttle. Reporting live from TCU's campus, I'm Clif Caldwell, CBS 11 News.
Okay, we have an Anderson County judge standing by now with Ken Malloy. Let's go back to Ken.
Tracy, one of the big tasks here this afternoon is locating all the fallen debris. Judge Kerry McKinney joins us now live. You've been dealing with the Sheriff's Department the better part of the morning and the early part of the afternoon. How's the search for the debris going, Your Honor?
Well, we've got the Sheriff's Department, Department of Public Safety, and all of our volunteer fire departments are helping try to identify where the debris is, and try to take and mark it and leave it in place. And of course the main thing is to make sure that people don't come in contact with it. And if they do, they need to report. Our hospital is set up with a hazmat area behind the hospital, and I just urge anyone that did come in contact with the debris to please report to the hospital. It's important they do that.
Give us, if you could, the big picture. We've been listening to the scanner traffic. It sounds like there's debris all over Anderson County. Is it an arduous task to try to tag and locate all the debris?
Right now, one thing that's helping us quite a bit is we've got the Forest Service that's set up over at the Sheriff's Department, and we've got several officers with GPS that are going out and where the debris is located, taking GPS coordinates, and we're entering that into a computer that they have set up over there with the map of the county. And so that's helping us locate the debris.
So the global satellite positioning will help the forensic investigation after this is all done, is that right?
Yes, sir. And of course, we're still getting phone calls and people giving us locations, and it's just going to take a while to try to locate where all the debris is at. The city's been real good. They've opened up the Civic Center, and we've got officers from the police department that are helping with the Sheriff's Department also. Want to make sure that they're recognized for all their help too.
We've been here several hours, and we just get the impression, Your Honor, that everybody's just rolling up their sleeves and doing what they need to do.
Yes, sir. I'm real proud of our community and all the all of our volunteers and all of our agencies are working together. And I know Senator Staples, I've talked with him this morning, and he's about to go up and try to survey some of the district here, and a lot of this happened in his district. So
now, at a certain point, the debris has to be picked up. Are you folks doing that, or is that a task that will be left to NASA?
I haven't had a conversation with NASA yet, but I would assume that NASA would want to do all of that.
And at a certain point, it's going to be rather difficult to keep all those areas cordoned off, because it sounds like there are dozens and dozens of locations with fallen debris.
Yes, sir. We've got most of it's from north central to northeast Anderson County. There's some a little bit west of that, northwest of that, and we've had about, I don't know, 60 or 70 mile area there that's where debris has been reported.
We've heard of at least 2 instances where people may have touched the debris. Have you heard of any instances where people have actually been injured by the debris, falling debris, hitting a house, a person?
We don't, to my knowledge, we don't have any reported injuries, but we do have a report or two of somebody that may have touched the debris, and we've urged them to go to the hospital. I have talked with the hospital and early this morning, right after this happened, and asked them to, be prepared for whatever we needed to do, and they have been in contact with NASA also.
And lastly, we understand you have a live press conference scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon?
Yes, sir. We're going to try to come over. The sheriff will be here too, and we'll give a press conference at 2 here at the Civic Center.
All right, Judge Kerry McKinney, we appreciate your time, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tracy and Karen, that seems to wrap it up for right now. The search for the fallen debris continues really along the lines of forensic investigation at this point. As you just heard the judge say, they're marking some of the fallen debris with global positioning satellite imagery so that they can recreate where the debris fell and perhaps eventually discover why the shuttle fell apart in midair. Live in Anderson County, Ken Malloy, CBS 11 News.
Yeah, they're going to be a long time trying to put all that together.
Yeah, certainly will. And we are going to go now to Jerry Strickland. He is at the Nacogdoches Hospital. Jerry, we know that some people have been taken there because they have touched some of the debris.
That's exactly right, Karen. Some people who are taking precautionary measures at this time have come to Nacogdoches Hospital. Nobody brought here. They've come on their own. We're told 27 people have shown up to the emergency room here. They're being given some sort of... But at this point, there have been no adverse reactions to touching any of what was left behind when the space shuttle broke apart. There are debris fields all throughout this area. Just as you drive along 21 into Nacogdoches, you see several areas where constables, deputy sheriffs, people with the emergency operations have all cordoned off areas, crime scene tape surrounding certain pieces. The first piece that we saw as we headed into town was a small piece about probably 1 foot by 2 feet. That piece had small little grid patterns on it. It did look like it had burned up, and in some portions of that looked like there was some sort of styrofoam material on that as well. We've seen several pieces of debris just like that. We've also seen some pieces of metal, one behind a shut-down restaurant that was along 21, about 10 miles outside of Nacogdoches. Starting at about Jacksonville, if you've ever driven this route from Dallas all the way down to Nacogdoches, people here all along this area trying to figure out exactly what to do. Of course, emergency officials saying don't touch it. Call them first. They will take care of that. But at this point, no adverse reactions from anybody who has touched any of the debris that came off the space shuttle. But we do know 27 people have come to the hospital, not brought here by emergency personnel. They've simply walked in because there were concerns, but no adverse reactions at this point.
Okay, Jerry Strickland reporting from Nacogdoches for us. We also have on the telephone with us right now Anita Foster with the American Red Cross. Anita, I don't know what, since the counties have pressed so many of their own emergency people into service, what is it exactly that the Red Cross can do in a situation like this?
Well, one of our primary jobs at the Red Cross is to support all of these emergency workers that, as you say, have been pushed into service. They're going to be out investigating the scenes and trying to determine where debris is all over the state, and the Red Cross will be there to take care of them as well as anyone that might be affected. We got a phone call pretty early this morning from our state's Disaster Operations Center in Houston that asked all three of the chapters in North Texas to be prepared in case we had to do anything here. We do have teams of Red Cross folks here that are on their way down to Lufkin to provide some support to those emergency workers, which means that we left our area without a lot of coverage. And so the Tarrant County chapter is going to assist in an apartment fire that's going on up in the Plano area, while the Dallas Red Cross folks are preparing to move down south.
So I know you take out the canteen and so forth. Do you also take out doctors and nurses? Are you going that far with it?
Yes, the Red Cross always activates nursing anytime we have any sort of incident like this or any natural disaster or man-made disaster. And then that is both for emergency workers and also for people that have been affected. Now, this is a very unique situation, and that if people have come in contact with the debris, they're being encouraged to go directly to the hospital. For anyone else that suffers any injuries while working on the operation, the Red Cross is there to help out with that as well.
Anita, again, we thank you for your time, for sharing with us what the Red Cross will be doing. Anita Foster with the Red Cross.
And we are joined now by Betty Nguyen, who is in Arlington. We understand, Betty, are you still at the house that where some debris landed? We apparently are having an audio problem with Betty, yeah. And we will try to revisit her in just a bit. Now, NASA spoke, I guess, about an hour ago, saying, really calling this a tragic day for the NASA family. Yeah, it's a big organization, but they're very, very close-knit.
Well, they are. It is like family. Mm-hmm. The head of NASA spoke to reporters at Florida's Kennedy Space Center after the Columbia broke up into flames on its way to landing. All 7 astronauts, of course, killed. He says there's no indication that it was caused by anyone or anything on the ground, but of course, he doesn't know that yet. No one knows that yet. They're going to have to reassemble the craft as best they can and then go from there. But O'Keefe did say that President Bush has spoken to the crew members' families to express the deepest national regrets. The president was quite a while in coming out for his briefing to the country, which took place at about 1 o'clock this afternoon, about 30 minutes ago. But the president did, first of all, visit with the families. Now, those families, Karen, live around the Houston area, and they are going back from the Kennedy Space Center back to Houston, and the folks at NASA are going to be trying to protect them as best they can, which is all, of course, understandable.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I understand most of them were married. 5 of them had children. The husbands, wives, children were all there at the Kennedy Space Center, expecting a happy reunion with their loved ones, and that was not to be.
We were looking at that map where we were showing you exactly how the debris was coming down. That's covered, I say covered, it's hit in 5 different states that we know about. But most of it is in southeast Texas. We could see a little bit earlier in one of our maps, we were showing you the area that from, say, about Palestine, Russ, Nacogdoches, Jacksonville, Lufkin. That's the area where most of it seems to have come down, but it stretches all the way back and off this map, clear back to the Arlington area. Mm-hmm. And that's where a piece of debris was found, and that's where our Betty Nguyen is. Let's see if we've got some audio now, Betty.
Yes, we're here in Arlington in the 2500 block of Monterey, where it appears some sort of debris may have fallen in this yard. Let's take a look at that video. You can get a better shot of it. It's basically a tennis ball size, white with purplish middle to it. Now, we're not sure exactly what this is. Some are describing it as perhaps maybe candle, perhaps maybe some waxy substance. But again, this is an active scene because it's still not known exactly what this is, and what's making it so particular is simply because we understand that a similar object was found in Rockwall with the same type of whitish outer shell and a purplish middle. Now, the owner of this house, Mr. James McAdams, joins us now. Can you tell us exactly how you discovered this in your yard and what happened?
Well, we first heard a loud something we thought hit the house this morning. We were still in bed playing with our grandchild, and something sounded like it hit the roof and sort of vibrated, and so I got up to see about my father, who's here with us, make sure he hadn't fallen, because I thought maybe he fell against the wall or something. He was okay, so I went back, played with my grandson a little bit. Then we got up and he turned on the TV, and they were beginning to show the pictures of the satellite breaking up, or the shuttle breaking up. And so I came out to get my newspaper, and this was laying in the front yard, about 2 feet from my paper. So I looked at it, and I couldn't figure out what it was, so I decided we better try to call and just to get them to check it, and I called 911.
There have been a lot of warnings asking folks, please do not touch anything that may be an odd object in your yard or near your house. I suppose that you didn't do any of that, but you did alert authorities.
Right, yeah, we were already hearing on TV, if you found anything, don't touch it, or stay away from it and just call, so that's what we did. We've had all the agencies. We've had the fire department, police department, DPS, and we have the FBI here now, and they're waiting for instructions of what to do next.
What have they told you about this object and what they think it might be?
He told me he didn't know what it was. He just didn't know. He wouldn't comment on that, so he did examine it, and that's what he told me.
We appreciate you talking to us. So again, this is still an active scene. The FBI is out here. The Arlington Police Department is out here. Actually, the Arlington Fire Department was out here a little bit earlier today. Could not determine exactly what it is, so the federal authorities have been called in. This is still an active scene. We'll stay here throughout the day and tell you what we know when we do find out something. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, Betty. We were talking a little bit earlier today, several times as a matter of fact, with our Mike Berger. For those of you who may not know it, Mike, while a meteorologist, has spent a good deal of his career also working in news, and he's covered a number of these launches and was, for a long while, a Florida resident, is very familiar with the things that are taking place with NASA then and today. And I wanted to talk to you, Mike, if I can, first of all, about this report of the cracks that we were talking about earlier. Take us back and tell us why that's an important thing to at least consider.
Well, excuse me, it needs to be considered. The interesting thing, when the initial cracks were discovered, NASA went back to all of the orbiters, and they checked all of those fuel lines, and they did find some cracks. So that's why the whole thing, the whole program was delayed for about 4 months while they went back and repaired them. Will we find out if that's the cause of this crash? Hard to say. But it just goes back to what the director of flight said in NASA when he said, we don't take any of these flights lightly. Every time a shuttle is set to go, believe me, they go over these things with a fine-tooth comb, and especially after the Challenger. And we go back to the Challenger so many times because the Challenger really set the stage and the pattern for what was to come in all of the shuttle launches after that time back in 1986. Because NASA didn't want any mistakes. They didn't want this to happen anymore because it's such a vital part of the government and very, very vital programs, including putting up the space station, that they just go over this so carefully that it's a rare thing when they would even consider. I can't even imagine a point where they would say, well, that's okay, we'll let it go. They just don't work that way anymore.
Mr. O'Keefe with NASA, of course, had said that this, and he said this flatly, I don't know, he might have to eat some words a little bit later on as the investigation continues, but that it wasn't the fault of anyone on the ground or any of the crews. And Mike, that's a pretty far-reaching statement, it seems to me.
Well, it really is, and that's really hard to say at this point. There's going to be a lot of finger-pointing. There's going to be a lot of blame, if you will, assessed throughout this whole thing. Somebody's going to say, well, it's their fault, it's his fault, her fault, whatever the case is. The bottom line is they have to find out exactly what happened. And if we'll go back to Apollo 13, Tracy, interestingly enough, that whole problem was caused, many of you saw the movie, by a little mistake that had been made 2 years prior to the launch of that mission. So this could have been something that was sitting there that everybody looked at, but they never saw. It's just hard to say.
Well, the other similarity, of course, with what happened here and what happened with Apollo 13, Mike, is that the media just sort of lost interest in Apollo 13, and we had also lost interest in this. I mean, these shuttle flights have become so routine.
Right. They really have, and it's sad in a sense, but I guess in another sense, that's the way the news business is. Unless it's dramatic, you know, you kind of take it for granted. We've had 88 flights since Challenger exploded. Columbia is the oldest shuttle, by the way. It's also the heaviest. Yeah. Even though it's been refitted, it is still the heaviest shuttle, and that's one reason they don't send it to the space station, because they can't carry enough payload with it.
There you go. Good point. Thank you, Mike Berger.
And we want to point out that our reporter Jay Gormley is in the area around Palestine, and he says that he's just seen fighter jets flying overhead, apparently looking for some of this debris. Now, I was just reading on the wires that this just crossed. The government has appointed an independent board to investigate the disaster. Experts from the Air Force and the Navy, which had 5 of the 7 crew members, will join officials from the from the Transportation Department and other federal agencies on the review panel. The space agency is also going to conduct its own investigation, of course, into the disaster. And as you and Mike were talking about, Tracy, and something that we have heard, this is something that could have happened years ago, years before this shuttle ever took off. But again, it is possible that something may have happened during liftoff that damaged the shuttle. There was that, the engineers were looking at that. They had said that, no, we don't believe this was anything. They told reporters Friday, this isn't yesterday, this isn't anything that would have damaged the craft. But, and Mike, you touched on this a few moments ago about that wing, that left wing.
That's true, and the interesting part of this, and all of us are tending to do this, or tend to do this because we want to tell the story, we want to be as accurate, but right now we're getting into the world of speculation, and quite honestly, there's no way to know at this time.
No, I mean, that is true, and there will be a lot of speculation. However, there also are sometimes some clues that will come out of these things too,
Very
Mike.
true.
And we do know that the left wing is sort of a focus of the investigation as it stands right now.
And not only that, but NASA is asking, by the way, all people who took these videos, and there are obviously many of them across north central Texas, to please contact NASA. You can probably contact them on the web, or you can call them in Houston and tell them that you have this video, because the experts can take a look at this and they can say, that could have happened right there.
Right, depending on your location.
Exactly. It takes the data they have in Houston as well as at Kennedy Space Center, and then they see this and they start to put the puzzle together.
Of course, a lot of witnesses, as Mike is pointing out, and Michael Hill has more on that part of our story from our newsroom. Mike?
Tracy, the pictures we were just looking at and Mike Berger was describing, those are the pictures from Raymond Cervantes. He's a production director for a Hispanic Broadcasting Corporation here in Dallas-Fort Worth. He was outside his house this morning, one of the many of North Texans who witnessed this. He had his Canon digital camera with him, and here's what he told us just a short while ago.
Take us back to the moment you were looking through the viewfinder of your camera and describe what you were seeing and what you were feeling and what you were thinking.
Well, I stepped outside, and the express intent to videotape the shuttle as it comes over, as usually does. Usually looking to the west and notice the shuttle as it comes in. It starts as a bright star, and then it flares up, and then you'll notice the plasma trail, the distinct plasma trail that lasts for a couple of minutes in the atmosphere as it's coming in. It's doing about 17,000 miles an hour at 200,000 feet. So it is going pretty quickly. It will transverse from the west to the east within about 20 seconds. And once it leaves our area, our viewing area, in about 7 minutes later, it's landed in Florida. So it's quite a quick ride.
And describe what you saw this morning. The moment you noticed something was unusual.
I noticed something unusual. My wife told me that looks like there was something flying next to the shuttle. And then I expressed to her that it might just be a tile or a piece of ice that might just come off of the shuttle. And then I did notice that there was a couple other pieces coming off. And on the video, you can see where it looks like there's 4 or 5, and then all of a sudden a plume, just like maybe a big puff, and then more pieces are starting to come off. So that could be the point where the actual explosion took place over North Texas.
At what point did you realize that there was something very unusual, that there was something wrong?
I did notice something unusual than any other reentry. Usually about 7 to 8 minutes later, you can hear a double sonic boom way off in the distance. But this one happened too quickly. It happened about 5 minutes after the shuttle passed over, and it shook the house. It rattled the glass. It sounded like a big explosion. I live next to Bell Helicopter in Hurst, and you usually get helicopters and trucks that go by that are pretty loud, and they rattle the house a little bit. But this was a distinct boom. It did rattle the house, and I just wondered what it was. I turned the TV on, and I did notice that something had tragic happened to the shuttle.
And at what point, what did you say to yourself as you're watching this? What were you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking maybe that is something like a tile or some pieces of debris that might have come off, but this is routine. You know, the shuttle comes in, it's protected by its heat tiles, it's been tested, but this is the oldest shuttle in the fleet. It is 16 years old. It's had maybe 32 flights on her. And it has been retrofitted about 2 years ago with a glass cockpit. It's up to standards now in today's technology. But what we saw today is very tragic.
Raymond Cervantes, words and pictures from him as he took his Canon digital camera and captured the flight Space Shuttle Columbia this morning. He said he's videotaped the other space shuttles coming in, Discovery, for instance, and the Mir, the Russian spacecraft, but he says he's never seen anything like this. Tracy and Karen, back to you.
None of us have.
Yeah, that's right. The closest thing, of course, would be what happened to Challenger,
Right.
but that was in 1986 and entirely different kind of thing. That was on takeoff.
Almost 17 years to the day, just on the 28th of 86.
Time indeed does fly. Now, there will be a congressional investigation. Kay Bailey Hutchison will be one of the people involved. And in our Dallas newsroom now, we have Jim Walker standing by with that part of our story. Jim?
Tracy, we just spoke with her just a few minutes ago at her home in northwest Dallas. She was out actually walking a dog with a friend when this happened this morning. We asked her about what she heard, what she saw, and her reaction to the explosion this morning.
I was out walking this morning in my neighborhood with a neighbor, and I heard what I thought was a sonic boom. And we remarked on it while we were walking, but I just thought it was an F-16 from the Fort Worth Naval Air Station. So I came home, and about 15 minutes later, Ray said, "Turn on the television. You're not going to believe it." And so I turned it on and then realized that that's what we had heard. Well, all of us are in shock. The loss of these wonderful astronauts, of course, is the personal side. But then you also realize that we are in the forefront of technology as a country, and our absolute commitment to the mission of NASA is there. And as a member of the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, we will be having hearings. We will try to determine what we need to do to make this the very safest, but also the most far-reaching mission that NASA can possibly have.
The senator right there mentioned the hearings that Tracy mentioned a second ago they will be having as far as the investigation into this. Also, we talked a little bit about Lockheed Martin and the impact that Lockheed Martin has to do with the building of the space shuttle and what impact that might have on our economy. The senator says she doesn't expect any impact because she says the space program, despite this problem, despite Challenger, will go on, and Lockheed Martin will certainly be a part of that in the years to come. Tracy?
Jim, before we let you go,
Sure.
Actually that's an excellent point, because I think that we were talking a little earlier about how we tend to back away from such projects as we do this sort of analysis of what happened. She doesn't think that that will happen, that we'll continue the program as is.
Well, she speculated there could be a little bit of a lag before things get going again, as there always is with a tragedy of this sort, but she said it will go on, and Lockheed Martin will certainly be a part of that in the year ahead. She also mentioned, we talked a little bit about the impact of this kind of taking the war on terrorism off the front page. She said that she is confident the president will maintain his course in pursuing the war on terrorism, and she doesn't expect this to be a diversion from that.
Jim Walker, our aviation reporter, too, we might point out. Jim, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
About an hour and a half ago, we heard from NASA. They held a news conference. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe had this to say.
The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy.
And again, that's Sean O'Keefe with NASA. For those of you, and I know that this is happening, here it is a Saturday and people are tuning in to see a basketball game or whatever. And you're seeing these things perhaps for the first time. The Space Shuttle Columbia apparently broke apart in flames as it was about 15 minutes from landing. It was streaking over Texas toward its landing strip today, and all 7 astronauts, 6 Americans and an Israeli colonel, were all killed. NASA did not immediately declare the crew dead. It actually took them a little while. Later, however, after noontime, they finally did say that they realized that not only was the shuttle gone, but so were all of the astronauts. And the flag next to NASA's countdown clock was then lowered also to half-staff. And officials at the Kennedy Space Center said that President Bush was visiting first, and he did visit first with the families before then stepping out and making a statement.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulpna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there's comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
If you look right in the very middle of that picture, you'll see Dr. Shavla. And perhaps you don't know that Kalpana Shavla was a graduate of UTA. Dr. Shawla actually attended UTA at the same time that Karen Borta was there.
That's right. She was earning her master's, completing her master's probably as I was earning my bachelor's degree. She is the second UTA graduate to travel into space. She has been an astronaut since 1994. This was her second space flight, and her first one was back in 1996. Now, from what I understand, her responsibilities were to, at least on her earlier space flight, was to, and she was in charge of the robotic arm. And we do have some video, I believe, a prayer vigil for this astronaut. This is from India, her native country. And Tracy, you remarked earlier that the newspapers in India today, the headlines were just so excited about this woman. And
yeah, I mean, you know, we talk so much about Israel and what the astronaut on board, the Israeli astronaut on board, meant to Israel, which of course was very important. But Dr. Shawla was the first Indian to go into space, and she was native born. And all over India today, and virtually every city in India today, were these wonderful tributes to her that had been, of course, all printed up and published before this tragedy. And then, of course, it was just a terrible hush that fell across all of India as the word spread that she had been killed.
Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, Tracy, Israel as well. Israel had its first astronaut on board this flight, Elaine Ramon, a 48-year-old colonel in Israel's Air Force. And you just returned from Israel about a week ago.
Yeah, I was over there when the shuttle went up, as a matter of fact, and it was, again, the same kind of exuberance. They were so pleased to have something positive to report for a change after 28 months of violence occurring all through Israel and the occupied territories, and all of the people who have died in both sides of that terrible conflict over there. They actually had the information of Colonel Ramon on the front page of all of the papers, sort of displacing all of the bad news on that particular day, and they were so very, very proud on television and on radio, all of these interviews with him, interviews with his family, and conversations about what this really meant in terms of bringing Israel along and making it a part of the world community.
And as we know, about 6 hours ago, the space shuttle disintegrated upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Robert Riggs joins us now near Nacogdoches, where they have been finding a lot of debris. Robert?
Karen, we're on Highway 21, about 15 miles west of Nacogdoches, and this is where some of the heavy debris trail starts in this area. We've interviewed ranchers that were out doing their morning chores that described hearing the roar of what they thought was a jet overhead, looking up, and what's described to us is that they suddenly saw the contrail look like it started fishtailing, and then there was an explosion, and this debris starts raining down. As we've driven down this road, we've seen, the largest piece we've seen is about 1 by 3 feet, and it's a section off of the fuselage of the top where the protective tile was, and there's charred remains of the tile left on there. We've seen other smaller pieces, tiny rivets that look like they've come out of it. As a matter of fact, right now we're driving up on another scene where there's another piece. This is, of course, attracting a lot of interest from the various farmers around this area that are seeing these things out. Everybody's talking about what they heard. The police are apparently being real strained because they're trying to get out to these various areas and seal them off. And we went by a chicken ranch and we could not get in, but a piece had hit the roof of a chicken house while a farmer was in there working this morning. Karen?
Well, Robert, your signal, you're starting to break up just a little bit. You mentioned, though, that some of the people had seen sort of a fishtailing effect on this contrail.
Well, yeah, what they report hearing is they heard a roar, and as they looked up, as they described it, was like a rumble of thunder going across the sky. They looked up, following it, then it appeared to start fishtailing and then explode, and then there's this debris raining down. We talked to a volunteer firefighter who came driving through this area about 10 minutes later where some of this debris hit, and he said it was a white haze across the road, And he described the smell as, from his firefighting experience, like the smell of electrical equipment burning. And you can still just slightly smell that here now.
You know, Robert, the interesting thing is that the final radio transmission between Mission Control and the shuttle gave no indication of any trouble, and they were tracking this thing at about 8 o'clock when Mission Control abruptly lost all the data and the voice contact with the shuttle and the crew. And then residents from Texas and Arkansas and Louisiana, altogether 5 states, received debris, and several states saw this thing happen, which gives you an indication of how high up 200,000 feet really is.
Yeah, you know, all the people we've talked to, they had no idea this was the space shuttle or what was happening.
Okay, right. I'll have to interrupt here, Robert. I'm sorry. We know that you're driving, but we've lost your signal. You're just kind of trailing off. We'll wait until you get to another one of those relay points and you can talk to us again. But I think we were all stunned. And the other thing that we've been talking about today is the fact that we'd sort of become so blasé about the shuttle flights. They'd been so routine. And if there was any problem, then the thing would put down at Edwards Air Force Base. I mean, it had become so incredibly routine.
You were talking about the wide area, Tracy. This video was taken from Waco. Most of the video we've seen has been taken from this area, North Texas, Northeast Texas. This was taken from Waco this morning, and you can see very clearly the different bits of light coming off the space shuttle as it is apparently breaking up.
Well, Mike Berger raised a very important and interesting point a while ago, and I know that he's watched this. These things have taken place before, where they take all of this video, and they will be able to track this thing as it was going west to east, and they'll be able to piecemeal this stuff in, much as you would if you were doing a panoramic scene, trying to keep your camera stationary so you'd shoot to the left, middle, and then to the right, and then put them all together. Mike?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tracy. They'll take all the data that they've collected from their computers. That was all locked down in Houston. And the experts will go back. They'll go over this whole thing from the first time that those rocket engines lit up in Florida at Cape Canaveral, Cape Kennedy, if you will, and then right up to the very end in the last transmission. They'll take all the video together. By that time, they'll have many of these pieces mapped out on a GPS, and they'll track it out, and they'll try and determine just exactly what happened. Thought it was kind of interesting also, Tracy, that we talk about NASA as running the shuttle program. That's not entirely true. It's actually run by a company called United Space Alliance, which is an alliance between Lockheed Martin and the Boeing company. It started out as Rockwell, and then Boeing took that over. And so those two companies have put their heads and collective bankrolls together, and they actually run the day-to-day operations and what I want to say, the overseeing, basically, of all the shuttles.
Yeah, you know, we had hoped that at once upon a time that this would become something of an international program, and the Russians had fallen so far behind. And when Russia imploded, and or I should say the Soviet Union did, and then Russia just wasn't up to snuff, and we used their old space station for as long as we possibly could, and beyond the point where it was safe. So they just sort of dropped off, and this thing has been one superpower, the United States, with other folks jumping on board as they can.
Yeah, and it's like so many other things. The United States is going to be the big bankroll in this whole thing because Russia's had so many financial problems that they literally can't afford to do it. And there's the rockets they've been sending up to resupply the people in the space station are just old models. So when it comes time to take important pieces of equipment up, the space shuttle has indeed been the workhorse. And as we said earlier, Tracy, and as you and I were talking, there are people up on the space station now. They can't be left there indefinitely. So probably the shuttle is going to have to fly before the investigation's over with.
Let's go off now to Palestine. There's a news conference. We understand they're going to talk about the track of the debris. Let's listen to that.
Say that our sympathies go out to the astronauts on the space shuttle and their families, and our prayers are with them. Today I have with me our Senator Todd Staples and Sheriff John Hobson and Trooper Charlie Morgan with the Department of Public Safety, the Public Information Officer. And just to try to give you an update of what's happened in Anderson County today, and that will probably stick mostly to what is happening in our county. The Sheriff's Department, our Police Department, our volunteer fire departments, Department of Public Safety, Emergency Management Coordinator, and just a lot of volunteers are working together right now and have been all morning to try to identify all of the sites where debris has landed in Anderson County from the Space Shuttle. And I'd just like to commend the efforts of all those individuals and the work that they've done this morning. I have been in touch with U.S. Senator John Cornyn's office. He's contacted me and offered resources if we need certain resources. We do have Johnson Space Center information in case we need to coordinate things with them. Our local hospital here has set up a hazmat area behind the hospital and with the fire department and EMS. And if anyone has come in contact with any of the debris, I would urge them to go to the hospital. I talked with Dan Gideon with the hospital, our director here, and they're just, as a precaution, they're taking and they'll go through the hazmat area, and then the hospital will treat them and keep them for observation. But that's just a precaution. And I think what I'll do is let, one of the things I did want to mention is our Texas Forest Service has come in, working with the Sheriff's Department and the other agencies, and has set up a computer system, and the Sheriff's deputies are out taking GPS coordinates and plotting those on a map for us. And so I think I have handed out a map of just to give you an example of what they're doing for us. This time I'll turn it over to Sheriff Hobson and let him make comments.
Thank you, Judge. I'll make mine brief and then turn it over to Senator Staples. At approximately 8 a.m. this morning Central Standard Time, I, along with others in this county, heard the rumbling overhead and saw the contrail. And then very, very shortly thereafter, folks, our phones started ringing off the wall, and we started our emergency response. Right now, what we're trying to do, as the judge said, is to coordinate where this debris is falling across the county. You're talking about a county that's about 1,200 square miles, and we're probably 70 miles across, and it looks like the trajectory took a northwest to southeast trajectory across the county, and there's debris scattered much in a straight line in that trajectory across the county. Our deputies right now and folks from the fire departments and volunteers are out there trying to find the debris. We're using the GPS systems to document it. We're photographing it the best we can and trying to secure it. As you can imagine, manpower is strapped. For us here locally, I can just, I don't want to think about what's happening in the counties east of here. But we've had great support from the state and from the governor's office and from the federal government. We've had good support from NASA, a quick response telling us exactly what some of the things that we need to do and to look for. We do appreciate that very much. We have no injuries from any debris falling. We have had a few small fires. Those were taken care of quite quickly. And we're trying to tell the folks not to touch the debris. If they do, please go to the emergency room to be decontaminated. I just left my office, and I was told that we have had 4 people show up at our local emergency room that had touched the debris, and they are working with them right now. Nothing life-threatening that I know of, but we are working very diligently to try to document the debris and wait for NASA and the folks from that are going to do the investigation on this to come in and take care of what we found. We appreciate everyone's help, and again, please, if you find any of this debris, and you may find it anywhere at any time now across the counties, but if you do find it, please notify the local law enforcement authorities and don't touch it, stay away from it. Just let us know where it is. I appreciate everything Senator Staples has done and all the other volunteers in the county. County Judge, appreciate everything that everyone's done to help us with this, and it's just going to take some time. Senator Staples.
Thank you, Sheriff. The circumstances that we gather here today for are truly tragic. It is unimaginable what has occurred to our nation and in our state. Our hearts go out to the astronauts, their families, and to the entire NASA family. The resources of the state of Texas have been fully engaged at all levels. The federal government, from the U.S. Marshal's Office, the military, the FBI, ATF, just every facet of law enforcement and emergency personnel is fully engaged at this time responding to the crisis. The length of the area over which the debris has been scattered appears to run from a line in the Vero, Corsicana area, possibly down into Leon County and Jewett, all the way to the Louisiana border. Significant debris has been discovered here in Anderson County alone, with 30-plus sites that have been identified.
And identifying more.
And identifying more. Cherokee County has multiple sites with debris on, specifically on a rooftop of a residence and on city streets. Nacogdoches County, Angelina County, the northern portion, and Sabine and San Augustine, two rural counties close to the Louisiana border, has a significant amount of debris that has been discovered. Sheriff Maddox of Sabine County and I got off the phone momentarily ago. There's about a 4-foot tank, is the way he described it, with yellow vapor emanating from that tank. They have quarantined that site from about 150 miles away. Volunteer personnel, volunteer firefighters, emergency response teams are all over searching for sites, trying to quarantine those sites. We know that F-16s have flown the path of Columbia. They're photographing that path, looking for potential debris sites. We know that it is a very rural, rugged terrain in many circumstances, possibly falling into a national forest. The military has been activated and out of Bryan and Barksdale, and ground crews are being sent to confiscate this material. It could go on for days with the amount of material that is on the ground. And it is my understanding another press conference for an update from Sheriff Hobson and Judge McKinney will be held at 6 p.m.
Yes,
at the right here at the Civic Center today. And we have Corporal Morgan with the Texas DPS that if you have any questions, I know that any of these gentlemen would be happy to answer them.
Can one of you explain the process of how this happens and who is involved from the time you find a piece of debris to the time that whoever it is gets here to take it away, whenever that might be?
Sure, you want me to well, we rely on, of course, local phone calls first to initiate the process. It comes into our dispatch center with the sheriff's office. We dispatch a deputy or someone from law enforcement to the scene. They document it, they photograph it, they secure it, they quarantine it. We're then followed up with other folks with our GPS system who come behind them and GPS it, so we'll have good coordinates. We then will notify NASA or the folks that do the follow-up investigation or that's going to do the investigation, give them the coordinates of that, and they're the ones that will take charge of that debris and take charge of that investigation. Does that help you?
Yes, sir. When do you expect that someone from NASA or someone that they send might arrive to start looking at some of these?
Right now, I can't tell you. I'm sure that some of the counties east of here, where there is a lot larger debris, NASA is probably already on the scene there. I talked to NASA earlier this morning, and I know that they were at approximately 9 o'clock our time. They were dispatching a helicopter to Nacogdoches and told me that they would try to get one here a little bit later on. But that was early today. We've had a good response, and it's been a good response with the folks from NASA trying to give us help. Yes, sir?
Could you describe the debris that you've seen?
The debris ranges anywhere from a few square inches up to 3 and 4 feet metallic in size and 6 feet in size metallic. It can be described as anything from the tile from the spacecraft to anything or objects metallic from the shuttle. Excuse me.
Nothing is clearly identifiable?
I can't address that. Maybe Senator Staples can.
I visited one site in Anderson County on State Highway 155, about 6 miles north of the city of Palestine. There's a piece of debris that landed in the median on a divided 4-lane highway. It's about a 6x4 metal curved piece of material. It appeared that the material had tremendous heat stress. It had been ripped in irregular patterns. There was a significant hole in the middle of that piece of metal. It was not smoking at that time, and no vapor was emanating from the material.
What time was that again?
That was first reported in Anderson County shortly after the explosion, and I observed it about 10 a.m. this morning.
And how many locations of debris have you narrowed down to, say, 30?
30 plus, and reports are still coming in Anderson County alone.
Is that all the debris hasn't been moved, and what's the edict on that again?
Well, it depends on how quickly the Air Force can process the information, the photographs that they took, and what kind of manpower that they have to deploy to the scene. I know that the volunteer firefighters are working with the sheriff's office, the city personnel are coordinating, and just a tremendous amount of resources to try to quarantine those sites and let the military come in. It's my understanding it's been treated like a military air crash scene, and that process and procedure is being utilized.
Could this gun things up that, county works and city works for some time? I don't know where all this is spread.
It certainly could be for a matter of days, and tax the resources tremendously of the personnel for the local units of government here. I know that the Department of Public Safety is reassigning personnel continuously to make certain that the resources are on the ground, and it's just been a tremendous response from every agency. The State Emergency Office Center has deployed the resources. The sheriffs that I've spoken with in the other counties have just been tremendously pleased about the coordination and the response time.
Is there a definitive line of fallout, or is it just wherever?
I think it's scattered. It's in Anderson County, Sheriff. It appears to be north and east of the city of Palestine.
It's across the county. It's basically pretty much in a straight line. There are debris scattered in other places, but the majority that we're finding basically runs off a northeast to southeast trajectory. And as we talk right now, we're still finding additional debris. Yes, the judge has done a map here, and if you want to refer to it in a minute, you can. But imagine, the senator was talking about resources. Imagine that we start here with the debris, and as we find more and the command centers have to be moved or the resources have to be redeployed, that's what the state will do, I'm sure, and that's what other people that have those resources that we don't have will do. But we're going to stay here locally. I mean, take care of the things that we've got here the best we can, and the state and other agencies will have to give us some help on it.
Have all of the debris been found outside in the city? Have there been any debris found inside the city limits?
Was any found in the city? None that I know of.
Not reported to me so far.
We have one confirmed piece in the city limits.
Okay, and this is our chief, Mike Matter.
What was found in the city limits? Approximately a 10 by 12.
You may want to come over here, Mike, that way.
Say your name, please. My name is Mike Medders. M-E-D-D-E-R-S.
And what did you find?
Approximately 10 by 12 inch piece of debris. Looked like some sort of piece off of a cooling device.
And where was it found?
Here within the city limits, centrally located here in the city limits.
Was it smoking when you found it?
No, no.
Can you give a more specific address?
Toward the day.
You know, the amazing thing is that with all that debris falling, and especially from that height, that no one was hurt that we know of.
It really is.
Yeah, no reports of anybody being hit by this stuff, and you can imagine, of course, with some of those chunks being rather large, what that could have done. Some reports of people picking it up and then having to go to the hospital to get checked out.
And that's where CBS 11's Jerry Strickland is right now at the Nacogdoches Hospital. Jerry, what can you tell us?
Well, a few minutes ago when we were at that Nacogdoches hospital, we were told that 27 people had shown up there, another 20 at the second hospital in Nacogdoches. We're told at this point no adverse reactions from anybody who may have touched any of those any of that shuttle debris that fell here. Let's show you a little bit of that debris. This is as close to the town center as you can get here in Nacogdoches. This right here is actually a title company. To the left over here, this old part of town, that is part of the shuttle debris. This is one of the larger parts that we've seen here. The National Guard, police department, several people out here guarding this piece right here. This has become somewhat of a tourist attraction here in the minutes after this happened. This has been the scene throughout the day. A couple of hundred people sitting around here watching, and just a few moments ago we captured some images of some people, the first people bringing mementos, bringing things to remember those who died. One woman, she brought her 2 kids here, bringing some flowers just to make sure that they know exactly the magnitude of what happened here. Another woman brought 7 roses to signify the 7 people who presumably died when the space shuttle broke apart on re-entry into the atmosphere. Of course, all of these people as well have their hearts and prayers go out to the families, but also they say they have been profoundly impacted and affected simply because they now are part of this piece of history, because these pieces have been falling all around them. This is the scene throughout many of the areas here. Here in Nacogdoches, this is kind of the epicenter, if you will, of a lot of debris that has fallen here. Here and further to the west, there are debris fields everywhere. Driving here along 21, we saw several debris fields as they came through here. CBS 11's Bennett Cunningham also saw those debris fields. Bennett, tell us a little bit about what you saw as you headed into town.
The drive down was just almost horrific. As we slowly got down from the Dallas area, the first time that we ever really saw anything was around Rice, Texas. There were just these little plumes of smoke just out on this field, and as we got off the main interstate, off of 45, and headed toward the town of Alto, that's when we really first started seeing the pieces by the side of the road. They were very close to people's homes. The first one we saw was a motor, probably just about that big, probably the size of a small dog, and it fell right in front of this one woman's house, probably around 30 or 40 feet away. When it hit the ground, she came outside. She was cooking, she said. She went back in. She came out again with her sister, and that's when they found it. One piece of metal, probably about the size of your forearm, fell alongside of a ATV park off Shiloh Road, again, just outside the city of Alto. As we began to come into the Nacogdoches area, that's when we saw more. We saw yellow crime scene tape that was put up off the side of the road, metal. Then you began to see the scorching of certain kinds of fabric attached to other metal pieces. Some things look like fenders, other things just look like small little pieces of motor. We did see some of the white tiles that are characteristic of the space shuttle, and some pieces of metal where you'd see just the markings of where the white squares were located ripped off. When we saw that one piece of the puzzle to this crash, what we smelled this awful fumes, and it was almost this rancid odor we were told to keep away by the police authorities. There were bolts on the ground, and a lot of people were just in amazement. Some people thought the world was coming to an end. Other people were just lucky enough that some of these pieces of metal didn't just fall on them. Right now, again, as Gary was reporting just a few minutes ago, there are some military men over here. This piece of metal supposedly is going to be picked up by NASA. My understanding is sometime in the next few hours, people will come down here from NASA as well as Louisiana federal authorities to take some of these parts away. And that's really all the information I have now, Jerry.
As we were coming down here also, we saw several people from some federal people coming down here, racing past us through here. Of course, there are several people on their way to this area to set up command posts, certain things to get things under control, and not only that, but map out exactly all of these pieces of debris. That was one of the concerns from the emergency personnel here, to make sure they knew exactly where every piece of debris came from. That is why they're leaving it put. Some people did take it to the police departments and sheriff's departments, but at this point that is not being recommended. But so far, no adverse reactions from anyone who has touched any of this space shuttle debris. Much of it you can see is burned, but so far no adverse effects at this point. Guys, back to you.
Jerry, I mean, it seems to me to be quite clear that some of the stuff can even be carcinogenic, poisonous. Other pieces of it could be just very hot. I'm just wondering if Dallas or other communities are sending in specialists to help out there. Have you seen any evidence of that?
there are some specialists who are coming here. Some folks from Dallas are going to help with the command post set up here. You obviously, whenever you have a reconstruction, whenever there has been some sort of air catastrophe, air tragedy, they bring people in to try and exactly recreate what happened. In this case, things broke in such small pieces, it would be hard to understand or hard to even fathom if they could actually get enough of the space shuttle and recreate something like that. But there will be people not only from Dallas, but other parts, from Houston coming in here, people from Louisiana, people from all parts trying to figure out exactly what happened here. And it's interesting to note as well, the hospitals at this point are turning away those people unless they have some sort of rash, some sort of adverse reaction, and telling them simply to keep their symptoms under control. Watch to see if they get any rash. Watch to see if they get any spots on their hands where they came in contact. But at this point, they're saying just wash yourself thoroughly. Here's some information from the Texas Department of Health. And if you do have adverse reactions, come back to the emergency room immediately.
Governor Perry is going to have a news conference or a news briefing that we'll be listening in on in a couple of minutes, Jerry. But there almost seems to be, and I don't mean to misread it, and I don't mean to be unkind, but almost a circus-like atmosphere there behind you. I don't know if that's accurate or if I'm misreading this.
It is circus-like in the fact that there are people that are gathering here, but certainly not circus-like in the fact that people here are fairly somber. In an area like this, word travels fast, and there are several of these people. Several people have things in their front yards. They have things in their backyards. They're going through their pastures because this is a largely rural area, trying to figure out exactly what they can get or what has been lost. But at this point, people coming here, taking pictures, certainly realizing the historical magnitude of what is happening here and trying to document it for themselves. But also, as you saw there with those children and that mother coming out to bring flowers, they're also being somewhat reverent about the situation, realizing that even though this is a big deal in this part of the town, in this part of Texas, because it is a small rural area, that it's also big on the national scale, and also simply because there were peoples whose lives were lost and parents trying to exactly convey that to their children in the best possible way. And for some of them, that means coming here to bring some flowers and lay down here by one of the pieces of debris that we've seen here.
I imagine it's hard for some people to come to grips with. It's one thing to hear about it, to see it on TV, but when it is right there in your own backyard, sometimes you just want to be close to it so that you really can absorb the full impact of what has happened.
That's a great point, you know, and this one woman that we had talked to said that at one point she thought that they were under attack, and because of that, they wanted to make sure that the kids knew.
Excuse me, Jerry, we need to run down to Austin right fast. Governor Perry now is beginning to speak. Let's go to Austin.
Use these facilities and helping us, and what all the police departments doing to help us too. City and county working together. Thank you.
Over the skies of Texas today. According to eyewitness and video accounts, the disintegration of the Space Shuttle Columbia could be seen, heard, and felt by Texans all across north, central, and east Texas into western Louisiana. As we await more information concerning the events of this great tragedy, I want to reemphasize a note of caution to all those living in north and east Texas and into western Louisiana. If you spot shuttle debris, do not touch it, do not go near it. Shuttle materials could pose a grave risk to human health because of the toxic repellents used aboard the space shuttle. If you find debris, please call local authorities immediately to tell them of the location. This information also can be reported through a toll-free number, 800-525-5555. Soon after receiving news of this tragedy, my office began coordinating with federal and local officials. I've spoken to Secretary Ridge twice this morning, and my office remains in constant contact with the proper authorities to assist in any way possible. The Texas Emergency Operations Center is fully operational. The Texas National Guard is on standby. We have deployed one unit of the 6th Civil Support Team to Lufkin to assist with hazardous material recovery. In addition, there are 22 National Guard soldiers assisting local authorities in Nacogdoches. 36 soldiers are in Lufkin to help secure sites there. The National Guard has provided a C-130 out of Carswell Reserve Center to provide support to NASA, and 2 Black Hawk helicopters have been dispatched from Austin to Lufkin to provide support. We also activated the Amber Alert Network this morning to warn citizens of the grave risk that could be posed by shuttle debris. In this hour of tragedy, the people of Texas offer their prayers and their condolences to the families of the loved and the lost. We remember today the life of an Amarillo native, Commander Rick Husband, the pilot of the shuttle who graduated from Lubbock Coronado High, Willie McCool, a native of India who studied at the University of Texas, Kapana Chawla. We remember each of them and the entire crew of 7 who were propelled into space to test the utmost potential of freedom. Some 200 years ago, Lewis and Clark began their journey. 100 years after that, the Wright brothers took their first flight. These 7 brave pioneers have helped mankind explore the frontiers of space and shed light upon the heavens. We're forever indebted to them and the thousands who work at Johnson Space Center. Their mission must go on. May God grant eternal peace to the victims of this tragedy.
And to monitor what, we'll continue to monitor what Governor Perry is saying, but let's go off to the Kennedy Space Center now for these remarks from NASA.
We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful, and we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered. We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately, but at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. Good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors, in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and it's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Milt.
First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today, were marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard the hydraulic systems. And this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear tire wheel well, brake line and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple of minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the left side of the vehicle. left wing area. The off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost the measurements. I don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest minute. Around 7:59, then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tower temperatures and pressures off-scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sensed on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was flying with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, it's you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet, and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3.
Part of the debris here.
And the flight control team during this time, again, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day.
Can't make out what it is.
That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone, and please give your name and affiliation first. And we're going to start here in Houston and then go around to the other NASA centers. So let me see a show of hands, and we'll try to get somebody to you. Let's just start right here along the front row and work this way.
Hi, Melissa Jacobs with the Fox News Network. Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us.
Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions that you're going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Well, of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in a Michoud facility in Louisiana where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on a path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled progress launch tomorrow, and that progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, certainly there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster.
Okay. My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin. And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human space flight. It piques our interest, it captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning Immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land, one phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet. I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. I received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also.
Well, yeah, it is, the community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these. And each time you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The space flight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together.
Okay, thanks. Eric Berger with the Houston Chronicle. Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was, and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now.
An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire.
Okay, right over here.
Chris Heinbaugh with WFAA TV in Dallas. You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m., we did have another set of 4 measurements in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off-scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbit, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and a crew, and call might go to the crew These were measurements that did not have, we have many measurements on board. Not all of them are enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication. We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, you know, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him.
I'm Brian Sass for KPRC-TV here in Houston. We'd heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us. And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was the cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get that gentleman right back behind him.
Ryan Korsgaard from KVUE-TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
Well, there's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. Stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a roll reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue, and so we're getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay. Anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working, and they're all result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly train for it many, many times over. So it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it as they were trained to do and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, and all this happened in a very short period of time, we knew that something was not right.
Now, you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of a spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalk. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability. As you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay. On this particular mission, there was no remote manipulator system. There was no arm. And so all we had trained to do from a spacewalk perspective were those things that might be an emergency, or a latch did not work in the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair a tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, right there next to you. No, right here next, yeah.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle was, debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
It's news, isn't it? Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dittmore, Ann Gesselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
Let's see, you respond about the Mission Control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that
And I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Get this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches area from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good communication going about that. He grew up on an Air Force base, Fairchild Air Force Base, Spokane, Washington. I also grew up on Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. He went to the same grade school I did. We had a very common early beginning, but I told him that I was his pathfinder. And so we had a good relationship. And we talked many times about how he had met his wife in Spokane. I also met my wife in Spokane. His parents lived there. My parents lived there. My wife's parents lived there. A lot of commonality. I'm going to miss Mike. I'm going to miss the closeness that we had.
Okay, you reach this person right here.
Sanjay Bhatt, Cox News Service and Palm Beach Post. We heard that earlier today that this crew was very passionate about the work they were doing, the scientific experiments that they were conducting, and we heard that their loss would not be in vain. What I'm wondering is how many of the experiments aboard, in terms of the data being collected, required that the astronauts in the craft return safely to Earth? And because there were some new laboratory modules on this craft, is there anything to suggest that those could have contributed at all to what we saw?
Well, Ron, I don't have the answer to it. Maybe you do on the number of experiments that we have to have the return of the heart. I don't have that. I'm sure we can get that for you. And I can't imagine a space hab being on board back in a cargo bay had anything to do with this.
Let me just say something about the science. This vehicle on orbit, we had kind of pinched ourselves over the past 16 days. This vehicle performed flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. Science was a premium. The folks on the ground were just ecstatic with the amount of science that they were reaping, and they were looking forward to getting much of that information back on the ground. Certainly some of it was downlinked to the ground prior to entry. Some of it will be their legacy. Others had to come back and be analyzed, in which that particular part of the science would be lost. But it was an amazing mission, and we were ecstatic over the results and looking forward to talking to the crew and telling them what a great job they had done. And so it is a painful experience for us to lose our friends and recognize that things were going so well and turned out so badly.
Valor Time Magazine, could you share with us the last words that came from the crew?
Well, a while ago, the last transmission that we got was, it had to do, I think a while ago I discussed that there was a measurement that gave an indication to the crew and an alert that they acknowledged. I can't tell you what they said at that time. I don't know what the word was, but it was the sort of thing that when something like that occurs, that the crew's response is fairly typical, just to let the ground know we see that. That's how the routine works, and that was the last transmission from the crew that I am aware of. And I think as we go, through and peel this apart, we'll have more information like that we can share with you.
Okay, I got time for 2 more questions here before I need to go to the other NASA centers. Grab this gentleman and then this young lady on the next row.
Elizabeth Lee with KHWB Television. A brief loss of communication, has that happened before during re-entry? And if so, when you did lose communication, was there still hope that perhaps it was just brief? And at what point did you realize that it was something more grave?
We lose communication from time to time for various reasons. We certainly lose it during the orbit phase. We've lost it sometimes for a whole revolution of 90 minutes. On entry, though, we understand that any dropouts generally are brief, and if they do occur, they occur during the peak heating time frames when the plasma around the vehicle as it is at its maximum extent. And so a brief dropout at this time period is no reason for us to be concerned. Our experience is we gain it back fairly quickly. Our concern at this time was that as we made several calls to them, they did not respond. We made several more calls to them via UHF, which is usually as reliable as anything, and they did not respond. And it became apparent to us that we were in difficult circumstances.
Okay, last question right there. Go ahead.
When you guys first got that anomalous sort of readings where you were unclear of, something strange is going on, at that point, was it a situation where you guys were committed? I mean, there was nothing you could have done about it. As soon as, when you first saw those readings that things went blank or whatever, was there any corrective action whatsoever at that point that you could have done?
Nothing that we could do. Just observe and see if there was going to be any future downstream impact to the landing. In fact, if that's all we did was lose those 12-odd sensors, no impact to this flight at all. We would have come back and repaired the sensors. They don't impact the flying qualities of the vehicle. They don't impact the insight into how we control the vehicle. All they do is provide us information on how the systems perform so that when we turn around the vehicle for the next flight, gives us indications of where we should look. Did not affect and would not affect the flight given just the sensor by itself.
Okay, let's go to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for questions, please.
Yes, this is Marcia Dunn of the Associated Press. Ron, I have a written report from earlier in this flight that there was a potential for a large damage area to the tow, and given that, I'm wondering how and why was it deemed minor by NASA? And do you have any idea how much of a damage area may have been left on the left wing and how big that piece of foam was that came off?
We have a pretty good idea how big the size of foam was. What we don't understand very well was what the actual impact did to the tile. And so we have to use our analysis and our engineering expertise to help us understand how a piece of foam of certain weight and density impacting the wing at certain velocity, what it does to the tile. And our experts gathered together, and we have people in this system that have worked on these tiles since the beginning of the program, and we understand how the tiles function, we understand the tile's ability to withstand damage, we understand the thermal characteristics of the tile both on the surface of the tile and at the base of the tile. And as we got together and reviewed this information, we were convinced technically and analytically that the tile would not, the impact of the debris on the tile would not represent a safety of flight issue. In fact, we were anxious to come back and get the handheld film that the crew takes as soon as they get to orbit of the external tank. As it's moving away, we asked them to take pictures of the external tank so we can understand exactly where the foam was shed from the tank. And we were anxious to get that piece of information because we felt that we needed to analyze it so that it would not occur on future flights. We have a flight readiness review coming up for the next flight. It was scheduled for February the 20th, and we knew we had some technical work to do to make sure that we understood why this piece of debris came off. We were not concerned with Columbia. We felt we had analyzed that, and we felt we understood it such that it was not a thermal concern to us, did not represent a control issue or a safety of flight issue. And again, I'm going to caution you that that is the case today. We have no information that would say that is not the case. We are going to go look at it again to see if there is a connection between what Milt talked to you about and the fact that we had a debris impact on the tile. And there's some other things we need to go look at. The tile is just one. And so we were satisfied that we did the proper work, and across the community, our safety, our quality, our crew members, our flight controllers, and the program management reviewed the technical analysis and agreed to a person that it was not an impact to this flight. So we need to go back and look at that, of course, but that's the events as they unfolded.
Adler from Florida today. I'm sorry to ask another question about the external tank, but has this happened before? Has foam come off the tank? Has it impacted the shuttle? And what were the consequences that you saw?
We had an event on STS-112 just several flights ago where a piece of debris from the same general area was shed by the tank. And this particular debris, and I can't tell you today whether it's of the same general size, but it came from the same general area, and it impacted the aft skirt on one of the boosters. Superficial damage occurred. When we got the booster back in port and looked at it, evaluated it, reviewed it technically, discussed it at the following flight readiness review, which was STS-13. We as an agency, as a shuttle program, decided that that did not represent a technical safety risk to us. We have from time to time debris. Ice can come off the tank. Frost, pieces of debris, and they impact the bottom of the vehicle. Several years ago, we had a problem where during the launch phase, we were popcorning pieces of this insulation on the tile. It would effectively reach a certain point in the ascent, and it would popcorn out and impact the bottom of the vehicle. And it would cause damage to the tile, but not damage that was a concern from a safety standpoint, damage that when we got back we had to repair or maybe replace the tile. We have subsequently fixed that problem, and as we were looking at this particular problem of debris shedding in this one bipod region on STS-112, we said, well, we've got an area that we need to fix, and we have a turnaround discussion, but not a safety of flight issue. We flew STS-113. We didn't shed any external tank debris. On STS-107, as we looked at the films on the following day, we saw the same type of debris being shed from the same location. In this case, it didn't impact the booster. It impacted the left wing. So again, 2 occurrences in the last 3 flights is certainly the signal to our team that something has changed. It did not represent, on the first occasion, an alarm from a safety point of view. It represented a turnaround processing issue. As we go forward in our investigation, we're certainly going to look in this area and determine whether or not this was a contributor to the loss of Columbia and the loss of the crew.
This is Mike Cabbage with the Orlando Sentinel. Ron, could you talk a little about who all and what all was involved in the analysis of the tile issue after launch? Did you ever give any thought to using telescopes to look for signs of damage to the orbiter? And if you had detected extensive damage to the TPS, is there anything you could have done with the angle of attack or anything else during re-entry to have reduced stress on that part of the vehicle?
The easy part of that question is there's nothing that we can do about tile damage once we get to orbit. We can't minimize the heating to the point that it would somehow not require a tile. And so once you get to orbit, you're there and you have your tile insulation, and that's all you have for protection on the way home from the extreme thermal heating during re-entry. We have experience in the past of having events that have occurred that we have assessed using other assets to maybe get a close-up look at the bottom of the orbiter. Recall a year or 2 ago, we lost the drag chute door right at liftoff. It fell off, and we actually tried to take some pictures of the back end of the vehicle to see what was really there so that we can understand our thermal heating in that case. And those pictures that we received were not very useful to us. So that was part of our background. Combine that, our feeling that we didn't believe the pictures would be very useful to us, with the fact that there was not much, there was zero that we could do about it. And in this case, we elected not even to take the pictures. We believed that our technical analysis was sufficient. We couldn't do anything about it anyway. We were in the best possible position, and so we elected not to take any pictures from any other sources, and that's the way that played out.
Ron and Milt, this is Craig Cavalt with Aviation Week. I'm trying to understand, especially at the first event, the 753 event, specifically where those sensors are located relative to the wing structure or the main body structure. Can you describe that in a little more detail, please?
Yeah, they were located at the left inboard elevon and the left outboard elevon, and recall the elevons are at the back part of the wing. They're the trailing edge of the wing. And the impact, if you were trying to relate tile damage to the elevon, the impact was, of course, on the front edge of the wing. You can't draw any conclusions from this yet. We can't. It's just data that we need to go pour over and understand. If you looked at the sequence of events, Craig, you would see that our first indication was left inboard out, left outboard, which is the trailing edge of the wing. The next indication was left main gear wheel well, which was, it's like it's moving forward toward the front of the wing. But that doesn't mean anything at this point, because how we lost the sensors was, it looks like we just cut the wires. It could be that the wires were being lost at some other location, not on the trailing edge of the wing. And so we've got to piece all this together. We can't say today that there is some significance that the indications started at the trailing edge of the wing and worked themselves forward. We can't say that. Just like we can't say that a debris impact on the front of the wing at tile is any reason to conclude that we lost the vehicle. It's just information that needs to be factored in with a lot of other evidence and analysis. Lots more work to do.
Stefan Philippine for the New York Times and Popular Mechanics. Ron, I noticed after the disaster, a couple of hours after, that there was a large number of mission controllers standing for quite some time in the control room, and it looked like they were listening to somebody addressing them. Who was it, and what was the discussion ongoing?
I'll take that one. We are very fortunate here in the agency, and in particular here at the Johnson Space Center, to have people in our employee assistance program, specifically Jackie Reese, who runs that program. It is a program to help employees deal with situations like this. As part of our response to this, Jackie called in and made herself available. So prior to releasing the entry team, both the front room, the room that you see on TV, and the people that support in the back rooms, we had everybody gather in that room. That's what you saw. And Jackie Reese was giving them about 5 minutes of what they should do as a human being who has gone through something like this. As you leave work and you go home, giving them some assistance, and also providing her office to be available if anybody individually needed any help. So that's what you saw. I'm glad she did it, and she's available to help us, and we will need the help in the next several days and weeks.
Let me add something to that, too. Our communities and our workforce are grieving right now. They're grieving at Marshall in Alabama. They're grieving at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They're grieving here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're grieving at many of our installations around the country. And this particular effort will help us get through difficult times for those that really need some extra help. And so we appreciate that service.
This is Jay Barbary with NBC. You said early in this briefing that you had some hints where the problem may have developed. Could you share those with us?
CJ, I don't recall whether I said I had hints. All I know is the data that's available to me today, and that is these sensors. It's interesting, they kind of work themselves forward from the trailing edge, but I remind myself that may not be the facts. I have indications of a debris impact on either the leading edge or the wing leading edge of the vehicle. I have some areas that I know I certainly want to go look at. I have some debris that I'm anxious to see if that would lead me down a particular path of investigation. It's one of several that we will investigate, and it's just too early, Jay, for me to speculate on where that's going to lead. As you know, we will be thorough, methodical. To be a pain in the neck, we will be, to make sure we understand it. And it's going to take us some time, some days, some weeks to pull it all together.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News for CNN. Sorry to meet you guys under these circumstances, but for Milt, can you give us the time, I guess you have it in mission lapse time, when you last lost the data, and I can do the conversion, and describe what the vehicle was like at that point. You said role reversal, you gave us the altitude and velocity. Was it under autopilot? Was husband controlling it? What would it have been going through at that point?
Phil, I can probably give you part of what you asked. The MET of loss of vehicle data. Well, let's see. Thank you, Ron. We'll back up here. We had just completed role reversal number 1. It was completed at an MET of 15 days. 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 50 seconds. And he wants the altitude. Thank you, sir. It was 224,390 feet, Mach of 20.9. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we had no indication of any control problem prior to loss of data. So from a vehicle standpoint, other than what we've talked about that we saw with telemetry measurements, we had nothing to indicate the event that occurred. In hindsight, you're looking and say, well, these things will probably tie together somewhere, but we just haven't done that yet. Loss of vehicle data was at 15 days, 22 hours, 20 minutes, 22 seconds, altitude 207,135 feet at a Mach of 18.3. And I can't answer the rest of your questions yet.
This is Jim Banky of Space.com, I guess for Ron or Milt. Could you talk about the issue of Columbia being NASA's original orbiter, the oldest orbiter, how the age issue may or may not be a factor here? And just out of curiosity, was any of the original instrumentation still on and active that may or may not help you with additional data point?
Columbia was an amazing machine. It was the first space shuttle vehicle to fly into space. This was its 28th flight. It wasn't the most experienced vehicle. Discovery has 30 flights, at least 30 flights, if I remember it right. I don't think age is a factor. If you ever have the opportunity to look at any of our vehicles, you'll see that the vehicles are kept in just pristine shape. A lot of tender, loving care goes into the care of our vehicles so that they look brand new. That doesn't mean that there aren't areas of wear. There certainly are. There's certainly areas of corrosion. That's our job, to manage that corrosion and manage that wear so that we continue to fly these vehicles safely. Columbia, because it was the first vehicle, had a lot more instrumentation included in its design and in its structure than the other three vehicles. And several years ago, we elected to take out much of that instrumentation because it was no longer being used. And we reduced the weight of the vehicle almost 1,200 pounds just by removing instrumentation and the associated wiring. So there really is no extra instrumentation there that would add to our detective work. And what was there before we took it out was not being used.
Bill Horowitz, CBS News, and for both of you, we certainly appreciate you appearing here today. I know it's difficult. Could you tell me, please, Milt, if you told the station crew, I'm sure you have, what's happened, when that happened, and what Commander Bowersox and the rest of the crew might have said in response?
Bill, I'm not able to tell you when it happened, nor am I able to tell you the response. I was clearly not focused in that. I know we can get that for you.
I can give you the general time, Bill. It happened prior to 9:30 Central.
This is Irene Brown, and I also wanted to express my condolences to you and your colleagues. You mentioned, Milt, that Americans often wait for a tragedy to come together, and we saw a substantial boost in NASA funding after the Challenger accident. For Ron, I was wondering if you could say what you'd wish to come about as a result of this tragedy, and how much of a hardship would it be if you have to fly the shuttle manifest with just 3 ships?
My thoughts are not on what I hope to come out of this tragedy. My thoughts are still on what happened this morning. My thoughts are on 7 families, children, spouses, extended family. My thoughts are on their grief. My thoughts are on what we missed, what I missed to allow this to happen. It's going to be a difficult day for all of us.
Dan Billow with West TV. Ron, a two-part question. The first part may be a little repetition, but I want to make sure that I get it clearly. Do you have any indication at all that there was excessive heating on any part of the space shuttle, whether it was wing or tires, landing gear? And secondly, would there be a possibility that there's anything associated with the bipod that could have come off that is hard along with that foam?
The first part of the question is, no, we really don't have any information that says there was excessive heating. And so when I said that earlier today, I misspoke. All we do is have information that says the sensors quit working. And if we do have evidence of excessive heating occurring, I will get back to you and let you know. I think we're going to hold some meetings with you on a fairly regular basis over the coming days, and I will bring you up to speed on if anything that I said today was erroneous, and certainly as we get new data, I'll let you know. As far as the bipod area, we believe it was foam. We do not believe it was any metal. We don't believe there's any opportunity for any metal to be shed. And in fact, our films show that when this particular debris impacted the wing, there was a puff of debris, like when it hit, it disintegrated itself. And so I don't believe there's any chance that it was hardware. It was all the soft foam insulation.
Jerry Hannafin, Time Magazine. Is there any indication from what you learned so far, Ron, in this incident that maybe the stress, or maybe overstressing this space plane in the role reversal process? I think at one point the left bank had got up to 57 degrees.
Yeah, that is not uncommon to have that type of roll reversal and bank angle. In fact, we've seen a lot steeper banks than what you just mentioned. We'll have to go back and look to see if that is a factor. That'll be part of our gathering the debris, inspecting that debris, and seeing if there's anything there that would give us a clue as to whether this was structural in nature, structural failure, whether it was thermal related or some other. So we're going to have to be some detectives and look at the debris and gather that evidence to determine what the cause was.
Bill Long, Miami Herald. If you had had a sudden break in the heat envelope or sudden heating, would that have knocked out the sensors, or would you have expected to have seen a heat measurement before they quit working?
Well, it's certainly speculative to try and understand the relationship between any thermal environment on whether that thermal environment would have translated into an area of wiring and then destroyed wiring. Hard for us to respond to that question today. Be glad to take that question in the coming weeks as we get some information where I can respond to it factually.
Yeah, you guys are trying to help us, and we thank you for that. I mean, you can continue to ask questions like this, but everything would be a speculation, and that's not fair. It's not accurate, and I know you want to be accurate.
Let me interject, because we also need to recognize these two gentlemen have been on duty since about midnight last night. So I want to bring up a point that we are going to try to do briefings daily, at least daily. So please try to form your question appropriately so we can get through today, and I need to get them out of here fairly soon. So I need to wrap up with KSC as quickly as possible. I've got some other NASA centers to get done also before I wrap up. So let's make two more at KSC and then move to headquarters, please.
Gentlemen, first let me offer my condolences. I'm Robert Pankow from WFLA Radio. If you can you tell us all how the families are holding up under the circumstances, the families of the astronauts?
See, we don't have any firsthand knowledge, and I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Reedy talked a little bit about how the families reacted, both with our administrator and with the phone call from our president. So I don't have anything to add other than what was said previously.
Yes, hello, this is Philip Davis from National Public Radio. I was wondering if after the loss of communications, did you notice any deviation in the flight path of the shuttle?
When we lost communications, we also lost our ability to track the vehicle. And so we had no indications whether or not we were off the flight path. We had no indications that we had a breakup. Only later, as we reviewed the TV coverage, did we see that there was a breakup.
And you know, in the control center, just to share with you, we have plots of the trajectory and how we're flying, and I know others stared at that for a long time because the tracking ended, you know, over Texas, stopped, and it was, and I reflected back what I saw with Challenger.
Okay, let's go to headquarters, please. There's questions there.
This is Frank Mooring at Aviation Week. For Ron, could you give us an idea of what your investigators are going to be looking for at Michoud and when they're going to start looking?
We had already kicked off an effort, even prior to this morning, to try and determine why the debris was being shed from that bipod region of the tank. And the reason we kicked off that effort, because we knew we needed to understand it prior to the next flight. So we were already aggressively on a path that was going to try and help us understand whether or not that represented any concern to us, since now we had it 2 times in the last 3 flights. So that was a major element in our planned flight readiness review for STS-114 that's scheduled for March. So that activity was already in place, already ongoing. What we have done today is asked our external tank project team and Lockheed Martin, which is the contractor for the tank, who builds the tank in Michoud, the Michoud facility in Louisiana, to isolate certain pieces of hardware, to gather data that might be pertinent to this discussion, and to make sure that we have not put in jeopardy any piece of evidence that might be helpful to us. So we've taken those steps. Those are in place or are ongoing right now, and we'll be able to keep you aware and tell you what's happening in the coming days if there's anything that comes out of this.
Charles Science Magazine. What are the contingency plans for the International Space Station in the event of a grounding of the shuttle fleet for an extended period of time?
All I know today is that I've talked with our station program management. They have been in contact with all of the international partners. They understand what happened today in the shuttle program. They are going to proceed as planned tomorrow to resupply the station via the Progress vehicle. There is a Soyuz launch that is planned later in the spring, and we know that we have sufficient consumables on board to go through the end of June without any shuttle support. Beyond that, I have no further information. I hope that we get this situation resolved in the coming weeks so that it isn't an extended period of time, but that remains to be seen. In the near term, we know we have months of adequate supply on board the International Space Station, and we also know that we can help resupply them from our international partners' resources. So that's what I know today, and we'll see how that matures over time.
This is Laura Meckler from the Associated Press.
Could you tell us any more about how you'll approach the recovery of all the debris that is spread over such a large area, and what the NTSB's role is going to be in that, or what their role is in the investigation, and also how long you think it'll be before you know more about what happened today?
We have many government agencies that are helping us respond to this tragedy. The NTSB is at our disposal. We have the FBI that is involved with us. We have local and state law enforcement. We have FEMA that is also helping us tremendously. We have been assured that we will have the assets and the efforts of our government to help us wherever we need to gather debris, get it in the right locations, identify any crew remains, get them to the right locations. All that is ongoing. It's being organized. It's a tremendous effort that has been engaged and is in the process of coming together from all different agencies in different parts of the country. I don't have much more information other than those ingredients today. As these things come together, and as we start basing and we start collecting, I'll keep you informed on just how that is going and where these things are happening, and certainly we'll respond to your questions as this moves along.
Sumana Chatterjee with Night Reader Newspapers. Are there any satellites that NASA, the U.S. military, commercial satellites out there that might have caught what happened, and will you be looking at images from other satellites? And just about the debris as well, you mentioned earlier that you were anxious to see certain types of debris. What types are you anxious to see? And are first responders trained for the recovery of such hazardous material?
Well, we were anxious to see the pictures of the tank. As we separate from the tank, roughly 8.5 minutes after launch, we have the crew immediately get out of their seats and use some handheld, both still and motion picture video, take some shots of the tank as we're separating it from it. And we do this on a routine basis because that's our only evidence of what the tank looks like after it got to orbit. Because the tank goes about an orbit around the Earth and re-enters through the atmosphere and is destroyed. So we have no physical evidence other than film. And what we were anxious to see was that film, to see if it looked similar to what we had experienced on STS-12, where we shed some debris from the same area. Obviously, we're not going to get that information. So that's what we were looking for. And if you asked me any other parts of that question, I've forgotten what they were. That's all right.
Lisa Sylvester with ABC News. It looks like, judging from the TV reports, what you've been finding are these smaller pieces of debris. Is it NASA's intention to try to gather as much as possible and then to try to rebuild the shuttle much the way they did with TWA Flight 800?
I don't know for a fact, but my impression is we're going to gather every piece we can find, treat this much like an aircraft incident, and see if we can solve the puzzle. That's not going to be very easy because when we had this vehicle break apart at 200,000 feet in Mach 18, it was at peak heating, and some evidence may have burned up during re-entry. Other evidence is just spread over such a wide territory that we may never find it. So we hope to get as much as we can, piece it together as experts think best to help us solve the puzzle.
Okay, let's go to the Marshall Space Flight Center, and let me make another plea to limit your questions to one. And I've got 15 more minutes for this briefing, and I'm cutting it off for the day, recognizing we are going to offer briefings at least daily from here on in. So let's go to Marshall.
Jennifer Morgano, WVNN Radio. I understand the Marshall Space Flight Center managed the key propulsion elements of the shuttle. What specific involvement will the center have in the investigation?
They, along with every other center, will be actively involved. We'll have their key managers, their technical experts, all coming together, much like the teams we formed when we solved the flow liner problem of the summer and the recent Bistra crack that allowed us to launch STS-107, the resolution of that issue. So we're going to pull together the management, and we've already had meetings with the center directors. We've already had our meetings with our management at headquarters. We're already assembling the technical experts and the teams, and so we're going to make wide use of their best and brightest to solve this problem and try to understand what happened and put in the proper corrective action.
Steve Johnson, WHNT in Huntsville. Can you tell me if you learned anything from the investigations of Apollo 1 and Challenger that will help this investigation proceed more quickly?
I think what we are implementing today is a process that has been tried over time, and many of the procedures that we are implementing today were a lesson learned or an outgrowth from previous incidents, and so we're learning our lessons. We're putting them into practice, and what we have put into place today is a result of previous lessons learned. Just a side personal note, it is our mantra or our personal effort to learn the lessons of the past. It's mandatory reading for us to read the reports from the Rogers Commission on the Challenger accident. We study them, we understand them, we try our hardest never to repeat the problems of the past, and it was all of our goals never to have to sit here in front of you and describe these events again. And we're very disappointed. It's hard to tell you how disappointed we are, how saddened we are at this event, and somewhere along the line, we missed something. Or we're going to learn something new that we couldn't do anything about. But I guarantee you, we're going to fix it.
Kent Falk, Birmingham News. Could you tell me who is on NASA's rapid response team from Marshall, what the role will be, and what role Marshall is playing in the foam debris investigation from the external tank?
Well, there's many superb technical experts at the Marshall Space Flight Center that are going to be involved in this investigation. I don't have at my fingertips.
Tracy, Rowlett, along with Karen Borta in the CBS 11 studio. Space Shuttle Columbia disintegrated 39 miles over Texas today in a meteoric streak that rained smoking debris over hundreds of miles of countryside in a number of states. All 7 astronauts were lost. It's a tragedy that echoed the Challenger explosion almost exactly 17 years earlier. The catastrophe occurred in the last 16 minutes of the 16-day mission as the craft glided in for a landing in Florida. Now, we have crews dispersed over all of the accident site, that is to say, over all of the areas where the debris has been found, which is a rather large area, especially in southeast Texas. We will be bringing all these reports to you, as well as reports from Houston and other places where NASA has been directly involved. And of course, we'll also have the comments from the president today, too.
And right now, though, we are going to go back to NASA. I understand they've been conducting a briefing, an informational briefing. We're getting a lot of information from this, and we are going to rejoin them.
To help us resolve this problem. So just a talented, marvelous team that we'll have pulled together to go do this. And it's a team that is named prior to each flight, standing ready just in case we have to do just these types of things. Hopefully, we never plan to use them. In this case, they're trained, and we have pressed them into service.
Okay, let's go to California to the Dryden Flight Research Center, please.
Hi, Nikki Jackson with KCBS Channel 2, KCAL 9 in Los Angeles, also representing all my colleagues here in California. There have been 49 landings here at Edwards Air Force Base. When the Challenger disaster happened, it's my understanding that there was a 2.5-year hiatus. You have mentioned within this press conference that future flights might be held. Can you tell me what the impact of today's terrible events will have on us here at Edwards Air Force Base?
Well, I suspect you're not gonna feel much impact at all at the Edwards Air Force Base complex. Edwards is used as our secondary landing site in case we have bad weather in Florida and do not have sufficient consumables to attempt to get into the Florida and Kennedy Space Center facilities. Recall in Challenger, one of the reasons why it was such a long delay was because we had to do some hardware redesign to make ourselves, to get ourselves the confidence that we were safe to fly. That hardware redesign was necessary to be implemented, to be developed, to be tested and certified, and that took some time to do. We'll just have to see how this particular tragedy works through the same type of engineering and technical scrutiny. If there is some hardware change, we'll just have to work through that, and we'll work through that with dealing with the requirements that keep us safe to fly, a development, a design, certification, testing type of process. Too early yet to say whether or not that's going to be the case, and we'll let you know how it proceeds.
Okay, let's go to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory for one question.
Soraya Fidel with KCBS KCAL Los Angeles. Thanks again for taking our question. How is NASA responding to the family? What has NASA told the family? And what are families saying today? How are they reacting and responding in light of all this?
I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe made a statement that reflects the reaction of the families and their heroic manner that they took the news, and I don't want to add any more than what has already been previously stated as to their reaction.
And they will have they'll have a huge amount of support. You can guarantee it from this family here and this family across the nation.
One final question from the Langley Research Center.
Chris Dovey with the Richmond Times-Dispatch. How many tiles in a given area of surface, specifically the area where the sensors were located, could be lost before that might cause some catastrophic breach of that surface? And what do you do in flight if you have that catastrophic breach and you know about it prior to reentry?
I really don't know how many tiles. I can't really respond to that question here today. And I mentioned earlier to you that we have no capability to repair a tile. Our only recourse is to design this vehicle such that we don't lose tiles, is to design this vehicle so that we can take debris impacts and not represent a safety concern. It's been our experience that we have lost portions of tiles on the bottom of the vehicle. We have had a number of debris impacts, damage to the tiles. They have all been acceptable in that they do not represent a safety of flight concern. We would like to get a harder tile to make it more resilient to debris, but it has not to date represented a safety concern. And we have no recourse if we lose tiles. Our only effective action is to prevent the loss of tiles through design and through test, and that has been perfectly adequate up to this point.
Okay, that's the final question for this briefing, and let me end and close on a couple of programming notes for folks watching. There will be a B-roll package for the STS-107 mission that will follow this briefing immediately. The next briefing that we will hold is likely to be around noon Central Time tomorrow, but that's a very tentative time. because there are some, obviously some management meetings that these gentlemen are taking part in that will occur prior to that tomorrow. So right now we're looking at around noon Central tomorrow for the next briefing here. Also, there's a lot of folks out there that may be discovering some debris from the accident. NASA has established a telephone hotline, also an electronic mail address for the public to use for reporting information that may help in the investigation of this accident. The telephone line, and you guys can certainly help us in this regard, is 281-483-3388. The website that right now should be online for folks to provide either text reports or images that they think may be helpful in the investigation for us. That website address is NASA MIT Images altogether, NASA MIT Images at JSC, for Johnson Space Center, at jsc.nasa.gov. And we will try to build a billboard or something like that we could put on NASA TV as well to help folks with that. So again, the phone number is 281-483-3388, and that is for the NASA hotline that has been established. Thank you, gentlemen, very much, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Well, there you have it, a rather lengthy NASA briefing. By the way, you heard the reference to B-roll on the STS-107. The B-roll is simply a video that will be supplied by the government to all of those television stations, and it will be of the STS-107 mission. The government has appointed an independent board today to investigate the Space Shuttle Columbia, and experts from the Air Force and the Navy, which had 5 of the 7 crew members, will join officials from the Transportation Department and other federal agencies on the review panel. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe had said earlier, too, that the space agency will conduct its own investigation into the shuttle disaster today. And O'Keefe had said at a news conference from Cape Canaveral that both investigations will review all of the information NASA collected as the Columbia began its descent for landing and then started breaking up more than 200,000 feet, some 39 miles over Texas. That information would include transmissions from the crew as well as records from the shuttle's sensors, analysis of the debris and data from military, government, and commercial satellites. Military satellites with infrared detectors saw several flashes as Columbia broke apart, according to a defense official who was speaking only on the condition of anonymity. It's unclear whether those spikes of heat indicated an explosion, the burning of pieces of debris re-entering the atmosphere, or something else. So we want to move on now, but we wanted to bring you up to date on that. All 7 astronauts, of course, lost today in this shuttle disaster.
We were able to get some very interesting information from the shuttle program manager, Ron Ditmore, and the chief flight director, Milt Heflin. It was a very emotional news conference, both men very close to the astronauts, as he was saying. It's a close-knit type of familial atmosphere there, and so this hit, obviously, both men close to home. We are joined now by Jay Miller. He is an aviation author from Fort Worth. You've written, I understand, a couple of dozen aviation books, and thank you for your patience. He's been sitting out here with us for the last couple of hours. What, in your estimation, you said you had some predictions on what may have caused this?
Well, based on what I know so far, Karen and Tracy, the NASA is exploring 3 major scenarios. Pardon me. One is a situation wherein the Space Shuttle had complete catastrophic failure of its primary computer control related systems. Number 2, there was the possibility of contacting debris in space, of which there is quite a lot, some of which is unidentified. And then the third issue, and the one that's the most likely scenario, at least in my humble opinion, is complete catastrophic failure as a result of some failure in the heat protection system for the space shuttle.
Yeah, they were saying, Ron Ditmore was saying that a piece of foam during takeoff dropped off and hit the orbiter on the left wing, and that is what we've been hearing so much about today, maybe between the mid and outward space. The leading edge, she doesn't know, but that could have a catastrophic effect upon reentry.
Apparently they studied that very closely and they concluded that that was not an issue, but now in retrospect I propose they'll go back and examine that pretty closely. It was indeed apparently at a mid-span location on the leading edge of the left wing where that piece of foam insulation from the liquid hydrogen tank apparently contacted the...
All right. They were also saying that, of course, now the shuttle will more or less come to a halt while they begin their investigation. We've got people up on the International Space Station right now. The Russians are going to launch a cargo flight up there tomorrow, and they said that their flight will continue. And then we also learned from NASA that the people who are up there now have supplies that will last them into June. So it's believed that we'll have to have another shuttle launch at least by that time.
Well, I'd propose that it's not out of the question for them to go ahead and ground all the shuttle vehicles for a long period of time. I'm talking, you know, in the last, unfortunately, the last event, the shuttles were on the ground for 3 years. This time around, hopefully they'll find a solution to whatever the problem was and make the shuttles operational again. But in the interim, the Russians have the vehicle that's going to be launched tomorrow is a progress vehicle. It's not designed, to the best of my knowledge, to accommodate humans and to return human beings to the Earth.
This is the one that's going to be launched tomorrow, the cargo ship, right?
But what is human capable is Soyuz, and Soyuz has always been viewed as somewhat of a backup for the International Space Station anyway. And so it's not out of the question for the Russians to go up and rescue rescue is probably the wrong word to use, but
retrieval.
Retrieve the people who are on board now.
Let's look at some of the things that NASA said in the briefings that they just gave us, and I realize that we'll be repeating information, but we're assuming that not everybody was able to stay through the 2-hour briefing that we just got from NASA. But let's talk first about data recorders. We always think about airline disasters and the 2 flight data recorders that are on board these things, and it doesn't work that way with the shuttle.
That's correct. The shuttle is so closely monitored you pick the parameter. I mean, if you want to know the angle of the elevons during the return of the vehicle from space, all that data is transmitted in near real time to the ground. And so they don't carry an onboard data recording system the way an airliner does in the event of an accident. It's just not necessary. And so the point is that everywhere on the space shuttle, throughout that entire vehicle, there are sensors, and they're literally embedded in the walls of the space shuttle, the hydraulic actuation systems, inside the instrumentation, the instrument panel. The list is very long, but the point is that there is nothing that goes on inside that vehicle that's not monitored by someone somewhere on the ground. So they just simply don't need that kind of equipment on the space shuttle. Now, having said that, I would propose to you that in retrospect, they wish they had a system of some capability on board the space shuttle, particularly in light of what's happened today.
So we might see that in future space shuttles that are developed after this.
I would say that's a fair prognostication, Tracy.
But in all probability, could something like that withstand re-entry, looking at some of the, what we've seen thus far with the debris field scattered over such a wide area?
It's a good question, Karen, but I'd propose that for the space shuttle, they would develop a dedicated flight data recording system that would be capable of withstanding the forces of a re-entry like that.
There were several references made, and I know this is elementary for folks like you, but it's perhaps to those of us who just watch these flights, not quite so elementary. There were a number of references made to plasma surrounding. Right. What is that exactly, and why is that sometimes an optical illusion?
Well, it's basically plasma is generated by hypersonic vehicles. Those are vehicles that operate at Mach 5+. And the scenario becomes the plasma field is basically an electromagnetic field that's generated around the vehicle at those high speeds. It's basically very active electrons, and they pile up around the aircraft at those high Mach numbers. The problem with the electromagnetic field like that is that it interferes with conventional radio transmissions. And where that ties in with what happened today is there is a chance that some of the events that took place were lost. I mean, they just simply weren't retrieved by ground-based units. So it's a critical issue, and it becomes visible, incidentally. You ask, as the vehicle re-enters the atmosphere and the vehicle heats up, it's almost like a fluorescent light. It basically charges that field that has developed around the space shuttle and makes it literally visible, and it glows. I mean, that's all there is to it, just exactly like a fluorescent light would.
Jay, we're going to have to go to J.D. Miles in just a second, but quickly I want to ask you one other question. We were talking off camera about the technology, and I asked the question somewhat mistakenly, is it flawed technology? And your response was, no, it's just old technology. Yeah. So talk to us a little bit about that and maybe how that has impacted this thing.
Yeah, I think, and this is, again, I want to emphasize my opinion. Others will disagree, but it's old technology. And the technology involved in the development of the space shuttle is basically 30-plus years old. I mean, it's stuff that's been around forever. The vehicle itself is made out of aluminum. It's covered in heat-absorbent material. The equipment on board is now, in some cases, the age of the vehicle itself has never been replaced and updated. All the instrumentation has, and the systems have been brought up to date and corrected and improved. But regardless, in terms of its entire aerodynamic and mechanical and physical package, it is not new state-of-the-art stuff. And as an example, composite materials, which are very commonplace in today's aircraft, composites are pretty few and far between in the space shuttle, and they have developed new high-temp composites, which are lightweight and very strong, many, many times stronger than the aluminum structure of the space shuttle. Those composites, in effect, the state-of-the-art composites that exist today, could be used to develop a vehicle. It's absolutely the most advanced, most capable system that scientists and technologists and aerodynamicists could possibly hope for.
Jay Miller, we're going to try to impose on you and have you stick around a little while longer, if you will, please, because we're going to go elsewhere right now, but we'll be back.
That's right. We are going to go to J.D. Miles, who is at UTA. That is where Kalpana Chawla graduated with her master's degree from UTA. J.D.?
Well, Karen, Kalpana Chawla kept her ties very strong to UTA, even though she earned her master's degree here nearly 20 years ago, that in aerospace engineering. Today, there's a somber mood around the campus among the faculty and staff who remember her and are grieving. The campus radio station dedicated the song Hero to the 41-year-old mission specialist who was the first native of India in space. She was a veteran of several shuttle flights since 1997 and was scheduled to interview next week with UTA radio station programmer Doug Maples, who witnessed the disaster this morning.
I wonder how she felt. Did she feel any pain? It's just awful. You know, we've just been through so many tragedies as a nation just recently. And this is a tragedy that was a little more closer to home for all of us.
Now, Chawla, often on these missions, was operating the shuttle's robotic arm, which would often deploy payloads, satellites, that sort of thing into space. She had logged over 400 hours in space, and she often was known for giving vivid descriptions of the view from space, from the Nile River cutting through the Sahara to the view of thunderstorms and Mount Everest. Clearly someone, Karen and Tracy, who loved her job.
That's what we've heard. Thank you very much, J.D. And we want to talk a little bit about some of the other astronauts lost today. Commander Rick Husband was 45 years old, an Air Force colonel from Amarillo, Texas. He was one of the 3 astronauts on board who had connections to Texas. The other was pilot William McCool, 41 years old, a Navy commander from Lubbock. He graduated second in his 1983 class at the Naval Academy, went on to test pilot school and became an astronaut in 1996. He was married with 3 sons.
We also have heard from our Robert Riggs, who's one of the number of people that we have out in southeastern Texas, who has told us that they have found a harness with the name of Husband and McCool on it and a patch and so forth. So some of this debris is very directly identifiable now, and most of it, as we say, is down there in southeastern Texas. I think that the NASA folks misspoke. They said that they would be staging in northeast Texas. I think they're going to be staging in southeast Texas, down there around the Nacogdoches to Palestine area, where most of this stuff has come down. They're not here yet. They were starting to gather, and they will be here, and we'll start that collection. And then FEMA up in Denton will be responsible for bringing in that debris.
And all of these red dots that you see, these are places, of the many places that have found, where debris has been found. The area that you see that is shaded, that is where the largest collection of debris has been found thus far. In the Palestine area, Russ, Nacogdoches, Lufkin, and Tracy, that area you were talking about, where Robert Riggs said they found that debris, is in that area as well, I understand.
Sam Rayburn and Toledo Ben reports that there were some pieces that fell into the water there, too. So that would be in that same general area. You can just imagine, once again, Jay, let's talk with you. I can just imagine this thing's up like 39 miles. And when this happens, it obviously dispersed this material over a very large area.
Well, I was telling Karen a little earlier, I've just recently done a little study on an airplane accident that occurred in Oklahoma in 1959. It was a Convair B-58, which was built right over here in Fort Worth. And that airplane, at Mach 2 and 35,000 feet, the debris field was 25 miles wide and 75 miles long. And they spent months trying to locate the parts and never did find everything.
And when you compare it to what this was, Mach 13 and 200,000 feet.
Right. Plus, there's an aerodynamic issue because at that altitude, air is basically non-existent. And so the solid artifacts, pieces of the space shuttle, what have you, those are going to travel a heck of a lot further because there's just nothing to slow them down.
A couple of jets went up from Carswell, we understand. Tell us what those jets do as they fly out over that debris field.
Well, I'd propose, and I don't know this, I'm not sure exactly which specific event you're talking about, Tracy, but they're probably out looking for any kind of electronic emission that may be occurring. I'm just saying they may be carrying sensors that could pick things up.
They were talking about mapping. It was my understanding that maybe they had cameras on board and they just click continuously, do they not?
Okay, there are reconnaissance systems, and they'll just do basically they'll have a strip and they'll go down there, and I'm talking literally there'll be a strip of land that they want to photograph where they feel the most likely location.
They were following the flight path.
Yeah, I'm really not up to speed on this, so I'm just kind of hunting in the dark. But the other issue is that they do have various types of radar systems, which are also very sensitive to artifact, something that's unusual, let's say a hard, solid artifact versus a tree. These radars are pretty sensitive to that sort of thing, and they can pick those up, and basically when they bring that data back and analyze it, they can see, hey, there's a piece of a wing here, hidden in this tall shrubbery or whatever.